So many things that I forget to do. Hey, it's JPChivalry going live with Umineko When They Cry. I don't think there was any impossibles yesterday, because I forgot to launch the death counter and soundboard yesterday. Seems like we're okay. We're at a count of 97. Nice. Almost to the 100. Okay. Let's make this full screen. And yeah, I guess we're good. So I decided to finish episode 2 last night. I mean, the schedule's whatever, I guess. But yeah, it was a not usual time. But yeah, we finished episode 2. I guess it's supposed to be, judging by the conversation in the tea party, it's supposed to be considered the massacre arc equivalent. I guess I can see that. I mean, everyone's dying every time, right? So, but I guess that one was especially brutal. Made me wince, for sure. What with the chomping and biting on screen, just constant flashes. Like, it's unpleasant. But yeah, I still don't know. I mean, we got to meet Lambda Delta, so that was cool. Got to see some references. Nipa. And then, what else? Yeah, I have no idea how this is going to play out. Banquet says she's going to get serious. By the end of this episode, we should be able to solve the riddle. We'll see how that works. I have no idea. We're still in episode 3. Man, we got a long ways to go before we see all this play out. But yeah. BTTV, FFC. Guess we're good to go. It was a fun chapter. It's a fun episode. I guess we start episode 3 now. Episode 3, Banquet of the Golden Witch. Good morning. I'm quite surprised to see you still haven't surrendered. The Golden Witch has extremely high hopes for you. Have you figured out the structure of this world by now? You have no chance at victory unless you know the rules. Please enjoy your game with the witch to your heart's content. Difficulty level is equal for both you and the witch. Ha. Let's check the save files real quick. So we have 4 extra spots. We used all those. Just because I was saving more often because I was worried about crashes, but seems like we're fine. Yeah, let's start episode 3. What awaits us? How does this work? This story is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature. Any resemblance of existing individual organizations, locations, or incidents is entirely coincidental. Who are we starting with? Because last time it was George Shannon. Is it Kinzo? Because of the chapel? The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. Of course, it was a member of Grandfather's favorite collection. Grandfather is one of the siblings. Or no, it's one of the kids. So, Jessica? So that I didn't actually accidentally destroy its fragile beauty. I was always given strict orders never to touch it. That just made me want to touch it. It looked light, yet so elegant that just glancing at it gave it an indescribable sense of dignity. I wanted to see what it felt like to touch a vase like that. However, just as Grandfather had said, it was a thing that shouldn't be touched. Something this beautiful should never be touched. Such beauty can only dwell in something so easily broken. Because of that, just the brush of a finger by someone like me would. Just like how a fun dream disappears with a poof when you wake up. It disappeared, fell, and broke into pieces. I realized that, because of my own foolish curiosity, I had done something that couldn't be taken back. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the broken vase would not be returned to its original form. Grandfather will probably scold me, probably very harshly. I ended up breaking into tears and sobbing frightened. As I did, I noticed something beautiful. Lightly dancing golden butterflies were coming towards me. I didn't even advance that, but it just kind of happened. As mysteriously glowing golden dots shone in the air, the butterflies began to gather, one at a time. Oh, it's Beatrice. Beatrice, that reliable golden witch, had arrived. Reliable? Whoa, what? Who? The butterflies kept gathering until they formed a cloud, and then she was there. Hello? She was always there for me. Whenever I was in trouble, she'd always appear and save me. Good day to you, princess. Beatrice! Why? Oh my. Why are you crying so, and on a day so well suited for a tea party? I broke grandfather's precious vase. Why, grandfather's gonna get mad at me. I don't know what to do. I see. That is worrying. The master really treasured this particular vase, didn't he? Ho 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 ho. Imagining how he'll punish you, he scares even me, Beatrice. Grandfather was a very frightening person. When you failed to follow something he'd said even once, he would become so mad with a rage that would make even the fallen angels in hell quiver. Since I knew that down to my bones, I couldn't do anything but tremble and cry. I possess no magic that could scoop up your fallen tears, princess. But if you need magic that will prevent the master from scolding you, I might be able to manage something. Really? Yes, if you'll be gracious enough to believe in my power, princess. Power of belief is the source of magic. Miracles only appear before those of great faith. I believe. I believe in your power, Beatrice. So please, fix this vase. Please. If that is what you want, princess, then leave it to me, Beatrice. When she extended her index finger, a golden butterfly softly landed there and changed its form into her favorite cane. But even that was enough to give me a small glimpse at Beatrice's wonderful and awesome magic power. She pointed her cane at the broken vase, and just like a child's lullaby, she began speaking the magic words. Come, try closing your eyes, and try to remember. What form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Please, show me that form one more time. Were they words, or was it a song? No, it had to be magic. After all, can't you see? The pieces of the vase are rapidly gathering together, gently returning to the place where they'd been on display, reassembling into their original form. Incredible. See? Now it's back to normal. This way, you won't have to get yelled at by the master. So that's the real Beatrice? And I'm guessing it's Maria, since she's the one that always believes, unless Jessica actually believed, and I don't know. Beatrice, you really are amazing. You can fix broken vases like it's nothing. That's not true. Turning something broken to its original form is a very, very difficult thing to do. My magic can only make it remember what it once was for a short time. But the vase really turned back to the way it was, right? Correct. But that doesn't mean the vase has avoided its fate of being broken. All I did was temporarily get the broken vase to remember its form before it broke. I have not yet attained the high levels of magical power that might be used to restore a broken fate to its original form. At that time, the high-pitched scream of a servant could be heard from inside the mansion. When I went to see what had happened, I noticed that several of the servants had gathered and were cleaning up the remains of the broken vase. From what they said, it seemed a black cat had sneaked in from somewhere and climbed up on the vase, causing it to break. I understood the meaning of Beatrice's words. At the moment I broke the vase was broken. Beatrice let me see the vase being restored, but that was a temporary thing. It didn't mean she changed the fate of the vase being broken. And so, the vase remembered its true fate and broke. However, the one who broke it wasn't me. but a cat had snuck in. That's right. Beatrice never said, "Let's fix the vase." She said she'd prevent the master from scolding me. Okay. The fate of the vase breaking hasn't changed. The fact that I broke it certainly has. Beatrice cleverly saved me from danger with that magic. It's very easy to break something. After all, you didn't need magic to break that vase, princess. Then, is fixing stuff really hard? It is. It's so hard that you broke down crying, unsure of what to do. Does that mean magic is easier to use when doing terrifying things? That breaking and killing is really easy, but fixing and reviving things is really hard? That's right. With magic, it is far easier to break and kill. That's why weak witches lose to temptation and become intoxicated with gathering easy power for themselves, neglecting their true magical training. Real magic is the power to repair, to revive, to summon happiness that has disappeared, to summon love that has grown cold. And it can even summon a smile to the face of a princess who has forgotten how. Then, Beatrice, since you managed to fix that vase, does that mean you're an incredible witch? My days of training are far from over. After all, I couldn't make the vase forget its fate for even an hour. I'm sure my teacher, who taught me magic, would have been able to restore the vase to its original form forever. So if it kept breaking and breaking, she'd be able to fix it over and over again? Yes. When one reaches that level, they are considered to be an endless witch. That is the endless level that all witches ought to reach. We offer the utmost respect to those witches and call them by that title. An endless witch. That's right. To witches with the power to mend things endlessly, the concept of breaking doesn't even exist. They are released from all the sadness caused by losing things and are promised eternal bliss. Certainly, the human world is full of sadness caused by separation and loss. To escape that sadness, people pray to gods and ask for the power to withstand their sadness, believing it to be a test. In other words, a human's life is a journey, searching for a way to withstand sadness. In that case, a witch who could revive all things would be freed from all sadness in the world. Simply put, that would mean eternal bliss. I wonder if I could become a witch like you and gain eternal happiness. You, princess? Ho 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 ho. It is a long, long, difficult path, you see. Oh, is it Kumasawa? Wait, what? I want to become a witch. I want to find happiness. Beatrice, I want to become your disciple. Just based off the laugh. Do you have even a trace of doubt in that feeling? No. I want to become a witch too. I understand. Then, until you get tired of me, I'll make you my disciple. Will you call me teacher? Yes, teacher. That's a good answer. And from now on, learn the depths of magic along with me. I am also in training. Let us both learn the proper use of magic, doing our best to reach that blissful level. Yes, teacher. But Kinzo started the mansion, right? Like there was nothing there and they built it and then something happened. Yeah, I don't know. Something's going on. Ah, a dream. That face takes me back. And the switch, was it? That rank I'd yearned for in the past as the highest possible achievement is now just another one of my titles. No, you might even call it my calling card. Every once in a while, being called that can be quite satisfying. I trained so many days to achieve that rank. It would be a bit of a waste if I never got a chance to appreciate it. Cackle, cackle, cackle. She shook her head lightly. If it's the highest possible level, that means there's nothing higher. An eternal deep dead end, the beginning of eternal boredom. I remember what teacher told me. Says Beatrice. Okay. When one is released from all sadness, it is the same as eternal bliss. That's what makes me think. That teacher couldn't have couldn't ever have reached that level. Eternal bliss means eternal boredom. That's the beginning of eternal torture. But it all depends on how you look at it. Eternal boredom is the same as a sketchbook that doesn't run out of pages. It means you can draw whatever you want. You can try to have as much fun as you want. Boredom is the worst sort of poison, which kills all witches. Even those great witches who are given the title of lady fear it. It's the eternal poison that tortures them because of the eternal bliss they've reached. Now that I've earned the name of Endless Witch, I truly wish I could speak with Teacher again. Is happiness really what lay at the end of our training? Just what is happiness? I wish I could talk with her about that now. Training has no end. When you think you've reached the eternal level, that's exactly the time to become your own immaturity. I recalled those words as though she'd answered me directly. Cackle, cackle. Ha 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 ha. I see. So I'm immature, am I? How amusing. How truly amusing. Cackle, 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 cackle. The sound of painfully shrill laughter rang out. It's coming from my furniture. What? Did they break their toy again? Oh? Beatrice-sama. This guy's stopped moving again. And I haven't had nearly enough fun yet. What a pathetic man. But I haven't gotten a chance to play at all yet. Let me play. Let me play. Be silent, filth. If you keep devouring him like starving dogs, of course he'll keep breaking right away, no matter how well Beatrice-sama fixes him up. You broke him the most, Satan me. You just don't know what holding back means. My apologies, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive my stupid little sisters. Fix him quickly. I'm next. I'm next. Well, that's all 7 of them. Must you keep up that infernal racket? Eep. A single yell was all it took to make the noisy sisters of the 7 stakes vanish. All they do is mess around, having as much fun as they want, breaking them. They only come to me to clean up afterwards. Truly, this furniture never leaves me bored. Once the furniture hid themselves, all that remained was a sloppy mess, the last remnants of a broken toy. It had no form anymore. It's hard even for me to remember its original form in this state. Better to make it remember it for itself, perhaps. Oh well. I waved my golden pipe. Then I spoke. I chanted. I made it remember. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? After all, right now you're pretty much look like a huge lump of scrap meat. I have no idea which part is your arm and which is your leg. Unless you remember, won't even be able to recall your face. Cackle, cackle, cackle. By the power of magic, the pitiful pieces of meat began to remember what their form had been. Which part should go with which part? Where should join with where? That's right, just like that. No, you should be a finger on the left hand. That's the right hand. That's it. Good. Cackle. Good morning. Have you woken up, Ushiramiya Battler? How ironic that your true nightmare begins after you've awakened. Cough, cough. Ow. If you'll just accept that I'm a witch, you'll quickly wake up from this nightmare, and I'll send you to heaven. I'm the king of Mount Purgatory. There's no escape from this hell without my approval. You call this hell? That's just useless. It's all useless. I'm impressed you can still talk like that, after experiencing the pain of death not once, like any normal human, but more times than I could count with all of my fingers. Cackle. This is why I never get bored. I never get bored of you. Yeah, no boredom problem here. After all, I get my pick of those massive tit-ni-chans with the dazzling asses in my harem. Thanks to that, I'm not likely to get bored for a while now. Cackle, 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 cackle. That's splendid. Otherwise, I would get bored too. So, my furniture, I fixed them, so you can play as much as you want. Thank you very much. Kahahaha, all mine. I told you, your turn's over. I'm next. Get away from him. Wah. Wonderful, isn't it, Battler-kun? Look how popular you are. Popular guys have it rough. Get in line, freaks. If you just stayed obedient instead of acting tough, this would go much easier. Nah, he's good like this. His screams feel so much better. Okay, let's not break him so quickly this time. Did you all hear me? You aren't running the show. Battler-kun, let's continue where we left off, okay? After they locked Jessica-chan's room with the master key, how did they return the key to the corpse's pocket, which was inside the room? Well, maybe. That's it, they used a fishing line or something, setting just the key into the room through the crack of the door. Kahahaha. Wrong. So naive. Of all the doors that exist on Rakunjima, none has a crack through which a key can slip. All the doors. Okay. He was wrong, right? Right? Okay, this time it's me. My turn. Where should I strike? Me, back of the hand. No fair. Okay then, I've got the back of his other hand. I'll take the tip of his nose. Why? Why? Let me do it too. Let me strike too. Wah. Don't be so slow, Liviani. We've always done first come, first serve. Okay, I'll take the top of his foot. Wow. Me too, me too. I'll take a shoulder, okay? You're sisters, right? Play nice with each other, okay? Can't believe you're still resisting. Why haven't you realized that your false courage actually gets us fired up? Sorry, but false courage and being stubborn are my specialties. No matter how you all try to confuse the issues, I definitely won't accept witches and magic. Even though you can't explain anything with human tricks. Are you stupid? Know your place. Hey, Supa. We're clerking for now. I'll try popping in and out. Sounds good, Supa. Thank you for stopping by and cheers for the lurk. Hope you have a good day. It's okay. We don't have to force him to accept it. Soon, I want to accept it so hard he'll start crying. Even now, he really wants to kneel down on the ground, pitifully, and beg our forgiveness. And we're dead again. He's broken already. Beatrice-sama... well, since they know I can revive him over and over, my furniture won't even hesitate to break him. Good grief. Giving eternal rebirth and eternal death at will. Before the endless witch Beatrice, all death and life has no meaning. Even death can't become the key to escape from my cage. Come, Battler. Remember your original form again. I'll toy with you to my heart's content. Understand? I see. How truly pleasant to have a toy to play with for all eternity. Could this be the endless bliss witches gain at the endless level? I see. Yes, this bliss certainly is amusing. Cackle. Wahahahahaha. I'll revive you over and over, kill you over and over. Let's see, what kind of murder play will unfold on the next game board? Come, bring it in. Let the next game begin. Assure me a battler. That laughter, though. Oh. It's hallucinogenics in the wine bottle. That explains everything. That's why they keep showing it in the opening. Oh, we're just skipping straight to the boat ride? Dang. Too bad Umineko hates cigarettes so much. Sorry. She's been pretty grumpy since last night. Please don't hold it against her. It's crazy that we're just starting. Okay. Huh. I wonder. Rudolph and Hideyoshi went out onto the deck and took out some cigarettes. Eva had always hated the smell of cigarettes, but when she was in a bad mood, she got even more sensitive to them. When they decided to smoke casually until they reached the island, the two of them had gotten yelled at and chased out onto the deck. Hideyoshi tried to use his lighter, but the strong winds gave him some trouble. Rudolph took out a Zippo with a smooth gesture and let Hideyoshi borrow the flame. When did you start smoking cigarettes, Hideyoshi-Nissan? Just after the war. In the beginning, I was rolling them. Then I started using what I sold. Ha 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 ha. So you were already smoking when you met Umineko. Bet she's always telling you to stop. I never listened to her, so she's already completely given up on that. Ha ha ha. Men gotta be stubborn. Times like these. Hideyoshi laughed heartily, but Rudolph snickered. After being scolded by Eva, they'd escaped to the deck together with their tails between their legs. There was little doubt who had gotten her way in that exchange. Yeah, I hope you have a good day at work, Smithery. Thanks for the lurk. She isn't usually so short-tempered. In fact, she's usually a more gentle, quiet woman. Every year she changes when this day comes. Is that so? To me, she looks just like the Umineko we've all known so long. That's just it. She's back to being Eva of the Ushirimiya family. But that ain't the Eva I know. Well, I know why she's grumpy. This family conference is gonna be a pain. Got that right. There's that plan to threaten money out of Kraus and Nissan. They may call it a family conference, but it's gonna be just a sibling fight at this rate. Before the family conference, 3 of the siblings had made a secret pact without Kraus. They were all facing urgent situations and needed a lot of money fast. And the only one they could turn to was Kraus, who spoke for the Ushirimiya head, now that Kinzo spent his time shut up in his study. For a long time now, they vaguely sensed that Kraus was taking advantage of the fact that Kinzo had lost interest in his own wealth. And they suspected that he started embezzling that wealth to suit his own purposes. Despite being disgusted by this, they turned a blind eye to it while everything was still going smoothly for them. But now that they needed money, they really couldn't afford to let it slide. Eva had asked Rudolph and Rosa to form an alliance, and they were now scheming to take that money away from Kraus. Rudolph-kun, both you and I are company presidents. We're responsible for the livelihood of our employees. Rosa's a president too. Well, as a hobby. That's right. Sorry. Basically, we've all got responsibilities. Now that I've thrown down the gauntlet in front of the executive board, I've got to bring in the money, even if it means getting down on my knees or drinking mud. Same here. Can't betray the employees who've trusted me and followed me for so long. That's why I need to get some money out of Kraus Nissan, even if I have to grab him by the neck. Umineko and Umineko have always been at each other's throats. Now she's got to challenge Umineko head on. It's no wonder she's on edge. So, Eva really has had a bad relationship with Kraus Nissan since long ago? Hasn't she talked about it? They were always at each other's throats. She never talks about the past, even if I ask. She probably doesn't want to remember. She's always been brainy and shrewd. Her grades were good too. Compared to that, Umineko was just average. The simple fact she existed would have been pressure enough, but she kept boasting about it and driving him into a corner. That fool. Why drive him into a corner so openly? I'd hardly call that shrewd. No kidding. Umineko regretted being born a woman. So she probably couldn't forgive Umineko, since he was chosen to succeed the head just because he was a man. She'd always boast to Dad, letting him see that she was better at every little thing. Father really is an old-fashioned person. Gender discrimination was part of his system of values. I'll bet Ava's eagerness to prove herself made him dislike her a bit. I want to see Ava do a roundhouse kick though. Wouldn't you say schooling for women is like sugar and black tea? The taste is dull and flat without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. Since you could still drink black tea without sugar, he was in effect saying that there was no need for a woman to study. Those infuriating words were what Nissan hurled at me in my despair, when I asked to go to college only to be denied by father. I protested that I need to build up proper dignity and an education as the oldest daughter in the Ushirimiya family, making college an essential next step. But when it came down to it, father's and Nissan's answers were exactly the same. How conceited for a woman. I've never taken the Ushirimiya name lightly, not once since I was born into it. And I've been even more careful not to take my father's name, Ushirimiya Kenzo, lightly. Our family is an old one, with many traditions, but it lost its wealth and businesses in the Great Kanto earthquake, pushing it to the brink at one point. That was when father took control with his ingenious talent, reviving it to be even greater than it had been before. Not once did I forget that I was the daughter of that great Ushirimiya Kinzo. That's why I always made every effort to become worthy of that name. I needed dignity worthy of the Ushirimiya family, schooling, manners, and leadership. Even if I couldn't quite reach father's level, I deepened my knowledge in economics and finance, trying to improve myself so I could be of use to him at any time. However, in the end, father never acknowledged my efforts. To father, a woman was only meant to support a man, and nothing further than that was permissible. When was it that I came to understand that? It may have been as early as my childhood years, but I was going to have to wait until I grew up before I could truly accept it. Compared to me, you couldn't have said that to Kraus, my older brother of 2 years. Worked hard at all to become deserving of the Ushirimiya family name. He told me many times since my early childhood that he would naturally succeed father, simply because he was born a man. He kept on repeating that, as though it formed an uncrossable gap between us. I couldn't stand it. Even though I always got better grades than Nissan. Even though I became class president when he never managed more than vice president. Even so, Nissan was considered to be the appropriate successor to the Ushirimiya family just because he was a man. Of course, you could find gender discrimination everywhere in those days. No, it was even considered a virtue in that era. During that despicable time, people said that when a woman is born, she obeys her parents. When she gets married, she obeys her husband. And when she gets old, she obeys her children. That was exactly why I wanted to turn that on its head. Innocently, I kept trying to prove that I was the most fit. However, I eventually realized that all of my efforts had been doomed from the beginning. Wouldn't you say schooling for women is like sugar and black tea? Taste is dull and flat without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. What do you mean by that, Nissan? Just as there are roles that only men can fill, there are also roles that can only be filled by women, correct? I do believe giving birth to children, raising them, and supporting the master of the house are roles that can only be filled by women. Are you trying to say there's no need for a woman to work or study? I wouldn't go that far. Talking to an unskilled woman is tiring and nothing more. However, women are even more tiring when they're too smart. I do believe that a woman as violently assertive as you would bring no end of hardship to her future husband. Are you trying to say that a woman has to marry and hide in the shadow of her husband? That's none of your business. Though you're my younger sister, I can look up to you for the respect you hold for father, and your desire to become a daughter worthy of him. Even I am capable of feeling respect for such noble sentiments. That's just disgusting. This is about noble sentiments. I'd call that flowery prose coming from you. Are you pretending to be the head already? The decision that I should succeed the headship has been established from the very beginning. Yet, you seem to be laboring under the illusion that you might become the head, hence the useless and reckless efforts you've expended thus far. Reckless efforts? Is it really that bizarre for me to say I want to go to college? Yes, it is bizarre. You undoubtedly are the oldest daughter of the glorious Ushirimiya family. One day, you will support that family crest by being wed to the partner most valuable for father. However, excessive learning is not what's being asked of you. What you need are gentle feelings that will allow you to care for your husband, the ability to handle housework, and a humble demeanor that will reflect well on the master of your household. These are all skills you lack utterly. In the end, can you really call yourself a suitable daughter of the Ushirimiya family? I have no intention of being some secluded lady. I just want to become the person most capable of assisting father at his work. Then, shouldn't you do so in a manner befitting an Ushirimiya family daughter? What is it with you? You're so mannish even at your age, and you've never learned how to wear makeup in a way that will please men, much less how to cook and do housework. I hear you've even been learning how to brawl. That's rude. The martial arts aren't brawling. They're a perfect way to train and discipline the mind. And when it's needed, I take more than enough care to act as a woman should. What are you trying to say? That women should be slaves who work for men, so I mustn't be so forward? It isn't elegant to say it out loud, but I think a few unpleasant words are necessary in order to correct your mistake. So let me say it plainly. Women exist to serve men, and men exist to provide for women. A woman's job is to protect a man's back, to protect his house, and raise his children. Most women realize this without being told. They realize it on their own. But even after all these years, you still haven't realized that about yourself. So I've decided to clear away that misunderstanding for you before you leave this family. You have to thank me. Oh, this is... Kraus still. Whoops. This is an insult to all women. No, wait. I've never thought of myself as a woman. I've never depended on anyone because I'm a woman. How am I inferior to you, Nissan? In grades and accomplishments and everything, I'm better. So how can you look down on me when you have nothing I lack, except the fact that you're a man? It's about knowing one's place. Every day I've been raised with the readiness of one who will be head. In the future, that preparation will surely become essential. But you are different. Even though you will marry and lose the Ushirimiya family name, you're being trapped by this unnecessary illusion. What's your complaint? Even if you had been born a man, the successor to the headship still probably wouldn't have been you. Why are you so unsatisfied that you insist on attacking me even now? What's my complaint, you say? Nissan, you're always like that. Looking down on me because you'll succeed the head. Even though... What's my complaint, you say? I've got a billion of them. Grudges, hard feelings, humiliations that I'll never forget keep floating through the back of my mind. They all built up at the same time, coming out of my throat as a shameful moan. What's all this noise? God isn't the only one who holds silence as a virtue. Father! You probably overheard our sibling fight. Father entered with a clearly unhappy face. Kraus, were you fighting with your siblings again? Why don't you have the dignity to act as a leader for your brother and sisters? How shameful! I'm embarrassed to hear this from my eldest son. In a flash, he struck Kraus's face. I rated myself to be struck in the same way, but I wasn't hit. My apologies, Father. Dignity isn't the only thing you lack. There's much more. You're immature in everything, and even so, you pretend like you're an adult. Realize that it's 100 years too early for you to talk like that. Devote yourself to your studies. Don't make me lament my son's incompetence anymore. Yes, I'll continue to strive so that I can become a person worthy of succeeding you, Father. It was as if those words were directed at me. Even when he was being yelled at by Father, he was still bragging to me about how he was special, about how he was the successor. I just couldn't stand it, and finally spoke what was on my mind, even though I realized that it would be improper for a member of the Ushirimiya family to do such a thing. Father, please, tell me how I'm inferior to him. I've tried so hard, studied so hard to become a person who won't bring shame to your name. Please, tell me how I'm inferior. How can I improve myself enough to earn your acknowledgement? That again? How many times do I have to say it before you'll understand? I expect nothing from you. Women should be women and just learn how to cook and sew. You aren't prepared at all as a woman. In you, I don't see a trace of the mindset needed to serve one's husband, to earnestly devote oneself to a man's needs. Jesus. What good are you as a woman? Don't you realize that you're a daughter of the Ushiro family, and yet you only want to learn things so that you could act like a man? Your duty is not to imitate Kraus. Don't you even understand your own duty? As a member of the Ushiro family, I won't bring shame to your name. That's it. That's where you're already wrong. Your duty is to marry out of the family and bring me a man who is profitable to me. And then you will devote yourself to your husband, give birth to children and multiply. Be a good wife who brings praise to your husband's family. Jeez. Just what is it that you can do to please a man? Do you think you can make tea? Do you have any talent in cooking? You have nothing. All you've done is try and mimic Kraus, haven't you? Kraus will succeed the Ushiro family. If you are unsatisfied with that, then you are disobeying me. Are you saying you'll refuse to listen to what I say, even though you're my daughter? Get out. You're disinherited. Won't let you call yourself an Ushiro-miya Right, not family. Disinherited. Disinherited. Ooh. Cough, cough. Ooh. Father, hang in there. Please, calm down. Genji-san, could you bring some water? Yes, immediately. Ava, leave this place. Doesn't mean what he says. I'll calm him down. Cough, cough, cough. Disinherited. If you won't listen to me, you're disinherited. Cough, cough. Ugh. Cough, cough. Father was coughing pretty badly, and Nissan patted his back, as if it was a duty that was naturally his. It was so vexing for me to let him take that duty all for himself right then. If I carelessly approached Father at that moment, then I would probably be the one to get hit next. However, I fearlessly tried to approach Father's back. Kenji blocked me. Ava-sama, perhaps it'd be better if you stepped outside for now. The master is not in a good mood today. But... Cough, cough. Why are my children so incompetent? Kraus is lacking dignity. Ava is always stubborn, a stubborn tomboy. I have no son who's like a man, not even a daughter who's like a woman. Where did I go wrong raising them? Why, Genji? When and where did I go wrong? Master, you haven't done anything wrong. Kraus-sama has grown into a sturdy son, and Ava-sama into a lovely daughter. You haven't made any mistakes. How can you say that? What's so lovely about her? Far from a lady, she's always acting like a man. Cough, cough, cough. Disinherited. Disinherited! Cough, cough. Father, this is what I'm always telling Ava. Ava has promised that she will have a change of heart and act like a lady. Couldn't you postpone that decision for just a little longer? Who's a lady? Cough, cough. Disinherited. Disinherited. Cough, cough. Ooh. Cough, cough. Go quickly and leave this to me. Kraus gave me a look, telling me that. Sexism is bad. Well. Wait. Oh, okay. Still flashback. Did I take the wrong path? Just like Father and Isan said? True, I never studied how to be a lady. Everything I've learned was done in the hopes that I could help Father someday. But is that really true? Haven't I always been trying to compete with Nissan, with whom I've had a bad relationship since I was a young girl, because I wanted to steal his position as successor and show him a thing or two? Every chance he gets, Nissan tells me that men should be manly and women should be womanly. I've been tormented by this unfair discrimination just because of my gender, something people are born with and can't do anything about. I resisted, endeavoring to this very day to study and prove that I'm not inferior, despite being a woman. But doesn't that mean my love of learning comes entirely from a stupid complex I've got against Nissan? Father wanted me to become a lady with whom he could go out in public and not be embarrassed. Did I betray his hopes, earning good grades and threatening? I'm guessing it's treating Nissan just to satisfy a childhood resentment? Or threatening? Maybe it is threatening. Yeah, I guess threatening. Does Beatrice show up to... No? That's not it. You swore to me, saying I'll become the successor to the Ushirimiya family. You, the one whispering to me, was the me of my years as a young girl, born inside my heart the day I made that oath. That's right. She was my only ally. When things got difficult, when I felt like I was about to get crushed by it all, she would always quietly appear and support me. When I ran into roadblocks and despaired, she would always appear and support me. When I grew up and the memories of my childhood years faded, I also started to forget my conversations with her. I, Ushirimiya Eva, will definitely become the head of the Ushirimiya family, and I'll triumph over that irritating, arrogant cross. On that day, we promised to do our best together to achieve that. That's right, we promised. On that day, I promised that I would become the successor to the Ushirimiya headship. On that day, I had been overcome with sadness, wondering why I was even alive. You appeared from inside me and lent me your strength. Father didn't accept me. I wanted to teach Nissan a lesson. I believe that doing this would let me say goodbye to the wretched creature I once was. For a time, I truly believed that my life had no purpose other than to be looked down upon by Nissan. It's painful just remembering those days. Their wound, a crack inside my heart. She taught me how to sew up that wound. I turned my anger into effort and improved myself, trying to become a person more worthy of the headship that Kraus was, trying to triumph over him by making Father accept me. It was my perfect revenge. I was vaguely aware that a woman couldn't possibly become the family head, but I thought that maybe if I could prove myself valuable enough to overturn that premise, then surely even Father would select me to be his successor. If that happened, then I'd be able to have the greatest and most perfect revenge against Nissan, who always acted like his succession to the headship was completely inevitable. That's right. If we can manage that, the wounds in our heart will be healed. We promised each other to do our best until that day comes. Now you're saying you're gonna break that promise? Scum. Coward. If only you just give up and die. Even though she looked like me as a kid, she was still another me. Her tongue was sharp because it was mine. It makes me pretty mad hearing that even from myself. You have no right to speak of me like that. Let's use that anger to fuel our learning. Changing anger into a power is my magic. I've saved you from a bunch of tight spots with that power, letting you to succeed when you shouldn't have. As long as you have my magic, there's nothing you can't do. That's right. Anger has always been my driving force. I wonder when it was I forgot that. If you can remember me again, that magic will become ours once more. Come on, let's turn that anger into power and study even harder, okay? I know we've still got a lot to learn. Let's go to college, study more and more, get excellent grades, and drive Kraus into a corner. That guy acts like we're nothing, but I'm sure he feels pretty well cornered in the inside. If only he'd just learn his place and die. If he did, we would become the head. Rudolph won't take the job. That kid can't go against us. Stop that. No matter how much more I study, Father still won't accept me. Why not? Father told me to be womanly. Because I'm a woman, no matter how hard I tried, Father wouldn't have passed the headship onto me, even if I had been born before Nissan. No matter how much effort I put in, I can't become anything more than a woman. I won't be acknowledged. Nissan doesn't try at all, but I can't surpass him. He'll look down on me forever. Father and Kraus are the worst kind of male supremacists. If only they'd just die. She cursed him for my sake. Words that I couldn't say so easily, she said for me. Even though I understand that she's just another part of myself inside of me, I feel like she's the only ally I have who can sympathize with me. However, while sympathy might do a lot to calm my heart, it won't do anything to improve my current situation. In the end, she can only console me for however long it takes me to be dejected by reality, before I finally accept it. Thank you. I've done enough. Now that it's come to this, I'll become such a good lady that it will shock even father. I'll find an excellent man that Nissan can't even compare to. Can't do that. She rejected my timid thoughts. I understand. Because she is me. I understand. All father said was that he won't let a woman succeed the headship now. But even that's just a rule father made up. Since he made it, he can get rid of it. Human feelings can change far more often than the number of sand grains on the beach. Kraus is such a stupid man that father's eventually going to realize it, even if we don't prove it for him. When that happens, the wall that separates man from woman will be demolished by father himself, who set it up in the first place. That day will surely come. How can you be so sure? Because that's my magic. If you just believe, this magic will surely summon a miracle. The basis of my magic is nothing more than your believing heart. If I use this magic, then surely I'll never have to doubt until the day I die that I'll eventually become the head. I don't know if that's the right thing for Ushiramiya Eva. Maybe I should aim to become the kind of lady father wants, someone who could proudly participate in high society. And if I'm reborn, maybe father will change his opinion of me. Maybe I can find my own lifestyle, just as Nissan has found his. Anyway, I just can't imagine my stubborn father choosing a woman like me as the head. Especially if it means skipping over Kraus. You don't believe? I was just thinking. Maybe I can't succeed the headship, but as a woman, I can have a child. Nissan still isn't engaged. If Nissan isn't able to father a child, and I gave birth to one, then wouldn't that make my child the next head after Nissan? In other words, wouldn't that mean the same thing as stealing the headship from Nissan? Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. True, it'd be very sad to abandon the resolve I've had since childhood. It pains my heart to betray you, my younger self. This is my most realistic option. Are you throwing away your dreams? And me as well? I'm not throwing anything away. I'm an adult, and the day has come for me to part ways with you. That's right. Eva's already become an adult. She's even forgotten how to use magic. Now she's the mother of a single child. She forgot all about how magic can grant one's own dreams. Now she's forcing those dreams onto her son. Even though father and Kraus ruined your life, you're trying to push your dreams onto your son, ruining his life. Is that what you're called being an adult? George is the son I'm proud of, one who won't embarrass himself no matter where he goes. The dream that wasn't granted might come true for George. Jessica's a delinquent in both her grades and her behavior, and she's a woman. If only Jessica would step down, George would become the heir. Even saying it was painful. By just forcing my own regrets onto George. It's not like I have any right to look on Jessica with scorn. Wasn't I just horrible for hitting her with the same words that caused me so much suffering? I understand. The desire to triumph over my brother is part of my own personal revenge. I can't use George for that. So, I'll take revenge myself. I have a plan to cheat Nissan out of some of his money, with Rudolph and Rosa as my allies. I'll surely be able to get back at him. In any case, I'm sure that Nissan is embezzling father's assets. What a boring plan. Why don't you just give up on that and cry yourself to sleep? We will become the Ushiramiya family head. Don't mistake what your dream is. And believe me when I say it'll definitely come true. Believe in my magic. If I believe, I wonder if any power will dwell in that magic. It will. My magic can grant any wish with certainty. So Lambda? I'll believe. So create a miracle with that magic. If you don't, A hole in my heart will never heal. Okay, then listen well. Listen to my magic words, and understand. If we can solve the riddle, you can become the Ushirimiya family head. So lend me your ears and listen carefully. So Lambda took on the form of Ava's past self. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Oh? Ava-san. Looks like we're about to arrive. When Kirie shook her shoulders, Ava jumped and awoke from her doze. Ah, I'm sorry. I was half asleep. Sorry to scare you. Aunt Ava, you're out cold. Did you get up early this morning? Maybe. I'll let you all see something embarrassing. I'm sorry. Well, I'd say it's pretty impressive you were relaxed enough to sleep. Battler kept yelling, "We're gonna fall! We're gonna drown!" Can't get bored with this guy around. Shut up. All humans have at least one thing they're weak against. Battler and Jessica came in, messing around. Rudolph also made a face as if asking, "Are you okay?" Get a hold of yourself. When you sleep dead and rest, all that sleepiness will go right out the window. So I'll give it our best, okay? That's right. We have to keep it together, especially this year. That's it. Let's all tighten our assholes and go. Rudolph said these strict words in a small voice that only Ava could hear. Failure would not be tolerated in this year's family conference. All other companies were hanging in the balance. Even Rudolph's face looked a little tense. Ava's expression probably looked tense as well. Mom, I have our luggage. Let's go up onto the deck. Thank you. You really are considerate, George. Why are you thanking me so suddenly? It's not like you, Mother. Ava, George, we're there. Grab our luggage. Ooh, we're there. Giggle. Hey, Maria, stop running or you'll trip. See, Maria was already getting excited. She ran circles around Hideyoshi, escaping from Rosa, who was trying to catch her. What is it, Mother? Do you feel sick? George, take our luggage and go on ahead. Your mother's probably feeling anemic, so I'll lend her a hand. Really? Okay, I'll head out first. Something odd in Ava's expression told Hideyoshi that it hadn't been a pleasant awakening, so he made George go on ahead. Rudolph's family and Rosa's family also went up onto the deck, leaving only Ava and Hideyoshi inside the boat. Ava had a vague expression on her face, as though she still hadn't been able to escape from her daydream. What's wrong? Why the meek face? I wonder if I'm using George as a tool for my own revenge. I wonder if my childish hostility towards Nissan has caused me to treat that child's life like a toy. What have I done? What have I... That isn't true. George is a wonderful son, and he'll always perform admirably wherever he goes. Ava, even if you let your own hopes get in the way a bit, everything turned out okay in the end, hasn't it? You haven't done anything wrong. In fact, George is grateful for the strict discipline you gave him, right? Really? Hey, really? George doesn't think I'm a terrible mother, does he? Does he? Does he? Does he? He's never said anything like that. Not even once. You're just worrying too much. Hideyoshi-sama, everyone has left the boat. Oh, did you lose something? Do you need a hand? Kumasawa had come to check on them when they hadn't gone up to the deck. Hideyoshi hid Ava behind his back so that her expression wouldn't be seen. Yeah, sorry. The necktie pin just got a bit crooked. We're fine. We'll be out in a sec. Wait outside for us. Is that so? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Then I will wait outside. Even though she didn't really understand, Kumasawa realized that something had come up. and disappeared so that she didn't trouble them further. If they stayed here any longer, that would probably make everyone else worry too. It's about time to go. I'll make George and the rest worry. George really doesn't despise me? Yeah, nothing of the sort. In fact, he's very grateful. Did you have a nightmare? Again? Yes. Hideyoshi knew that Eva was often tormented by nightmares, and they always grew more marked on the days leading up to the family conference. Hideyoshi knew that Eva's relationship with Kraus was still full of antagonism to the point of being traumatic, and that she still couldn't let go of the feelings she'd had as a child. That was a dream. I'm with you now. If I grasp your hand like this, that dream will go away. Right? Look, I'm holding tight. Giggle. That hurts. Thank you. I'm fine now. Let's get off the boat. Yeah, let's get off the boat. Everyone's waiting for us. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I yelled at you about the smoke from your cigarettes just now. Come on, you normally wouldn't apologize for that sort of thing. You're all frail after having that dream. Don't worry about it. I was wrong for not realizing that the smoke was affecting you. Have you started to hate me? No way, no way! If I hated you after something like that, it wouldn't have lasted 3 days. Come on, stand up, stand up. Let's get off the boat. I mean, they've been together, for 23 years? Plus, depending on how long before George was born. Hideyoshi-sama, Eva-sama, is everything alright? Are you not feeling well? This time it was Goda. Looked like they kept everyone waiting too long after all. Even Eva had to stand up without grumbling now. She had to stop forcing her bad mood onto her husband and causing him any more trouble. Because that wasn't something a good wife would do. Is everything okay? It's a matter concerning your health. Shall I call Dr. Nanjo? Thanks, but I'm just feeling a little anemic. I'm fine now. It's a woman's disease. Don't worry about it. Wahahahaha. Come on, don't say stuff like that in front of people. It's embarrassing. Oh, sorry. Eva elbowed Hideyoshi in the gut. By that time, her normal expression had returned, which allowed Hideyoshi to relax a little. The bright sunlight outside almost made her dizzy. A small plank for getting off the boat was lowered, and Goda was waiting there, smiling and ready to lend them a hand. Please, Eva-sama, your hand. Thank you. Welcome to Rakunjima. Welcome back. Oh. Jeez. There goes the achievement. Huh? When she left the boat, it seemed to Eva as though she'd heard the voice of her young self. No, it hadn't seemed that way. Someone had told her, welcome back. After becoming a shameless adult, the voice of her young self was distant. Wasn't it like 5 hours before we got back to Rakunjima? It was something like that, right? For the previous episode. What am I living for? What can I do to release myself from this obsession? Hideyoshi heard her talking to herself, and Hideyoshi held on tightly to Eva's shoulders. His firmness alone told her that there was no need to say anymore. Maybe it was because the typhoon was getting closer. The lively cries of the seagulls, which usually greeted them when they arrived, couldn't be heard at all. Do we get a timer? So I wonder if it's gonna... Oh. 2 p.m.? Wait, really? Does that sound right? probably sounds right. That means it'll be lunchtime. If it follows this pattern of one of the siblings, or one of the 7 surviving, I wonder if Kirie is next. Because it's Natsuhi, Rosa. I'm guessing it's gonna be Ava this time. Oh, it's the beach? Okay. What, you mean 6 years ago? I mean, I was still in elementary school back then, right? It's pretty unfair to expect me to remember everything, don't you think? True. Especially because we were so young. I've grown a lot in these 6 years. If I hadn't been introduced, I might not even have remembered you. Really? I figured he was Battler right away. When he opened his mouth, I was sure. Ooh, I just met him for the first time. Didn't know him 6 years ago. That's right. Maria-sama was only 3 years old then. Well, the same goes for me. I only knew Maria when she was 3 years old, and since she's grown so big, of course I wouldn't recognize her. After lunch, we had all gone out to the beach to walk around, talk, and take it easy. My parents were apparently having a suspicious, complicated discussion, so we ended up leaving them behind. Well, just as I had guessed from the start, the conversation focused on me since I had been away for 6 years. Still, you've really gotten tall. Wouldn't call myself short, but your height really surprised me. That's right. I remember well what Battler-sama was like 6 years ago, but I was surprised even so. Yeah, seriously. I can hardly believe this is the same Battler we knew back then. I'm surprised how much everyone remembers about it. My memory's all hazy. Yeah, I'll bet. Looks like it's taking you a while to remember us. You know, that hurts a bit. Come on, this was 6 years ago, right? I'm the one who has it bad, being forced to remember. Are you saying that you can't remember well because it was 6 years ago? I can remember as clearly as if it happened yesterday. Well, your memory's great after all. You remember the kind of things Battler did and said back then pretty clearly, don't you? Come to think of it, that's right. Shannon's memory can be incredible when you least expect it. Ooh, I'm horrible at remembering. I remember fun things, but can't remember boring things at all. Ooh. We all laughed, saying that everyone was like that. Shannon, by the way, what was Battler like 6 years ago? Remember any interesting episodes? Let's see. Sure they said something like this when he left. I'll be back. See you again. I'll surely come for you riding a white horse. Yeah! Stop it! It's so embarrassing! Sounds just like something you'd say. Yeah, I remember you also. You always used to be so full of those. Used to be full of those stupid lines, Battler. Really does sound like something Battlerkin would have said back then. Ooh? Embarrassing? Is that embarrassing? Yeah. Horribly embarrassing. Maria, I'm sure that when you're in middle school, you'll want to say embarrassing stuff like that. When that happens, make sure you write it down and read it 3 times before saying it out loud. If you don't, you'll definitely regret it. Still, everyone has to pass through that pitiful period. That's right. That's how you learn your place, learn shame, and become an adult. Yeah, it's one of those bittersweet things everyone does in adolescence as they transition and become adults. In memory, just want to forget. Agua! After all, this is all stuff I'd let slip out without thinking, so I didn't remember the words exactly. Now that those words are being recited to me, they were as embarrassing as all hell. I only recently came to understand this weakness, and was working hard to avoid such careless outbursts, but I guess I was just born with the habit of speaking without thinking. There's nothing I could do about it. Shannon, do you remember any of other embarrassing stuff? Yes, well, I remembered a few other things, but since it looks like that person in question wants to forget them, I think I'll refrain from saying any more. To be brutally honest, I don't remember this at all. Please, don't make me remember... Ooh, Shannon's bullying Battler? Ooh, you can't. You shouldn't bully people. She isn't really bullying him. Let's leave it at that, okay? But Shannon, you'll have to tell me all about it sometime Battler isn't around. It sounds pretty interesting. No, I missed the ending to episode 2. Yeah, that was a wild ride. Yes, certainly. How's it going, Elfie? No, you can't. Shannon-chan! For a while, George and Nikki laughed at me, as though warming up for when Shannon-chan would tell them about more of my embarrassing misspeaks. Rolled in Dominator is such a bop. Oh, which song is that? I haven't looked at the OST yet, because I was going to wait until I finished the games. But there were a couple songs that I really enjoyed in episode 2. George looked like he was flirting with Shannon, but he seemed somewhat open and frank about it. Hey, Piffin. Lurkin' Bud, have fun. Will do. Thank you for the lurk, Piffin. Hope you have a good one. Track that plays during the Rosa standoff. Oh, with all the servants? I can't remember. But I think I do recall saying that I did enjoy those tracks. Yeah. He was always that way with his cousins, but he usually took on a reserved, gentlemanly attitude when it came in contact with the servants. When I thought about it, I got the feeling that he was being a bit overly friendly, which seemed strange. Maria started scribbling in the sand with a stick, and George, Nikki, and Shannon-chan joined in. This left me and Jessica off to the side, so I asked her secretively. Hey, Jessica, is George and Nikki, going out with Shannon-chan? Oh? What the? How'd you guess? Battler, you got a keener eye for people than I thought. Huh? What? I was just kidding, but they're actually going out? Shh. Your voice is too loud. It looks like they're keeping it secret for now, okay? It'd be better if nobody found out about it, especially on Ava. I see. Love with a servant, huh? Yeah, but since when? Phew, I guess a lot can happen in 6 years. But yeah, Nikki's an amazing person, and Shannon-chan seems to be kind and brave. Oh. Okay. So they might make a pretty good match. I was like waiting for it to load. Actually, 6 years ago, I remember taking notice of her just a little bit. I see. She really fits well with George and Nikki. Nothing I can do about that. Goodbye, my fleeting first love of 6 years ago. Which means that the collection of embarrassing lines Shannon-chan had just held back on probably had something to do with that. I can't take it. How long have they been going out? That depends on what you call going out, but I think it's been at least a year. But if you count the time they both had one-sided feelings, it'd probably be several years. Before I'd realized it, the two of them had separated themselves from the group and were walking down the beach, talking about something. They looked calm. Rather than a light relationship between two lovers, it looked like a more serious one, as though they were already engaged. 6 years ago, huh? That's a long time. What did those 6 years mean to me? I just gotten taller. It was just a waste of time. 6 years I spent obstinately fighting with my dad. What about you, Battler? You got a girlfriend? I wonder. There's a few girls that I have fun with, but there's no only one. I guess I'm just a kid. I think it's more fun to be noisy with a large group of people than being alone with one person. Ah, that's so you, Battler. But take your relationships with your female friends seriously. When girls get wrong impressions or form a group, it can be scary, you know? They might be having a secret feuds over you behind your back. People getting hurt or crying. It's so weird. I think I remember getting the same bit of advice from one of the girls in my class just last week. What's this all about? Why can't everyone just have fun together? Do people really want to couple up that much? It's probably because you've never found a partner like that, Battler. Well, you might run into someone sooner or later. You just gotta wait patiently. What? It almost sounds like you've already found a partner like that. What about you? Have you gotten a boyfriend? Huh? Me? No, or... Come on, that reaction's so easy to understand. From the looks of it, there's some boy you're thinking about, but you haven't been able to confess to him yet. Something like that? No, that's not, shut up, who cares about that? If you're the one who brought up the subject, why are you yelling at me now? Women are creatures who always ask questions, yet almost never answer them. What cruel creatures, seriously. Well, I did try to confess once. Well, I struck out pretty badly. Did you get an I'm sorry? No, my feelings were seriously one-sided. They didn't really know how to respond, I guess. It was like they didn't view me that way at all. Well, I can understand that. Talk like a man, after all. If you don't act a bit more graceful, you won't be able to catch a boy's interest. Is it really? Is the way I speak? Oh. Really that bad? Well, how you talk isn't everything, but when people like you, who usually have a rough style of speech, suddenly start working hard to talk more normally, well, there are guys out there whose heart will skip a beat when they see how determined you are. Is that really true? I see. Yeah. Jessica suddenly started talking more meekly, and then her face instantly went slightly red. I see. Even though her confession didn't go well, looks like she still hasn't given up. But still, I get it. After seeing how close George and Nikki and Shannon have gotten, I also kind of want to find a girlfriend. Or was it? Yeah, okay. 6 years. 6 years of puberty are pretty important, and they went by pretty fast. As the typhoon approached, the clouds grew steadily grayer, but even so, I had this really refreshing feeling. Maybe I'll try thinking more seriously about the opposite sex, more than just the size of their boobs. By the way, looks like George and Nikki's going out with a servant. Don't tell me it's the same for you. Huh? What? Well, why do you think that? Come think of it, that kid Kenny-kun who greeted us in the rose garden. You were covering for him pretty intensely, considering he was just a little awkward at talking. No, that's not. Now you're getting paranoid. Then tell me just one thing. Right now. Is the boy you're after within 1 kilometer of this spot? Well, about that, I wonder. Cannon-kun was the only boy on this island now who could possibly become her boyfriend. So judging by her reaction, I was right on. Didn't think of the Ushirimiya family as a noble family, but love with a servant? Wouldn't have dreamed that 2 pairs of Romeo and Juliet would be right next to me. Aunt Ava would probably become an obstacle to George and Nikki and Shannon-chan's love. If Aunt Ava ever learned that Shannon-chan was the partner of her only beloved son, she'd probably scream at her for trying to steal away her precious George. And a relationship between Jessica and Cannon-kun would probably be just as full of difficulties. Aunt Natsuya was also very strict about that kind of thing. After all, Jessica's husband would probably become the head of the Ushirimiya family in the future. If that person had once been a servant working for the family, well, things would get complicated. Well, love is different for every person. As long as you're with someone who's fun to be around, does anything else matter? When 2 people pair up, they don't need anyone's permission, as long as they accept each other. Worrying about what your parents or family says means you've already lost. Don't forget that. You better not go out with someone with mixed feelings. Can't believe you're saying something so philosophical sounding when you haven't even been in love. Don't treat love like a matter of profit and loss. It's about heart. That's all I have to say. Well then, see you again. Have a nice day. George Nissan, Shannon, listen. This guy, he said another one of those lines. I didn't say anything. Don't make fun of me. Ooh, I heard it. See you again. For a while, we forgot that the wind was getting stronger and played around on the beach. It grew a lot these past 6 years. Being able to celebrate my youth and meet with all of my cousins was truly refreshing. It was a bit late now, but I realized that I should have gotten back. I should have gotten. Why my brain? But I should have gotten back there together with everyone a lot sooner and returned to the Ushiramiya family. It sure is nice to have all the cousins together every once in a while. Ooh, I like it too. It's really fun when all the cousins get together. That's right. We're already old enough. It's not like we couldn't meet each other when our parents aren't around. Might not be a bad idea to gather the cousins together and play every once in a while. That's a good plan. Maybe we should set up something like that next time we get a chance. Yeah, I agree. Hope you cousins can stay friends forever. So what is this? Okay. Oops, let me clear that out. Hey, if you make such a big deal of it, you almost make it sound like relatives usually end up hating each other. Georgianiki and Jessica laughed, but it felt just a little strained. Did I say something wrong? Judging by how our parents made quiet expressions and tired faces every once in a while during the boat ride and at the airport, maybe I should have kept that to myself. You're right. It's just like Jessica said. Let's always be friends to each other. Ooh, me too. We're all friends. That's right. Yeah. We'll always be together. We'll always be friends. Neat, man. We've been saying some pretty embarrassing stuff. Feel kind of awkward. But I think it's very important. People are creatures who find it very hard to stay together, much less remain friends, unless they truly desire it. That's right. You really can't take everyone being friendly for granted. Ooh, which I know said it. Happiness won't be granted unless everyone believes in it. That's true. Maybe some magic exists in the power of belief. If we all believe in that, it should all bring us happiness. Alright. Well, if you're doing embarrassing stuff already, let's all swear to believe in this together, okay? That we'll always be friendly. That we'll always be happy. Like hell we'll end up like our parents. As if we'd ever search for each other's weaknesses, going after grandfather's fortune. Okay. We'll always be friendly and happy. Let's all believe in that. No matter how much we cousins try to nostalgically have fun, dark clouds continue to approach Rakanjima. I wonder if the typhoon will pass and let us see the clear skies before we leave this island. Who cares about what our parents are planning? Who cares about the inheritance and the honor of our old family? As youthful as we were renewing our old friendship. And we all believed together that we could find happiness. That's why. I want this pair of days to end without anything weird happening. In peace and happiness. And calmly. No, I don't just want them to end. Please, let them end. Let them end. Damn it! Don't show up. Don't appear. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sorry to keep you waiting. I finally prepared a new game. Come, let us begin this tale of tragedy. Come to me, winds, rain, typhoon. Cut this island off from the real world. Throw Rakanjima into another realm, into the spirit world, into a world of fantasy. And so, the tale repeated for the third time. However, to an endless witch, what did it matter whether it was the first, second, or third time? Probably didn't matter at all. After all, this was a tale of fantasy, endlessly repeating until the match was settled. Would Batloo surrender first, or would the witch? Then the sky grew dark and cloudy, and the rain and wind were summoned together and became a typhoon. Maria could be seen in the rose garden, paying no mind to the rain that started falling, going around in circles, searching for that single rose that should have been marked. Not here, not here, my rose that we marked isn't here. Ooh, ooh. Maria definitely remembered it. That rose had been in the flower bed right here, and yet wasn't anymore. She didn't know what to do with her irritation at not being able to find something that should have been there. And moaning bitterly, she couldn't help but keep going back and forth in circles around the same spot. She was acting almost as though she'd be able to see it if she looked at it at a different angle. But even though she did that, there was no way to find something that wasn't there. The wind grew increasingly strong, and the rain turned into cold, large drops. There was no way even Maria would fail to notice this. However, if she couldn't find a rose here, it would surely disappear forever. Maria believed that. That feeling spurred her on to keep searching for a rose that she had no chance of finding. Just then, cold drops of rain tormenting Maria were suddenly blocked. Who? Maria raised her head. When she did, she saw an umbrella there, protecting her from the rain. And the one holding out that umbrella was... Oh. The witch she admired, Beatrice. Beatrice? What are you doing so frantically in the middle of all this rain? You could catch a cold like this. Even witches have to care for their own health. I can't find my rose. Ooh. No matter how many times I search, even though it should have been here, I can't find it. Maria told Beatrice about how there had been a slightly unhealthy, pitiful rose, and that she was sure they had marked it. So you can't find it. If you are a witch's apprentice, you should use magic to search for the rose. I believe that searching with just your eyes won't be nearly enough. Who? I can't find it. I did my best and tried to search with magic, but I can't find it. I think practicing your magic is a very good thing, but it might be a little too much for you with all this wind and rain. Allow me to lend you some special power. Concern for one's disciples is also one of a teacher's duties. But thank you, Beatrice. Maria's face, which had been full of sadness until just now, split open into a grin. Maria knew. She knew that there was nothing Beatrice's magic couldn't do. So she was sure that Beatrice would be able to find the rose easily, even though Maria couldn't. Beatrice closed her eyes lightly, acting as though she was listening for something in all this wind and rain. Then she heard it, opened her eyes, and spoke. All things in this world are transitory. Too bad, Maria. It seems your rose couldn't withstand all this wind and rain. Ooh? Then my rose? It was uprooted by the wind, and is no longer of this world. Ooh. What Beatrice had said was quite reasonable. There was nothing odd about the flower being broken off at the stem in the strong wind. However, Maria couldn't accept this, and bitterly gave a low-pitched moan. No. Oh? No. It's my rose. My rose won't come back. No. I'll bring it back to life with my magic. Beatrice, teach me how to revive a rose with magic. It's much too early for an apprentice like you to learn the hidden art of endless magic. Know your place. Ooh. Maria wiped the tears from her eyes, full of regret. Beatrice shrugged her shoulders and chuckled at Maria's pitiable expression. Very well. I will lend you my power, the hidden art that can revive a rose. Really? Indeed. Well then, concentrate the power of your heart. Close your eyes, forget the rain, forget the wind, and search for the soul of the wandering rose with the eyes of your heart. Ooh. Maria closed her eyes. Then she repeated Beatrice's song-like words. Come, try to remember. Rose, what form did you have? Come, try to remember. Rose, what form did you have? Don't look, don't listen, and believe. Release the power of your soul from the cage of flesh that imprisons it. That's it. Good. Around Maria, who was concentrating her power, her eyes tightly shut, small golden butterflies began to dance. Was this the manifestation of the magical power Maria held? Lost soul of the rose, gather into one and remember your form. Come, gather, remember. The glitter of the gold butterflies began to strengthen, and their numbers increased. Then, Beatrice raised a finger up to the skies, and began to gather at the tip of that finger. It's like Beatrice is nice sometimes, but man, I don't know. This is the miracle of the golden magic. Gold butterflies began to condense into a single dazzling grain of gold. It was a single glittering gold seed. It rode on the tip of Beatrice's finger, budded into a golden sprout, and opened into a golden leaf. Then slowly fell from that fingertip, sank into the mud of the flower bed, and began to grow steadily. Maria, who admired magic and the witch, really wanted to see this fantastical sight. However, as an apprentice, Maria was still not qualified to see it. No. She was probably afraid that, if she opened her eyes to look, the power that she had concentrated on in her heart would be cut off, and the magic would be lost. Therefore, Beatrice, as the only one permitted to witness this golden miracle, was the only witch, the sole master of many miracles. Then, the fully grown rose bloomed, creating one golden flower, and when Beatrice poked it with her finger in just the right way, the gold-colored sparkle scattered, just as if a golden soap bubble had popped, and what remained was a single, beautiful rose. Looks like you've remembered a splendid rose. However, if we just leave it mixed in with these other roses, you won't be able to tell them apart. Shall I perform one last service? Beatrice, for the sake of her cute apprentice, who was moaning even more now in concentration, decided to use one more bit of magic. When she snapped her fingers, a simple golden butterfly appeared, fluttered around and landed on the flower that had just been revived. Then it suddenly burst open and disappeared, becoming golden lace, marking the rose. That will do. Maria, you may open your eyes now. Who? Where's the rose? It's not here. Not here. Not over there. Over here. Look. I've marked it with golden lace. What? You did? Awesome, 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 awesome. Thank you, Beato. Thank you, Beato. I want to become a witch quickly. A great witch like you. And you can. Long ago, I too wished for that innocently, just as you do, and have attained that level. Maria was ecstatic over the revived rose, clapping her hands and jumping around in joy. Watching that, Beatrice also smiled, looking fairly pleased. By now, I can break and repair any soul if I try, not just that of a rose, and kill and revive as I please. Come, the bearer of the storm has now sealed Rakanjima off from the natural world. Now is the time for the Golden Witch Beatrice to descend as an endless witch. Beatrice pulled from her pocket an envelope with the family crest, the one-winged eagle, and gave it to Maria. Maria frolicked around at being selected to be the witch's messenger. So, Kinzo, I've come to join in on your fun once more. My preparations are complete. What of you? Have you prepared enough coins to bet in tonight's game? Of course, I'm fully prepared, Beatrice. I've assembled a plethora of pieces. I'm ready both physically and mentally. So, let us make the ante. All that you have ante? Or ante, right? All that you have given should be returned to you in the end. Come, take it. Kinzo flung the window of his study open wide, took off the valuable golden ring that had been on his finger, and threw it into the darkness of raging wind and rain. That ring was struck by lightning, and after twinkling gold for an instant, disappeared. Kinzo watched it go, grinning broadly and fearlessly. I don't think I'll lose. You are mine. Forever. What's going to be the difference this time? The ring that Kinzo had thrown became a single gold butterfly and fluttered around in the wind and rain. It headed for the rose garden, almost as though it was being guided there. It then found the figure of the golden witch and fluttered down. When it came down right in front of Beatrice, it burst open and returned to its original form, flying through the air. The way it was going, I would have expected it to fall into a puddle, but it stopped suddenly in midair, almost as if some transparent person had caught it. Apparently even Beatrice hadn't expected this. However, she realized who it was, and grinned broadly at it. Whoa, what? Wait, what? As she did, the shadow of the person who had caught the ring began to fuzzily appear. It was the figure of a young man wearing a butler's uniform, embroidered with a one-winged eagle crest. There was no man like this among the servants of the Ushirimiya family. Even so, Beatrice laughed, as though it was someone she remembered fondly. Renove, is it? It's been quite some time. It seems you have remembered me. You were always a man who took loyalty seriously. It has been quite some time since your last correspondence. Not for a single day have I, Renove, forgotten that I serve you, milady. I was more afraid that you had forgotten about me. After all, you've been quite forgetful. Cackle. I see, yes, I certainly am forgetful. I'd forgotten even your sarcasm until I heard it again. Milady, take this. With an exaggerated yet elegant gesture, he bowed respectfully, and held out to Beatrice the head's ring that he just caught. It is the Ushirimiya family head's ring, returned to you from Ushirimiya Kinzo. It's now once again in the possession of its master. Indeed. This is Kinzo announcing the start of the game. Of course I'll accept it. So, how shall we play tonight? Shall I prepare the roulette immediately? Or shall I prepare some black tea first? I can't decide which, but first, I need you to greet someone. I'm sure that guy's got his mouth hanging open and can't shut it. Right, Battler. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm called Renove, and I serve at the side of my lady Beatrice. Let's check his profile. Oh. Wait, okay. So we have a new page. Known this witch was ruled for 1,000 years, she's known for being exceptionally cruel, even among witches. She loves bullying the weak and is capable of using trial and error endlessly to find the coolest fate that can possibly be given. And she toys with her victims even further by calling one after another. This witch is extremely powerful, but word has it that she sometimes becomes obsessed with creating certain patterns, so that her means end up becoming her goals. Renove, one of the 72 great demons, works for a master in exchange for various forms of compensation. Currently has a contract with Beatrice as her butler, head finisher. He's become proficient at housekeeping after serving in many households, so his ability as a butler is very high. In the high society of witches, employing him has become kind of a status symbol. Furthermore, the cookies he bakes are superb, and witches often form a line demanding them. He must possess tremendous magical power, but since he always stays out of the spotlight to further boost his master's reputation, his combat capabilities are unknown. Huh. Oh, this is different now. High-quality furniture created by Beatrice. Lucifer is the oldest of the sisters, and therefore their leader. Because of this, she claims to be the strongest of them all, but she's secretly aware that she's actually the least talented. However, she has always acted with arrogance in an attempt to hide this fact from others. The greatest fear is that her sisters would scorn her if they ever found out. Which one is she? I feel like I have to go back to episode 2 tips to see which one. But Mammon is quick to grab whatever she wants without any concern for her sisters. Her motto is monopolize their greed. which means she's usually the main cause of arguments between the sisters. However, she is also the most honest about her own feelings, and one most likely to try and please the opposite sex. She may be greedy, but she's a hard worker who will stop at nothing to capture a target's affection for all eternity. It's Mammon. Belphegor is well trusted and known for being a reticent, serious, and responsible piece of furniture. However, this is partly due to her demonic desire to turn her masters into useless, lazy pigs. In that sense, she might be the most demonic of all the sisters. She's serious to a fault, and not at all used to being treated kindly instead of the other way around. Belphegor. Satan. Satan takes on the role of the constantly angry class president among the sisters. She's always quick to scold people, which is why the other sisters are so scared of her. For that reason, no one's ever willing to talk back to her. She's actually quite lonely all the time. She'll sometimes intentionally do things that ought to get her in trouble, but none of the sisters ever scold this lonely friendship back. Beelzebub is gourmet of the sisters, and is known for being a big and picky eater. Her personality is similar to Mammon's, and the two sisters often fight over the same thing. She's always talking about food, which makes her a calming influence among the sisters. However, she also has that disturbing desire to kidnap pretty boys and store them in the food cellar. Leviathan often represents the other younger sisters when speaking to Lucifer. Deep down, she has a brutal, deeply envious nature and is adept at spotting people's weaknesses. However, she's more of a selfish crybaby than a person burning with envy. For some reason, she's not very good at handling tough situations, and she often ends up coming in last among the sisters, getting the short end of the stick and crying. And then Leviathan, Lucifer. Okay. As the youngest of the sisters, Asmodeus is always doted upon. This might be why she alone is kept out of the way, whenever an even slightly lewd topic comes up. She's always looking for a boyfriend in the hopes that her sisters will finally accept her as an adult. However, she keeps aiming too high, whiles away each day dreaming of the prince who will never come. Did we read them all? I need to write them down. So, Satan, Lucifer, Mammon, Belphegor, Leviathan, Asmodeus, who else? Belphegor, Lucifer, Beelzebub, right. Okay, that's all of them. Okay. Nothing there. Nothing there. All of the goats. Low-level furniture and service to Beatrice. They are great in number, but silent and lacking personality. They obediently follow their master's orders. Their senses are closer to those of animals than humans, and they're surprisingly dull-witted, which sometimes leads them to misunderstand their orders. They have by nature a massive build like a minotaur's and fearsome superhuman strength. They may be low-level furniture, but the ability to summon an inexhaustible supply of them makes them extremely convenient. Cool. So they're all here, right? And it doesn't let us look at the other sprite for her. Or character art. I feel like this is all the same, right? Okay. Let me check something real quick. Okay. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm called Renove, and I serve at the side of my lady Beatrice. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. See? His mouth's hanging open and he can't shut it, right? Cackle, cackle. Yeah, no shit. Another incomprehensible guy just showed up. First I grumble about goat-headed people doing the Bond dance, and then goat-heads start showing up in swarms. And since then, not only have those 7-ass Nissans appeared, but now there's even a butler? Doesn't make sense. Cut it out. By the way, Battler, did you notice? Did you realize that meeting him is a true devil's proof? A devil's proof? What do you mean? He may not look like it, but this guy's one of the 72, a genuine demon. In other words, I brought a demon right in front of you, which truly proves that they exist. Cackle, 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 cackle. Renov holds a noble rank in Hell, the 27th highest ranked great demon. He's a pretty useful man. I summoned him at a high cost and made him serve me. It is an honor to meet you. While my name is amongst those of the nobles of Hell, I now serve as the head furniture of JPChivalry. Despite being a vulgar human, is a great witch of such caliber that demons flee before her. Cackle, 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 cackle. He's a very useful man, but he's impudent with his words. Frustratingly enough, he sometimes forgets to respect his master. Nothing in my contract specifies the manner in which I am to speak. Would you like to change that contract? Keeps me entertained, so it's fine. Cackle, cackle. Beatrice turned her back to him, cackling. After bowing once to her back, Renov turned back to Battler and stuck out his right hand, showing off an innocent smile. Normally, this would mean that he was asking for a handshake. What is this supposed to be? I am another who has been subjected to Milady's whims. In that sense, I'm sure we could become good friends. This is a handshake of friendship. Of course, this in no way implies your entry into a contract with the demon, so fear not. Sorry, but I'm right in the middle of a big fight with your master. I only shake hands with an enemy after we've beaten each other up in a rainy schoolyard and are all worn out, like something you'd see in a teen drama. Remember that. I see. To shake hands with you, Battler-sama, I must create a fitting atmosphere in a suitable location, exchanging sweet words and physical language with you that rings true to your heart. When the opportunity arrives, I shall arrange for such an encounter. I must say, I simply love situations like that myself. Coo. Renov laughed tauntingly. He whispered to Battler, bringing his face so close that their noses were almost touching. Battler, his face turning red after getting so close to another of the same sex, pushed him away. You're a creepy bastard. I see. Just right for Beato's butler. It is an honor to receive such words of praise. I'm very confident in my tea brewing abilities, so please look forward to tea time. Baking cookies is one of my hobbies, so please feel free to request any snacks you may desire. Just what I'd expect from a pair of the same gender. We started getting along well right off the bat. I'm jealous. My. I apologize for making you jealous, my lady. I shall not sneakily snatch your guests away from you. Well then, I'll leave for now to retake my post as head furniture and greet my subordinates. Please forgive my short absence. Indeed. Only the common goats and the 7 sisters used for the ceremony have manifested themselves. You'll be able to finish greeting them in no time. Oh? Those lively 7 sisters are here. I wonder if those naughty girls have grown a little more graceful. Hehehe. If that's graceful, I'll have to doubt the definition of the word graceful. Is that so? Then I suppose you've already had the opportunity to play with those sisters. Judging by expression, it would seem they're just as naughty as always. Even though I'm always telling them to act more fitting as servants of Beatrice-sama. What troublesome kids. If that's your problem, don't worry. They actually act perfectly fitting for their master. Cackle. Now even you have begun to say it. However, conversation means that you accept your partner. The fact that you've started to respond to my idle chatting proves that you're gradually starting to accept my existence. That's because even if the sun starts rising from the west, I will definitely, absolutely never accept that you're a witch. You might want to try a more positive approach, like crying and kissing my shoes. Even Battler is bluffing. He still spoke forcefully, a fearless expression on his face. The witch and her butler snickered together, realizing that their guest had regained more than enough of his willpower to attend to a new game, and that preparations were complete. After Renaud exchanged a few words with Beatrice, he bowed silently to Battler, scattered into several gold butterflies, and disappeared. Cackle, cackle. It is truly pleasing to have such a boisterous atmosphere. How boring were the days when I was trapped alone on this island, unable to regain my power, and lacking anyone to talk to. I get how that unpleasant guy is really fitting as your butler. But tell me, why has that butler only appeared now? He said something about how only the goats and the Nichans of the 7 stakes had manifested themselves. What did that mean? Indeed. You still resist, but I'm a fully fledged witch. I am in contact with several non-human entities in the spirit world. I'll bet. No sane people would hang out with you. First some goat monsters, then those ass Nichans, and this time a demon butler showed up? Hate to think about it, but the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if even more weird people appeared. Among the furniture that work at my great golden mansion, how many demons do you think want to come over and play? They will keep coming. Many of them will appear. When the door to the Golden Land is open, I will call back all of my furniture and build my new castle here on Rakanjima. Then I plan to invite all of my old friends, and we will drink and dance together for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, I also plan to invite Kinzo's family to see. You too, if you wish. Cackle, cackle. So, is this what you mean? That since you lost your power for a long time, you couldn't summon them? And then, since your magic power has been gradually increasing, you become able to summon more and more monsters? It is as you say. You stopped a hair's breadth before crumbling, but your heart is already wavering. You are unable to deny that I'm a witch. That wavering in your heart has been slowly restoring my power as a witch. So, are you trying to say that creepy butler appeared? Because I started to surrender? That's right. Bit by bit, you are surrendering to me. Isn't all that humiliation you suffered in the last game as a result of you submitting to me so deeply? Wasn't it great when you had to sacrifice your back for the sake of my feet? Cackle, 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 cackle. Damn it. I thought I'd be able to keep things as they were, as long as I didn't accept you. But it looks like that was wrong. Correct. The closer you get to surrendering, the more the game will swing in my favor. Isn't chess the same? In the process of cornering each other's kings, we trade several pieces. Of course, I still haven't cornered your king. And furthermore, you're giving it everything you've got just to help your king escape, and have lost several pieces to me, as well as a large advantage. It is only natural that further developments will tend to turn in my favor. Damn. From now on, you will probably be frantic as you try to avoid my checkmate. However, as you do, I will steal your pieces from you, one by one. In the end, you will have lost everything but your king, and you won't be able to escape no matter how much you try. Then you will receive a true checkmate. You were talking big last time, weren't you? Something about how you'd never accept me and would torment me with eternal torture. Only witches who have reached the endless level can talk about eternity. That's been beyond you ever since the beginning. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Ha 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 ha. Oh boy. Kenzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kenzo-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice the Golden. When Maria finished reading the letter that Beatrice had handed her, everyone was at a loss for words for a while. And then, they all broke the silence at once. Ridiculous! What a worthless, vicious prank. Seriously, there is no way Father gave up the head's ring. Beatrice? Ha! What a transparent prank. hoping to confuse us just by bringing up that name. Hey, who filled this dessert up with a little too much punch? I want to applaud and praise you, so come clean, okay? Rosa? Of course not. Wouldn't pull a prank by assuming father's name. Then Aneki? Iniki? Me? Are you an idiot? It was Nissan, right? Only he could plan something this vulgar. Are you trying to mock me? I'm the one who wants to question you. Who's behind this ill-natured prank? Kraus beat the table and stared at everyone. Since that included the children too, he scared most of them. A letter from a mysterious person who claims to have been given full rights to father's assets. Considering that the whole point of this family conference is the discussion of that subject, I think it's too hasty to call this a mere prank. We can't be sure. Maybe it really is one of father's shitty pranks. He might have planned this to shock us a bit, since we've been discussing the distribution of his inheritance without him. If Dad was the one who planned this, then we can't take what Marie-chan just read out loud as a joke, right? That's right. If you interpret the contents literally, then this is a test from father. The epitaph of the witch has been displayed in the hall for quite some time now, so that any one of us could solve it. There was plenty of notice. That means he was saying that the first person to solve it would be handed the inheritance, along with all of his wealth, right? See? My magic granted your wish. Nothing so foolish could possibly be the case. It is an unshakable fact that my husband is the successor to the Ushirome family headship. Well, doesn't this letter shake that? This is a message from the person who was given full rights to all of father's wealth. Nissan's right to become the head has returned to a blank slate. The person who solves this riddle, the person who finds Beatrice's gold, become the next head of the Ushirome family. Ridiculous. Do you think we can trust the meaningless words in that letter? That the seal was the real thing? There's no way we could trust that. Then let's try to go and ask father directly. At this point, can't get away with saying he's grumpy or feeling bad, right? The sealed wax clearly shows that this is from father's representative. If you doubt that, then show us some proof, Nissan. Show that this letter does not contain father's will. Very well. It's just as you say. It no longer matters whether father's in a good mood or not. And no longer. Let us go up and ask him directly. Let's do it. We'll ask Dad directly. Dad is Dad, so why would he act in such a roundabout way? And again, I guess that would be like him. I wonder if we really should continue this discussion on the assumption that this letter came from father. Stupid Rosa. Isn't it obviously from father? That letter is father's. Isn't it obvious that he's giving the four of us an even chance to become the successor? Die, you brainless idiot. Rosa really is dumb. If only she'd just give up and die. Jeez. I'm sorry. That's right. I'm sorry. See, I was gonna warm up to Ava, but no, not so much. In the beginning, the adults had all doubted the credibility of the letter. But after realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance in the inheritance struggle for the three younger siblings, Ava changed her position, claiming that the letter was authentic. Rudolph and Rosa caught on and agreed. Outrageous! How could adults like you take such a worthless prank this seriously? I don't need to be father to understand his contempt. Whoa. Natsuhi-san. All we gotta do is ask father and we're done, right? Won't everything be fine if father just tells us that he doesn't know about any letter? Nissan, take responsibility and just get him to say that he doesn't know about the letter. This is no time to get scared just because he's in a bad mood, okay? He's still scared of father at his age, that idiot. If only just give up and die. Yeah, let's get this settled clearly. He's probably eating in his study right now. Let's have him set down his chopsticks for just a moment. decided. Let's go. Kirie, wait here for a while. We'll go to check whether it's true or not and come back quickly. Thank you. I'll wait patiently for Goda-san to bring in dessert. The four siblings, Natsuhi and Hideyoshi, all rose from their seats forcefully and flew out into the hallway with a clatter. Afterwards, only the children, stunned, completely speechless, Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable, and Kirie, who just shrugged, were left. In the middle of all of this was Maria, who looked a little scared at the adult's sudden change. However, judging from her appearance, she didn't look like she realized the full meaning of what she just read. What in the world was that all about? I don't get it. They're all bastards. Do they really want the inheritance that much? Everyone, this is our parents' problem. It has nothing to do with us, so you mustn't worry about it. Even if you say that, they were so blatant about it. Can't believe them, showing off their greed like that. Ooh, everyone has to believe together with that we'll be happy. Ooh. That's right. We all did promise. Come on, Battler-kun, Jessica-chan, you too. Huh. I feel horrible. We couldn't accept it at all, but we laid down our arms for the time being. We've been vaguely aware of how filthy this family conference was going to be. However, after that 6-year blank, I couldn't help being shocked. When he saw that the children were completely dejected, Dr. Najo cleared his throat uncomfortably. It's an old adult matter. It has nothing to do with all of you young people. Let's forget about it. I would if I could. I know it's hard, but forget it for now. All of your parents are fighting frantically to make your futures just a little brighter. Please, don't look at your injured parents with those cold eyes when they come back. No matter how much you ask us, Kirie-san, that'll be tough. If you could be happy with an explanation like that, we wouldn't be kids. Ooh, everyone, be happy. Can't get dark. Believe. If everyone doesn't believe we can be happy, that happiness will get away. Everyone has to believe. Ooh. I like the sound of that. I'll believe too. I'll believe we can find happiness. Ooh. Aunt Kirie, thank you. Why is the background daytime? Battler and Jessica, you believe too. Beatrice is always saying that magic won't have any power if you don't believe. Ooh. Kirie-san rose from her seat quietly, went over to Maria, and crouched down so that their eyes met. Ooh. Aunt Kirie believed. Now Battler and Jessica have to believe. Those two are strong. They'll feel better soon. And then they'll believe. Yeah. More importantly, I want you to tell me something. When Kirie-san said that, Jessica, George, and Inky, Dr. Nancho, and I all listened closely. It looked like our parents were so concerned with the inheritance problem that grandfather filled their minds. But we wanted to ask Maria about something simpler. Ew? What? Who gave you that letter? Beatrice. The witch drawn in that portrait? Ooh. She gave me this letter and an umbrella, and she used magic to fix my rose that was broken. Beatrice is an awesome witch who can do anything. Could you tell us about that in a bit more detail? Oh. So now what time? 8 o'clock? Okay. So we still have 4 hours. But I mean, it could progress quickly. I don't know how the pacing is for this one. It's like we're already in it. It's only been 2 hours. But yeah, let's do the 5-minute brevity. So, Memento. A little longer than 5 minutes, but back. What? It's not a lunch break. There we go. Where is this wire? There it is. Okay. Alright. We're comfortable. We're good. Let's see what happens. Why all the bullying of Rosa? Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. I heard that in the end our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving grandfather a high five right now. He was probably pretty satisfied with how his strange letter had given his children a good shock, since they'd all been so infatuated with the inheritance problem while grandfather was still alive. He also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. I felt all sulky. Apparently grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing, but he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. When talking about the witch's letter, grandfather's name kept popping up. If grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, then considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So did that count as a silent yes? Aunt Ava and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favor, their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given it to her. Maria repeated over and over again that she'd gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island's small, and there's no one living on it outside the Ushiramiya family household. Maria kept repeating that she'd gotten it from Beatrice, no matter how many times she was asked. The adults seemed to think she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and question her until she broke out in tears. When Maria was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. It seemed that because of that strange letter, Uncle Krause's chances of becoming the next head might have been reduced to a blank slate. And in exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Krause out of a lot of money, or something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. George and Iki pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they sink so low as to overtly fight over the money of the dead? So what's going to change? Because that seems like they're going to sleep right now. Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding under bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping. Who in the world gave that letter to Maria-chan? George Nissan. Can't ask her that anymore. Isn't it fine to say that Maria got it from Beatrice and leave it at that? After all, we don't want to make her cry any more than this. Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away a gloomy feeling. There are only 18 people on this island now. I thought that somewhere in the rain, a 19th person gave Maria-chan that letter and is now hiding somewhere. It doesn't seem realistic at all. Most likely, somebody got Shannon or someone to put on the dress from that portrait and cleverly got Maria to go along with their story. Though in Maria's case, just seeing the dress would probably convince her that it really was Beatrice. Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. The point is that grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch. Seriously, that old geezer's good at riling people up. The most likely answer is that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around, handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as she does, in such a dramatic way. Though I failed to give any thought for what Maria would have to go through, making it a pretty shitty thing to do. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pure heart. It doesn't matter who handed the letter over. Maria says she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it that way. I agree. Let's do that. To Maria-chan, Beatrice is kind of like what Santa Claus is to most kids. Whether we're dealing with some non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus, as long as we all acknowledge them, they'll at least exist inside Maria. I see. Guess it can be important to lie to a child to protect their dreams. What's up, Jessica? Are you still angry? Jessica had her hand on her chin, as though there was something that she just couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses. Sorry. Well, actually, I was wondering if Maria might have actually met Beatrice. What do you mean by that? Are you saying there's a 19th person on this island? If you truly take Maria-chan's words to heart, then you would arrive at that answer. No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the story that someone we don't know has been living on this island since long ago. Living, you say? Where? In the forest. It is the one place we haven't checked. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Krauss strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad with rage. Since all the siblings knew that, Krauss had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Krauss, who had been sure that he would receive the headship, and was better news than the rest of them, who had already given up and could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushirimiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, might receive the headship. And furthermore, this meant there was a chance that all of the Ushirimiya family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Did this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo, calling themselves Beatrice? Or was this the scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushirimiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth, but they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was on this island today. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the four siblings, or maybe some unknown person? No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. We've made no progress. We've just been spinning our wheels. That's right. And the mere fact that you realize it means we won't have to waste any more time. It's not certain that father sent the letter. My husband is merely exasperated by your inability to hold a conversation. Who is unable to hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I say something. Do you truly think that such shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Ushirimiya family? Would you give it a rest, Seva? You too, Natsuki-san. The topic's finished for now. Shall we all cool our heads off for now? Let's have some cool drinks brought over. That sounds good. It'd probably be wiser if we cooled our heads. Don't you want to take a short break too, dear? Neki looks like she's in a bad mood, so I'll pass on that break. But I agree about the cold drinks. Rosa, have someone bring some water. A whole pitcher. Yes, understood. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in the corner of the room and called the servant room. She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. The vicious bickering up until now vanished as though it had been a lie. That silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room. Is there anything else that you require? No. Please leave us. Yes. Then if you'll excuse me, if you need anything, call me at any time. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappear off into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension. It sure is raining hard. I wonder if this 19th person is taking shelter in the Rose Garden arbor about now. I wonder. I might be able to escape the rain there, but it would be quite cold. A mysterious 19th person as a visitor. Sounds pretty interesting, just like a mystery novel. Normally in that kind of story, it's a safe bet that the person doesn't exist, that one of us 18 would be faking it. I suspect Genji and the others. Just as I thought, it would have been better if we had dismissed all the servants of the One-Winged Eagle, no matter what excuses we had to make. Come now, don't say that. We must be grateful for their long years of service. Of course, we can't let our guard down. I'm sure you agree too, Nissan, that whether or not Father was behind this, the person who handed Maria the letter was a servant. Indeed. In any event, we're all being friendly in our big happy circle until dinner, aren't we? All the siblings have alibis. Only a servant could have handed Maria that letter. But of all the servants, so that they are too busy with the bed, making to have any spare time during which they could go to Maria-chan in the Rose Garden. Hey, what are you trying to say then? You aren't saying that the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice-sama, came over and actually handed Maria that letter, are you? Ha 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 ha. Rosa used to believe in that so much it really frightened you, right? Don't tell me you still believe at this age in the Witch of the Forest. She did exist. I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wish, she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis. Of course not. I just thought that since all 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might really be a 19th person. That can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came in on that boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us. You don't think they could have swam across this rough sea, right? Can't really imagine it. Wahahaha. Logically, that's true. It is difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden and uninvited guest on this isolated island. However, it looks like some of us still can't abandon the possibility completely, right? Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying there couldn't be a 19th person. But Kirie had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests on this small, isolated island. How would they have come here, and from where? And where were they hiding? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent a letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. But not only had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person. Kirie-san, please don't misunderstand. It's not as though we believe in anything like that fairy tale-like legend of the witch. Is this another topic to insult Father? Simply speaking of such a thing is a betrayal against him. Giggle. I wonder. However, this is Father we're talking about. Could be possible, right? I don't know anything. You do know something, Rosa. What's this? What's this? Why has everyone gotten so gloomy? What are you talking about? In short, the legend of the witch isn't a joke, but a fact. That's ridiculous. Of course, nobody believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky. But the woman in that portrait, Beatrice, might really have existed on this island. Hideyoshi-san. Looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler. So, must be something like this. Everyone suspects that father had a mistress named Beatrice, secretly living somewhere on this island. Is that it? Father was always exemplary at keeping strictly to the rules. It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. Natsuki snapped at them immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including Kraus, didn't agree. On the contrary, they appeared to think Kinzo wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kinzo had built a mansion on this island specifically because of the existence of an entrancing mistress. Sorry, Natsuki-san. I know how much you respect Dad, but that rumor's been around for a long time. All the buildings on Rakujima were built by Dad and on his own. People have always guessed he had some contraption or secret room set up in this mansion that only he knew about. It's always been whispered that, hidden somewhere on this island, there's a secret mansion none of us know about. I see. This island might look small on the map, but it's quite large for just the Ushiramiya family to live on. Some people have suspected that he built a secret mansion somewhere in the uncivilized forest for his mistress to live in. That'd be quite a large-scale scheme. In the beginning, people thought it might be somewhere inside this mansion. Or there might be a hidden basement with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in that portrait was secretly hiding. After seeing that intricate autolock on Dad's study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right? After all, Father did spread the rumor that a large amount of gold was hidden somewhere by some mechanism. Wouldn't be surprised if there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us knows about yet. When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion, searching for Father when he wasn't anywhere to be found. Mother also suspected what Rudolph just said. She believed there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere, that his blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it. It's hard to believe, but there's some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades, but making them live in a hidden attic room. Furthermore, Kinzo had a mansion this extravagant. It was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room. From what I've heard, the legend of the Rakujima Witch was just a fairy tale made up to scare children away from the uncivilized forest. But it's starting to sound like there's a little more to the story. Well, as you know, this is a lonely island without anything but the Ushiramiya mansion on it. When Rosa and I were little brats, on stormy nights we got so scared by the sound of trees rustling in the direction of the forest. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from between those trees. It's only natural for a brat to think of stuff like that. But when Rosa and I complained about it, some people figured it was more than a brat's imagination. Isn't that right, Aneki? Yeah. Nissan and I thought you might have coincidentally spotted Father's mistress, living in secrecy on this island, as she went out for a walk when no one was looking. Of course, Mother felt the same. Even among the older servants, you often heard that ghost story about how the witch of the portrait wanders the mansion at midnight. Outwardly, I left it off as just a ghost story, but on the inside, I suspected very much that it hinted at the existence of a hidden mistress. In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous? That they might actually be somewhere around here? Let me get some water. Okay. Sounds like one of those double proofs Rudolph always talking about. It might be possible to prove that there is a 19th person, but it's impossible. Oh hey, first one. To prove that a 19th person doesn't exist. Should we continue this discussion under the assumption that there's a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island? That's a good plan, from the perspective of risk management. It's probably much more prudent to say she might exist rather than saying she couldn't exist. I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless. There's the song. Sorry for laughing just now. Huh? It's fine. I don't mind. Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of a company. Silence fell again. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean, in effect, acknowledging the presence of some unknown person hidden on this island. Since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn to an ominous direction. Let me do a phone call real quick. So, 1 second. And we're back. Okay. In the past, Father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went. After all, he is a man who values silence. It wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for him to shut himself up in some library room after purposefully not telling anyone where he was going. However, when the witch theory was slowly refined into the theory about his mistress, people eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her. Mom was totally paranoid in her last years. She'd sometimes suddenly start making a fuss, asking the servants to start looking for Dad immediately because of some urgent situation. Yes, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing things like that in her later years, and that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. I can say it for certain now. She was a person to be pitied. So then, what happened with those large-scale searches of the house? Did they find anything? No. Father wasn't caught foolishly in a hidden room for even once. Always, after a long time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere. Then he'd say that he'd taken a nap in some library room, or that the wind had summoned him to take a walk on the beach. But it was always some place where the servants had already looked. We never knew where Father had gone. Even at that time, Grandfather was famous for his occult inclinations. So some of the servants exaggerated, saying that he might have turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden. So in short, Father frequently disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Yeah. Since we couldn't find him no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that Dad might have been somewhere outside. The area outside the mansion isn't large at all, which leaves only the forest. And if you tie that in with the legend of the witch, you get a theory like this. Father actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest, inside of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her. I was also young at the time. I was so eager to find where Father was having his affair that, at one time, I followed him when he went outside. Of course, it was a failure. Every time Father went out, he was oddly intent on avoiding places where he might be seen. He was extremely careful to prevent anyone from spotting him, and he was extraordinarily earnest in his attempts to do so. That actually made me sure. He must have been going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about. Might be going to meet his mistress. probably trying to avoid being seen. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say, yes, yes, as though this was quite obvious, Eva got a little sullen. Well, anyway, this island was like a sketchbook in which Father, with his Western obsession, could draw out all of his dreams. Everything about this island was exactly how Father wanted it. Wouldn't be odd at all if there was a hidden mansion somewhere for this mistress to live in. Eva's words spoke for what all of the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island? Had Kinzo's mistress been living there in hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without speaking. But everyone shared a common opinion. Kirie, who had been listening to the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular. How long has this rumor about Father's mistress been around? As soon as we moved to this island, about 30 years ago. After all, it probably would have been impossible for him to have a hidden mansion built while we were here. People and materials would have to be going in and out. It would have been exposed quickly. So if it was possible, it happened before we moved here. Probably could have been built along with this mansion when we were still living in Odawara. Since Father had to set up a double life with this family and his mistress, it's probably reasonable to assume that he had it all planned from the beginning. And his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when we lived in Odawara. Probably. If, as Father says, she is the source of the vast amount of gold he used to gain the funds that resurrected the Ushiromiya family, we could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara. A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold. Can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been. Perhaps Father gave her some kind of valuable advice for succeeding in business? It's natural to think that, out of a sense of gratitude for that, this person gave Father the gold. Think about it that way, it's obvious that they would have a close relationship after that. Rather than a festering relationship with the mistress, it was probably a relationship of gratitude to the person who saved the Ushiromiya family from its crisis. I don't know if what Natsuki-san is saying has a ring of truth to it or not, but even in that case, isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it going a bit too far? Doesn't that mean they felt something a bit more than gratitude? Well, this is all just speculation. In the first place, no one's ever found that hidden mansion. And Iki, you were planning on expanding this island into a resort, right? As you were doing that, you didn't manage to stumble on it by chance, did you? Maybe you even bumped into some gold there too? Do you think Rakanjima is Treasure Island or something? Don't play dumb. We know that although you say you're opening a resort, you haven't really been planning to investigate the entire island, right? Judging by all that trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been very successful, have you? It's simple. There's a cavern on the side of the island with a pirate ship inside, and it's got all the gold. There it is. I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a misunderstanding. Isn't it perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step in turning it into a resort? Kraus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings, who knew him so well. Kraus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden gold. They couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things, or whether it was based on some physical proof. Still, if Kraus, with all his guile, was sure, that was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure too. The story about a witch living in a forest is obviously a fairy tale, but the story about some blonde-haired girl living secretly in a mansion no one knows about in the middle of the forest isn't much better. That's right. That really would be just like a fairy tale. You like those, don't you, Rosa? Huh? Well... When the mansion was built on this island, Father was at the height of his prosperity. With his money, he could probably obtain anything, make any of his wild imaginings real. mansion in the forest where a witch quietly awaits. It sounds like the kind of situation Father would like. Doesn't it? Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. Feels like Dad's kind of hobby. On this island, in which the Ushirimiya family had lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to the House of Witch, about whom nothing was known except that what could be guessed from the portrait. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth. Might not have been impossible for Father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy his dreams. However, let's be realistic. Would it be possible to house his beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades without it becoming inconvenient? Well, if there was love, it could have been doable, right? Think of the facilities needed to let his beloved woman live healthily, and in a way that would satisfy Father. For example, even if it was on a small scale, it would have to be an intricate and pleasant residence. It would probably need to have electricity, gas, and running water maintained, as well as some people to see to her needs. Even cooking would be quite difficult. She would need clothes and makeup, the daily necessities. The needs of a woman aren't simple. Would it be possible to maintain all that without any of the family or the servants noticing? When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory. If that isn't enough to get rid of my feeling that Dad might have been able to do it anyway. After all, it's Dad we're talking about. That's right. It's our father. If Father wanted to succeed in an endeavor, he would succeed no matter what. Saying that something would be difficult for a normal person and therefore impossible doesn't apply when it comes to Father. Indeed. You should never underestimate Father. Father's madness can't be understood by normal people. I wouldn't put it past that Kinzo. As long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kirie had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task. After all, Father's Legend of the Gold started before he gained possession of Rakanjima. That'd mean his relationship with his mistress was over 30 years long. How old would that make her? In the worst case, she could be as old as us, or older, right? By that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care what the mansion's like. I wouldn't use the word agreeable to describe living in a place where people's eyes can't reach. Almost like she was under house arrest. That's right. If what Father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship has lasted for over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at the time, but it probably makes sense to assume she's an old bag like us now. I can easily imagine that, given the contents of that letter. You should talk. Kraus laughed as if none of this applied to him. Of course, Ava was offended, but she didn't strike back. Quit it, Aniki. So if everything we're thinking's true, then she should be joining in on Dad's inheritance problem with her head held high. After all, there's a good chance their love was mutual, unlike with Mom. Even if she knows she's his mistress, she might also be proud to be his true wife. That is an insult to Mother! Yeah, sorry. However, everyone knows that it was a political marriage decided on by the elders among his relatives. Because of that, it definitely wouldn't be strange for Dad to have a mistress. I feel like we talked about this arranged marriage thing before. But when did it happen? Was it Rosa? I feel like it was with Rosa. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and Father was set up as the Ushirimiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives... Or no, it was Jessica, right? I think it was Jessica. Or no, George. Right, George. Right, it was George. However, in the beginning, the older relatives treated Kinzo like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Ever since he met that golden witch Beatrice in those distant days, Kinzo's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean that Kinzo really did find a woman he loved. I don't know. I won't know until the answer arcs. She also knew this whole story. Even if they weren't marriage partners, it would have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now, the person registered as his true wife is already dead. Which means she might feel confident staking her claim, not just for the rights to his assets, but regarding the battle over the headship too. I see. I'm starting to see the purpose of this letter. The headship goes to the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph. Is that what it means? Even if that mistress was added into the family ranking system, she isn't a direct relative of father, so she'd be inferior even to the children. In other words, she'd be one step below Rosa in rank. That wouldn't be a good position to enter the battle for the headship from. I see, so that's it. If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they'll get the headship regardless of rank. In other words, it's the most advantageous condition Beatrice could possibly get, since she's got no chance otherwise. The revival of the Ushirimiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. That was quite a distinguishing service she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would think of herself as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the children of the wife Kinzo never left. Hey, royalty. My uncle took my weed, so I took his wheelchair. Ain't nobody rolling shit around here. How's it going? that revenge, though. How could she be so imputed? Even if such a mistress actually exists, joining in on the battle for the rights to the head's inheritance would be a reckless action far above her place. What disregard for her own position? Natsuhi turned red, her fists quivering. She had also come to the Ushirimiya register due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife. Well, thanks to that reckless action of hers, we all have an even chance now, right? Father has even given it his solemn approval. Will the person who succeeds the Ushirimiya family be his mistress Beatrice, or one of us, the relatives he doesn't love? Maybe he wants to make us struggle over that to see who's worthy. Zeva giggled roguishly. Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away. However, since she's the one who brought this role to light in the first place, maybe that means it gives her a significant advantage. That's right. In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, then she's father's alchemist. In other words, she's the manager of his gold. It wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, would it? Isn't that harsh? It's like she's given us a riddle she knows the answer to. She'll probably show up rudely and say, "Hey, here's the answer. I'll take the headship now." Snatch everything away from us. That's right. The person who brings up a riddle always knows the answer. There's a good chance that this is all a trap to steal everything from us. If you think about it like that, don't you start to doubt whether she really had any gold in the first place? Why would she tell us about it? All she has to do is keep quiet and embezzle it. Really is strange. That certainly was the case. If the epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them to try and solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't the gold all be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they'd solve the epitaph, then plan to steal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility. Now, if you spin the chessboard around, there might be a pretty good chance that they actually do have the gold. Why are you so certain? Wait, Aneki. Kirie, please keep talking. Why do you think that? I asked my wife if I should get her jewelry for Valentine's Day. She said nothing would make me happier, so I got her nothing. Oh, poor wife. After all, do they really think we'll let go of the Ushirimiya family headship? Just because someone tells us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph? That we'll be so impressed by their answer that we'll just give up? Well, that's true. No way they're so naive that they assume we just give up after being told the answer to a riddle. That we just say, here you go, and hand it over. Of course, the headship of the Ushirimiya family is not something that can be handed over so easily. That's it exactly. No matter how Beatrice might one-sidedly propose a game like this, even if she were to spectacularly show us the answer, there's no way we'd obediently hand over the headship. In other words, unless she has a compelling force in the form of challenging us to a game with equal conditions for us all, this won't truly count as a game. You're right. Unless the losers have no choice but to give up on the headship, because of a compelling force, this won't really count as a game. What might this compelling force be? Would they bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headship? I see. I get it. They just have to do something to make us want to give up the headship willingly. Yes, I see. To do that, Beatrice would have to own 10 tons of gold. I see. I get it too. In other words, it's a trade. Huh? What do you mean? A trade? Trade what? The Ushirimiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold, and use that as a bribe to gain the Ushirimiya family headship. Ridiculous. They want to trade the headship of the glorious Ushirimiya family for money? That's blasphemy. Blasphemy against the Ushirimiya family. Please listen without getting mad. But how much wealth does this glorious Ushirimiya family have right now? Are we really that affluent? The definition of affluence is not dependent on property. It is about heart. Our financial situation has nothing to... Kraus interrupted Nazi as she started to go on and on emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound. Me aside, I hear your current situations are quite unfavorable. Oh really? I've heard that your financial situation is really bad too. Offering up more and more as collateral for new money to gamble with. Repeatedly dabbling in new gambles, unable to accept your losses. If you count what's going on behind the scenes, you're in even bigger financial straits than the rest of us. Just how much money have you lost, Nissan? You have no talent. Who are you saying has no talent? What do you mean, financial straits? Natsuki became indignant once more, but Kraus raised his hand again and interrupted her. It seems you're making a small mistake. Business is not something that can be judged based on current progress alone. For someone with a long-term outlook on business such as myself, it may sometimes appear at a glance that I have suffered significant short-term losses. Oniki, we've been collecting evidence. Your position right now isn't one to be proud of. So this is what Kirie is trying to say. Every one of us has got money trouble. And Beatrice has 10 tons of gold. As the only person who knows the location of 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the headship. But how much is 10 tons of gold worth? At a rough estimate, let's say 2 billion yen. No, 20 billion yen. With that much piled up, we'd be ecstatic to accept her as the successor. The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It's probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds. This isn't funny. To think we'd give up the headship to some woman of doubtful origin, just because she had a little money stored up. Don't be stupid. The headship wasn't even yours in the first place, right? Got nothing to lose and money to gain. We'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. They knew that Kraus had eaten up much of the Ushirimiya family's assets, so it was dregs that remained of that inheritance versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter. Well, probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions. Since Aniki would be giving up his position of successor, his portion would have to be larger. It makes me feel kind of jealous, you know? Dear, the amount of money isn't the problem, right? Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ushirimiya family for money, don't you see? Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? Natsuki, stay quiet for a while. Dear? This is a dizzying proposal. We were each planning on getting 250 million yen out of Aniki. If the witch treats us with 10% of those 10 tons... That's 2 billion. Yeah, that means she's treating us with 10 times our original goal. That alone would be more than enough for us. It's not like I've got any attachment to the Ushirimiya name. I'd be happy to sell it off. Even if 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure, yes, it'd still be a fascinating prospect for us. We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out. But if this is her plan, it'll tear apart the unity between us. Yeah, by this point we can state it clearly. The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. If the 3 younger siblings, who never had anything to do with the inheritance, were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room, and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus' situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Kraus' embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they still actually respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, their own lives. They were paid enough money in exchange for Rakanjima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams. There was a significant likelihood that they'd relinquish the Ushirimiya family name. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game, not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo once ordered that the epitaph be put on display, and until today, no one had solved it. So Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less of a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kirie still thought there might be a catch. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet, she had gone to all of this trouble, telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. Why did she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all of the gold and the inheritance to the epitaph's solver? Kirie tried spinning the chessboard around several times. She searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, but something that could lead to this kind of thinking. In the end, she reached a single conclusion. What you got, Kirie? Could it be arrogance? Or maybe she's playing... What are you talking about? The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try and solve the epitaph. She might be taking us lightly, thinking we could never solve it. However, at the very least, there ought to be an extremely small chance that we do solve it. After all, we have here 4 of Father's children by blood, right? The questioner called together 4 blood relatives who, if they tried frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them, might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings was that only she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble. In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing this witch's letter of challenge. Of course, it might have had the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance. But if that was her only goal, why would she take this risk, however slight it might be? That seems reckless to me. But if we keep in mind a certain type of emotion, that risk becomes comprehensible. And you're saying it's arrogance? Yes, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant. And when they do, they want to show off that advantage to the losers, so they sometimes take on small risks. A moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory. It'd be boring to win without any risk. I understand. I like that kind of thing too. Yeah, I understand it well. Thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter. But I think this really might be the truth. The emotion hidden behind that letter was arrogance. Arrogance. She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph. Might even be possible, if surprising, that the epitaph wasn't written by Father, but by her. Sounds great. Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says. If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right? I'll solve it. I'll accept the witch's challenge. As if those other idiot siblings could solve it. I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed in the Ushirimiya family. I'll take that challenge. I will solve the riddle. Alright. Good job, Ava. Is it midnight? Oh no, 9 p.m. Right. So it's not showtime yet. So what is this text? Okay. I see. So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice who lived on the island. So there can be more than 18 people. Which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic. That's a big scoop. Pardon me. Butler-sama, would you like some black tea and cookies? Beato's butler, called himself Renove, appeared out of nowhere. Plate set on a silver tray that he held was filled with delicious-looking, steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to normally greet a guest. Feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot, or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone. Oh my, it's such a shame. And the cookies were so delicious too. Cooked so wonderfully they would be wasted on a mere human. I'll eat some when I feel like it. Just set it down somewhere and get out of here. Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so. You may eat them when they get cold and stale and then regret them to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh. You really are annoying. Well, you're a lot better than that Beato. Keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear. Yes, that is quite true. There are times when Milady's laughter becomes quite undignified. Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend. Why such a noble demon as myself must serve such a master. Coo. Man, you're weird. If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her? And yet, to continue serving is furniture's joy. If we do not serve, we would hardly be furniture. Setting that aside, how has the game been proceeding? Just now you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you. Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. As Renov mocked me and giggled, he followed my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby. In any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19th person, yes? Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion? Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna say it again in front of Beato anyway. No reason to hide it. Basically, looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island, and that grandfather had his mistress living there. So the question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved. You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created. Even though you deny the witch, Battle-sama, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18. The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18. It isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them. You always find at least one person with a fragile alibi. I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a scapegoat. However, I refuse to do that. It's useless. It's all useless. Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me. And those are reliable servants, who are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with. Won't let myself use any one of them as a scapegoat. In the past, my resolve wavered. It's how Beato hit me where my heart was weak. Accepting and understanding one's own weaknesses. It is not something that can often be accomplished. Battle-sama, you use this theory about a 19th person as a spear. Or should I say a shield? In any event, in contrast to how unprepared you were in the previous games, the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say. With this, you can suspect the 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human, without having to doubt any of the 18th you love and respect. That's it exactly. Like in the first game, when Cannon-kun was killed in the boiler room. There are plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation, as long as the 19th person existed. In the very first game, Cannon-kun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him. Maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room. In short, I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch. Using this argument, it's easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that has already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter. I'd say that's quite a good move. Now, how would I strike back against it? You still have plenty of weak points, even if you are aware of them. Maybe the 18-person attack would be an effective move. To judge the strength of your defense, it may be amusing to contest that point again. Then how will you do it, Demon Butler? I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned. Battle-sama, you have never met this 19th person, yes? Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists? How naive. Of course, I knew you'd probably try that move. My. Please respond to it. Witches and demons and the like. There's no more fitting move for you guys to use. It's one of those devil's proofs. When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof. Because that's a human move. But I'm fighting with a witch, taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist that can only be used in a game against a witch. They're cheat moves. That's what this devil's proof is. Because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on Nakajima, separate from the Ushirumio family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if you follow the rules of the devil's proof, you can't deny that she exists, even if there's no proof that she does. Because it's impossible to prove something that something doesn't exist. That's right. I'm finally able to turn the tables using this devil's proof, which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof that witches don't exist and denied Beato's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist and was unable to counterattack. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means if I suggest that a 19th human exists, I can't deny that either. In other words, because it's problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you've never found her, no matter how hard you looked. So you can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beato used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible. But this time, it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, then forget just the 19th person. This island could be full of people we don't know about. And even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny that they existed. In the last game, and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all of those. However, if not just the 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. They all split up the work, could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak in around the mansion without being noticed. But those are all settled by the devil's proof. Can't deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. It's ninjas! Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against the witch. Well, this is just my imagination. It's the Amainu. The mountain dogs. What if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable, almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere. Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted. If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind. But my opponent is a witch. And after all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch. Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me again. I won't suffer a defeat like last time again. I see. You have learned from your previous defeat. That is good. It's no surprise that you've become so devious now that you're in your third game. You first strengthen your own defense. That is truly a solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I would say. Well, even if we do assume that there's a 19th person, there's still a few tricks left that I can't resolve, like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add. Still, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being. Battler-sama, the trump card is the important piece called the 19th person. You countered my move of asking where the proof was by using the devil's proof. Good skirmish. Although I must apologize for making a move by myself when Merlady isn't here. I find that I too am growing slightly interested. I wonder if you will allow me to make yet another move on Merlady's behalf. Let's have it. I've had no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons. This move he presented called the Devil's Proof. It's a specialty of us demons, but there are also various other moves available to us. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Oh, cackle. Ha! Just then, that enraging laugh I've heard so many times started echoing. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the Golden Witch appeared. If it isn't Milady, good morning. Thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away. Hempel's Raven, was it? Such a familiar old move, I could almost laugh. To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler. It's a classic move to use against Devil's Proof. Renov, I will make this move. Do not get in the way of my fun. So you've finally shown up. Guffawing witch. I see you're laughing like a freak, just as usual. This guy was talking behind your back just now, telling me how undignified you look when you do that, right? How rude. Is that true? Nonsense. Why would I speak such gossip about my lady, whom I regard with such sincere respect? I can't believe you'd say something so shameless. Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together. Cackle. Well, that is fine. Let us return to the point at hand. Hempel's Raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive. In other words, it's a move like this. What must you do to prove that ravens are black? Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and check to see if it's black? That's right. You must simply prove that a raven equals black. Do you see that? If you instead prove that birds that aren't black equal not ravens, you would reach the same argument. If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens and prove that none of them are black, then as a result, you can claim that, therefore, black birds are ravens. This is called an argument by the contrapositive. Is that too difficult for you? Yeah, no kidding. Got no idea what you're saying. Battler-sama, what about this example? Let us say that you have two boxes, and one of them is a winner with a cookie inside. Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, here are two boxes, where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win equals it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. When if A then B is true, then if not B then not A is also true. Well, that's obvious. If the one guessed was the loser, then you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner. In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after your first move. That is correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the Devil's Proof is satisfied. You can directly prove that this box is the winner equals this box has a cookie in it. However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Hempel's Raven, is satisfied. In other words, this box does not have a cookie in it, equals this box isn't the winner. And as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than two boxes, the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner. Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on this island, even if all 18 people have alibis, I still won't have to accept witches? Very well. I'll teach you about my move. First of all, you are stating that the culprit is not among the 18, equals the culprit is the 19th person. Cackle. So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this. In short, the culprit is not a 19th person, equals the culprit is one of the 18. Huh? What do you mean? Only that I've countered your move. Let's try and keep things simple. Renov, explain. It seems you've made things easy enough for Battler to understand with your cookie in a box analogy. Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about two treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19-person box, so the cookie represents the culprit. Battler-sama, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, you have paradoxically proven that therefore, the cookie is in the 19-person box. That lets us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19th-person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18-person box. Battler-sama played this move in order to avoid having no doubt any of the 18. but it's now been used to prepare an 18-person attack. What the hell? Cackle, 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 cackle. If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19-person box is empty, you will automatically have to accept that the cookie is in the 18-person box. All I've done is say it the other way around, yes? So, that move I was so confident in is actually a double-edged sword? That's right. As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with the 19th person, you'd already taken on the risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit was one of the 18. It's a bold move. I see. Hempel's Raven. So this is a countering technique. Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. There aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of these boxes. Didn't want to place the bomb in the boxes for any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof. Created the 19-person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much is fine. Then Beato struck back. Now if the contents of the 19-person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all 18 of those boxes, and as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, that'll be almost absolutely impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. Oh, I got another phone call. Okay. Let me, let's finish this paragraph. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. Short, can't prove anything indecisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. Let's do the 5 minute, or not 5 minute, but let me just do the phone call. BRB. Okay, we're back. Let me clear this notification. And we're good. That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly. Like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I could probably be sure of that person's innocence. Sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Beato only has to open one box, the 19-person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. When a devil's proof exists in the world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it. There are many cases in which it is impossible to do because of the situation. However, Hempel's Raven turns that problem around, makes it possible to prove things easily. By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove true or false. For example, let us say I make the proposition, all humans except me equals foolish. Normally I would have to examine all of humanity except myself and show that they are all foolish. However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people. This is the same sort of effort you need to open all 18 boxes. Cap. However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of that proposition will change it into this. If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around on that claim that all humans except me equals foolish, you would have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish equals me. What do you think that means? Cap. As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I will be able to show in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish. In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me. It truly is the strongest and fastest QED in the world. This Hempel's Raven. What a ridiculous argument. It is a very, very convenient move. Not only demons, but gods also use it. When they propose that the blessed equal the servants of God, the contrapositive is a human is not a servant of God, equals he must not be blessed. So in order to prove that servants of God are blessed with divine protection, they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those people who don't receive such protection. So by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them, they prove their blessedness. An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness. However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune. Cap. So by using Hempel's Raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap. You demon! It's a demon's argument. That's crazy. It seems we've gone off topic. Let us get back to the point. The move for my counterattack is complete. And now, in response to your claim of the 19th person is the culprit, therefore the 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist. I say, therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person, we can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18 or a witch, right? Just say it in red. For a while I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, a counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. Is this going to be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and still believe in the innocence of those 18 people? Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape my reality? I think there's 5 characters that I know about. I don't know how they fit into the story. I think that's where we're at on spoilers. Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I used the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn, and then forcefully gouge it in. We're still in the opening part of the game. Do you plan to keep thinking on this level? Wait a sec. I want to be sure. I'll admit I talked about a 19th person to keep it simple. But if we're going to use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then we have no way of knowing if there are 10 people, 100 people, or an indeterminate number of people. There was always one more than you assume. Get it? They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted. So the only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic. I see. Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th person, as soon as I do, you'll think up a 20th person and claim that they're the culprit. By repeating this endlessly, you would make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity. I see. Cap. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts, I wouldn't expect anything less from Kenzo's grandchild. Looks like you've been gifted with talent in summoning. In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person outside of the first 18. How do you like that, Beato? Now that I know we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose. Cackle, 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 cackle. How foolish. Who do you think I am? I'm the Endless Witch. The thought that you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd. Endless control means that I am able to kill endlessly. When your 19th person folds, you will summon a 20th. And when your 20th person folds, you will summon a 21st. And when your 21 person folds and your 22nd person folds, you'll summon a 23rd person, 34th person, a 6th. So let's 100 million, billion, trillion, quadrillion, 64 quadrillion, 358 trillion, 223 billion, 579 million, 673,204 person. Did you think you have me at your mercy for all eternity? I laugh at infinite regress. The infinite doesn't work against me. Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me. Oh. I have the power to speak the truth in red. Here it comes. When I speak in red, it will contain absolutely no illusions. If I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island, you will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person. Cackle, cackle. See, battler? What truth shall I tell in red this time? Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Cackle, 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 cackle. Come, show me your usual frightened face. Just say it. Say that there's 18. There's only 18. What? Why are you laughing? I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time he jumps out, driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red. You brought out your trump card again. So, how and for what will JPChivalry use the red this time? What do you mean by that? Suddenly looking so relaxed. Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood red treasure sword of yours. Let's see, what will you proclaim in red this time? You aren't going to say the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you? Be careful, since that'd mean self-destruction for you, right? That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself. Complete resignation. That's right. Red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beato's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly, said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destruction. Do tall people sleep longer? I'm gonna say false. Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit. No matter who the culprit actually was, I'd definitely have to deal with some tough emotions. But before that, it would mean your defeat. Saying in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation. If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move. However, this particular battle will end in my victory. JPChivalry's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth. No amount of proof or counter-arguments can change that. Until now, she's used that to severely wound me, and each time, the tiny foundation supporting my heart got split in half. I feel like I need to sneeze. However, if she uses it carelessly, then I can also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick. I almost completely got her boxed in at one point. but she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension is almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. Okay, now it's time to hear your plan. That's right, to use your Hempel's Raven. First, you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18. And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the 18 people in this group are the culprit, that's right, that might be a fatal wound to me. I'm surprised that you no longer have even an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much. You're quite resilient. Try taking it out. That treasured sword, that trump card of yours. This time, might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Interesting. Wouldn't have it any other way. Agitator. Challenge her. Drive her into her corner and make her a speaker in red. Of course, her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope. But don't be afraid of that. On this island, I'll become falsehoods and illusions. The only thing I trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope. It's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid, because my victor condition is the denial of witches. Then, to use their contrapositive logic, the culprit must be human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time, I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. That's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword fighting movie, that a good fortress has one, and only one, intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there. They would be lured there. And that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get struck back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered, so that she'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red. That's right. That red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. So, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on this island total? If you don't, the Raven can't cut me up. Humph. How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult. One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line, no matter what the era. It's no surprise you're Kinzo's grandchild. The more cornered you are, the bolder you become. Hee hee hee. Renov cleared his throat. It appears to be a stalemate. The black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold, milady. Renov, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. Beato probably thought she'd managed to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled. And she's grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now? Now it's starting to get interesting, huh? Hee 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 hee. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Battler. Is she gonna say it? This isn't getting us anywhere. Then should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual? Oh, the usual, you say? Then by all means. If I don't hear you say that, I guess I just won't feel like starting. The first move was mine. Here I go, Beato. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. I hear you say this in red. I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18. Won't be able to say a 19th person did it, so all doors will close to me. However, I believe the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18. There's no way any of those 18 could commit such brutal murders. I'll say it again. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. I refuse. Won't say why. Phew. I'd avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she repeated that, be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18. Like last time all over again. But Beato had proclaimed my ultimate goal and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike. Even though it was a weakness where she should have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up with red by using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook and the king. This is a big sign of my advantage. That's right. The culprit isn't one of the 18. He won't suspect anyone. Since the culprit isn't the witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. That's you. Person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice. That's right. You aren't a witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island and hiding for several decades. Cackle, cackle. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Did you just call me the Endless Witch, who has lived for over 1,000 years, a human? Cackle, 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 cackle. For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and goadingly, or maybe spitefully. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She probably remained extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage, depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my devil's proof, she would need to settle the existence of a number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game. It's okay to refuse. If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose on your first move, right? After all, from now on, all the tricks that were impossible for the 18 can be explained with the human X who wasn't in that group. This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It's just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. It could only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but it wasn't very good at controlling territory on the board. Looked like Beato also noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. She pulled out her red treasured sword. It wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this. But Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Because, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence curled up in these cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. They can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusions. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is a reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose, bit by bit, that cracking truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that cracking truth, which is based on fuzzy information, or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course, that bastard would never admit it, because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. And know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasure sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. What's wrong? I'll say it again. Repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Humph. I refuse. At the end of Beato's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. Thought she'd use it. Beato refused to speak in red, even though it cost her a victory in the opening part of the game. You refused? Which means that from now on, I can create as many fictional characters as X's outside of the 18 as I want. Do as you wish. I refuse to repeat what you have told me. Isn't that enough for now? The reason for my refusal is... No, I won't tell you yet. Anyway, you'll know soon enough. Hee hee hee. Still acting tough, I see. Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it. You called it my red treasured sword. Pleasant metaphor. I'll use it too. Treasured sword is at its best when it's sheathed. In fact, there are times when it can instill even more fear because it is sheathed. That's right. As I fight, I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red words. It's some pretty serious pressure. And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me. In those times, I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right, or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about. If you think of it that way, yeah, it's a sheathed treasured sword. So what? If I'm gonna push you off a cliff anyway, best to let you climb a bit higher first. We have still barely begun. Much is left to come. I'll resign from this challenge. Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now. But only for now. What's gonna happen? Because, I mean, that would explain things. But... not everything. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit, until I was greeted by the sound of Renov's applause. Spectacular, Butler-sama. Perhaps you have started this game with an advantageous development. Who knows? I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move, or whether she guided me into taking it. After all, knowing you probably know I'm being led into a trap. And that clapping is just you mocking me openly, right? How could you think that? I'm innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, even though it is only the first round. In any event, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant. I believe that a little encouragement such as this can be good medicine every once in a while. This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue. He does, doesn't he? Sometimes he ticks me off as well. My, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, Milady, Butler-sama, how would you like some more black tea? The game has still barely begun. Please, allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game. I ask that you continue your game without any reservations. Now well, let's move forward. Now is when it really starts. Humph. Very well. Let's advance the clock. Renov, black tea, please. Certainly. How about a cookie? I don't need one. Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy. Remain silent for now. While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time, she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes. Very well. Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move? What? Bring it on. Show me what you got. Cackle, cackle. Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it. It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move. I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Listen. Okay. Yeah, let's do the break. So this will be the lunch break. I'll be back in like 10-15 minutes, I guess. But yeah. Because I don't know if it's going to be like a chapter break or if Rose is going to... I don't know how it's going to work. So yeah, let's just do the BRB now. So, un momento. And I'm back. Unfortunate though, there was no music there, but just the sound of the rain. Oh man. But yeah. It's good lunch. It's the mushroom Swiss burger. Tasty. Okay. Let's get this show on the road. Let's continue with episode 3. What is Rosa gonna say? Of course, I think the same way. Oh, whoops. Rosa does too, right? Rosa? Huh? Sorry. Me too. I think that too. What's wrong, Rosa-san? You've been really quiet for a while now. You feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the sibling fights. But even so, she seemed unmotivated, and had said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time, she had hung her head and appeared to be thinking of something else. You've been in a daze for a while now. Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that? You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself. Jeez. I'm sorry. Did you wake up really early in the morning? If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it. Oh, man. The beds in our guest rooms have been prepared. How about taking a rest? I will guide you. No, I'm fine. Thank you. What is it? Is there something you're worrying about? No, not really. Is that so? Feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time. Wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about. Those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently Kiri's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either. No, She swallowed whatever it was she had been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance is different from usual. What is it? You've been weird for a while. Did you think of something? We all just swore to remain united, didn't we? Don't hold back, worrying about by yourself. We said we'd talk. Rosa, tell us. The men pressed her one after the other, and Rosa confessed resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation. No, this mistress of Grandfather's, this Beatrice. I was wondering if she's still alive. Huh? Isn't it obvious that she's alive? After all, she was able to send that letter to us. Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though. The woman in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now. I'd say she's healthy. People are crafty when it comes to money to stay healthy no matter how old they get. Her evil plan might even be the best rejuvenating agent. Wahahaha. She shouldn't be alive. Huh? What did you say? Just say? Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What? Actually, I was filling in the blank. I didn't think that was what she was actually going to say. I killed her. What did you say? What do you mean, Rosa? But it wasn't really me who killed her. Though I did bring her to a place like that. No, I did kill her after all. I tried to make myself believe it was a dream. But it wasn't really a dream, was it? Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost. Wow. It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about. Calm yourself, Rosa-san. I have absolutely no clue what's going on. Already dead? What do you mean? I think it means two things. First, its literal meaning. And second, it backs up our earlier guess. Which means Rosa has met with Beatrice, right? I've never heard Rosa mention anything like this. Rosa, when was it? When could you possibly have met Beatrice? Long ago. Long ago. We just moved over to the island when I was still young. It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. What? Calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, right? First, drink some water, okay? Natsuki-san, a pitcher, please. Yes. Here you go, Rosa-san. Please, calm yourself. Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Oh. God, yeah. Well, I'm glad I didn't end it there for the BRB. It's not time yet. So when we left off, it was like 9 p.m., right? So we still got a while before midnight. In the chapel. Beatrice, I've been calling to you for some time now. Did you not hear me? Moo, were you? My apologies. I was lost in thought. Forgive me. The weather is pleasant. Yes, I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart. Will you have your black tea here? Who am I? I will bring some tea now. Wait here for a while. Forget about the tea. Talk with me. Very well. Kinzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being, but his attempt had been very transparent. He sat in a garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence. Who am I? Oh no, I dropped the Q-tips. Until today, no one has answered this question. For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me. So make it comfortable. Lots of chair noises. I've known you for a long time. Think of you as my best friend, even as a father. That is why I want so much for you to tell me. You should know who I am. Why are you worried about something like that? You are Beatrice, the master of this mansion. Is that not so? What more could you want to know? I do not know. What's this? Don't you even understand what it is you want to know? How mysterious. In one's youth, there are times no one wants to play in the maze of thought that has no exit. Perhaps that's what your worries are. Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning. Humph. So you won't tell me after all? There's nothing to tell. You're Beatrice. Isn't that more than enough? No, that's not it. What I wish to know is not my name. I want to know who I am. Who am I? What am I? How long have I been here? And how long will I have to continue my days here? I really should bring some black tea. Don't you think it a waste of all this fine weather? So she had memory loss? Hello, JP. Hey, Nara. How's it going? You haven't missed much. I think we're 4 hours in. We're already in the story of the mansion and that island. But no one's died yet. and Battler is trying to figure out if there's 18 people on the island or 19 people. Or 19 or more. I was about to ask you to summarize, yeah. And apparently, in the past, Beatrice died by Rosa's hands. So I guess when Rosa was like a baby, she killed Beatrice somehow. And then Kinzo, I guess, had a meeting with Beatrice and she has amnesia. So I have no idea. I guess they're about to explain it. But you're good, that's good. What's this all about? Looks like it's probably the story of your past, right? Something like that. To think I would go this far back. Looks like you had some pretty deep worries even then, wondering who you were. That is to be expected. At the time, I was unable to understand who I was, or why I was alive. Well, in puberty, everyone's captured by those philosophical worries at least once, wondering what meaning there is in their life. Doesn't this just prove you had a charming period like that at one point? So I guess this is the story of human Beatrice before she becomes a witch. And then witch Beatrice is the one that, torments us. I've been in that mansion since the time of my birth. I lived only inside the mansion. Of course, I went out to the garden. The area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence. I was unable to leave through it. I was told severely that I mustn't leave. I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the garden. But outside of that, not once was my desire to take just one step outside of my own accord granted. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that, as far back as you can remember, you were always a bird in a cage? That's what I thought at the time. After all, as soon as I became aware, I was living like that. Didn't even think to question it. Who in the world are you? That's it. That is what I also hope to know. I'm sure you'll say something like, I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right? No, that's not true. That isn't true. Yet. Or should I say that was once the case. I was constructed by a Kinzo, a human built by a human. No, perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh. What the hell? This is getting weird. You probably won't believe it anyway. But listen first. I was a mighty witch who had lived for 1,000 years. But at one point, I was summoned by Kinzo. By that hidden art, I was bound as his prisoner for eternity. Never heard that before. From what we hear in the Ushiromiya family, you were summoned by grandfather, made something like a devil's contract with him, and gave him the gold. Indeed. What the fuck, Grandpa? That is correct. Then I was supposed to vanish until the contract was complete. But, well, popular women have it rough. By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me. Grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad. With astigmatism too, hehehe. To fall in love with you, of all things. Well, to me, there could be nothing more bothersome. However, the power of humans is a frightening thing. He displayed that fearsome power and rooted me to this place. He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement. Such an overbearing man. Isn't that awesome? Everyone knew Grandfather was obsessed with the occult. But who would have guessed he had the power to root down the great witch Beatrice? Ridiculous. Who'd believe such a weird story? As I thought, you don't believe. All I believe is the fact that you lived in this hidden mansion in the middle of the forest. You were the 19th person on Rakanjima, right? Indeed. Just as you imagine, this is deep within the forests of Rakanjima. A hidden mansion, not to be found from the outside world. Its name is Kuadorian, 9 Birds Retreat. Come to think of it, I heard the guest house's real name was Torarian, Visitor's Retreat. I see, the naming sense is similar. So, you were Grandfather's mistress who lived here in secret. Isn't that right? Mistress isn't the right way to say it. You should probably call it Kinzo's unrequited love. We spoke of it just now, correct? He fell in love with me of his own accord. Then courted me, but I rejected him. Then I was shut up in this hidden mansion. No, that's not quite right. It would be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body. I've got no idea what you said there at the end there. Oh yeah, at the beginning of the game, we got a flashback with Beatrice and then some other witch who is a teacher. But it was in the same location as this, so it's like, has she always been on the island? Got no idea what you said at the end there. You'll just make fun of it and refuse to listen, right? After all, you say you don't believe in witches or magic. If you have no ears to hear what I tell you, saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness. More witches? Yeah. She had like silver hair, and she kind of had the same laugh as Kumasawa, so it made me think that maybe it was Kumasawa. She does though. Oh, what? Yeah. That's my theory, but I don't know. She didn't say her name. Old lady witch, right? I'll decide whether I believe or not. After all, if I don't ask, the story won't continue. Tell me. Let's hear the story from your past. Very well. I refused Kinzo when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart, something like that. He wanted to make me nod my head in agreement no matter what. He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart. Talk about overbearing. Guess no one likes obstinate men, huh? Kaku. Regardless of whether I responded to his courting or not, having a man so desperate for me was, well, as a woman, wasn't so unpleasant. Oh yeah, Beatrice has a new butler. His name is Renove, and he's alright. He's not too weird. I'm sure we'll see him soon. However, I never accepted his proposal. I tried to find some way to break through his guard. That barrier was firm, and I couldn't crack it. Demon Butler? Yeah. He's like one of the 72 great demons. And he's ranked 27th in the hierarchy of demons, so... But he seems nice. But that barrier is firm and I couldn't crack it. And then? After trying to resist in various ways, I eventually reached the conclusion that to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away this body of flesh. The physical body is a vessel with many restrictions for a magic user. Throw away your body of flesh? What does that mean? Something like an out-of-body experience? Well, if you want to think of it that way. However, I'm no spirit. Even though I am a witch, in the beginning, I was born with a human's body of flesh. So for me, throwing away that physical body, while it didn't mean the same thing as death, did require a similar level of resolve. So in other words, you decided that you couldn't be released except by suicide. Is that it? It wasn't suicide. It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh. Of course, becoming nothing more than a soul is a precarious situation. When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it is constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun. It was not easy for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them. It was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could. However, there was no other way to break through Kinzo's barrier. Cackle. Anyway, I'm an unfettered person. I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over. Couldn't see the stuff Beato kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh as anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death. Question mark. So you're saying you committed suicide? What are you talking about? Isn't that you sitting carefree there in the garden chair? That's right. That is the new cage I was given by Kinzo. Cage? You mean this mansion? No, I mean my body, relaxing in the garden chair over there. Even though I was so desperate to escape that I became naught but a soul, Kenzo still had no intention of letting me go. Oh, he was a fearsome person. Normally when the object of one's unrequited love shows that she is willing to die, should be enough to bring that person to their senses, even if their love has lasted 100 years. Perhaps that's why even he managed to become a sorcerer of sorts. Cackle. Don't try to confuse me with that incomprehensible witch girl talk. What exactly are you trying to say? That Kenzo didn't let me escape, even after I became a soul. Human emotions are terrifying. To think he would be able to exhibit such power, tying down a dead soul, it's not something that can be accomplished easily, not even for a magician who specializes in such matters. Because I knew this, Kenzo's fearful magical power shocked me for the first time. Then, Kenzo seized my soul and brought me back. However, a cage to hold a seized soul cannot be made from iron or lead. Only one thing remained. What? You aren't gonna say it was a magical cage or something, are you? Wrong. It's that body of flesh over there, just like yours and mine. Only a cage made of flesh and blood can tie a soul down to this world. Kenzo shut my soul up in a cage of flesh built to be exactly like me. I don't buy this talk, but I'm gonna say it's like a daughter situation. Also, hold on. So to sum up, it's like this. Grandfather obstinately courted you, you started to hate it, and you committed suicide. But you weren't clever enough to finish the job. Damn, really took a roundabout way to say something like that. No, that's wrong. My soul was shut up in the seed of a homunculus, and I was born out of a test tube. Huh? But that's crazy. That isn't even possible, right? Kenzo accomplished even the miracle of creating life. But equal value, though. And simply to shut my soul up in that cage, that he would show such magical power simply because of his own love. Thoroughly terrifying person. It's already gotten pretty ridiculous. Say whatever you want. I won't believe anything. Just do what you like. Moo. What's with this unpleasant attitude? In the beginning I showed a little interest, thinking that there might be some huge hint hidden here. But the more I ask, the weirder this story starts to get. I get the feeling that even though this is supposed to be a game about denying witches, I'm suddenly being forced to just swallow this story about witches. Sorry, I don't feel like listening to this anymore. Just keep rambling on to yourself as much as you want. I'll be over here, picking out my earwax or something. Humph. When I started acting cold, Beato seemed unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still shameless, but in that really easy to understand expression of hers. I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness at my failure to find the story of her past interesting. For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful. So even though I kept my careless attitude, I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it. Even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her chromosomes are XX. Really? Well, I've got absolutely no desire to believe you, but keep going. Let's have a bit of a story instead of a tea snack. So you treat the story of my past like little more than a snack? Do you expect me to just casually tell you when you insult me like that? After I made fun of her, Beato reacted a little sensitively. It looked like even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by others. Just then, my black teacup suddenly made a sound, surprising me. Oh hey, it's Renov. Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life. In other words, Milady received life as a human once more. Before I realized it, Demon Butler had taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it. Renov, enough of that. This person just said it was too ridiculous to be worth listening to. Well, he's too ridiculous to be worth talking to. I'm baking some new cookies right now. Until they're ready, I thought you might find the story of my lady's past to be a perfect substitute for a snack. Poo-coo-coo. Didn't I say that's enough talking about me? Such unpleasant people, the lot of you. I'm leaving. Renove, serve our food and then go. No pointless chit-chat with Battler. Certainly. I'll make an effort. Beato's short temper peculiar to women, which I didn't really understand, took hold of her, and she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared. After that, only Renove and the scent of the black tea were left. I feel kind of bad, like I pissed her off or something. Snapped by Thanos, yeah. Every time they disappear. As long as you're aware of it yourself, you'd say nothing more. Wait a sec. Weren't you the one who struck the finishing blow? Poo-coo-coo-coo. My, what could you mean by that? How would you like some sugar and milk? Just milk will be fine. And some tea snacks would be nice too. Well, it'll be a bit longer before the cookies are ready. Didn't you say we've already got something to use in place of a snack? Certainly. If you will listen quietly, I'll continue this story. She said something about a homunculus. I know a bit about that. It's that thing, right? From Fullmetal Alchemist? Yes. Manufactured human created with alchemy or something. Yes. Milady's soul was shut up in a homunculus, and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby. However, because she was a baby, any professions of love on Kinza's part would have been quite useless. You weren't saying that grandfather shut that baby up in this hidden mansion, until it grew to reach the same age she'd been. Correct. That is what I'm saying. However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit is strongly influenced by its container. Milady lost all her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl. And you're saying that that's the Beato sitting in the garden chair? Yes, that is correct. It grew to be completely identical. However, it did not possess her power as a witch. Milady was completely human. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair, looking up at the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was, or why she lived shut up in there. Well, so they say it's a small island, but what's with those mountains in the background? Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then, no. Maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice? No, a baby? Grandfather raised this child with care, but maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. No. This might be some bullshit Beato cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuadorian, was it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot? Oh? A hidden mansion called Kuadorian does exist in the forest of Rakanjima. That is the place we were just talking about. Huh? Red? Renova used the red to say that Kurodorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used? I may not look it, but I am a demon. Please, keep this a secret from Milady, yes? Sure. Beato, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Renaud could also use the red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. Didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it. So the visible words actually coming out of their mouth? I would think so. Maybe. Like it shows up as subtitles in front of them? I don't know. Below their face, above their face. However, it was the red of a crafty man. Didn't know how far I could accept it, but anyway, I hope it'll get some kind of hint out of it. So that Beato relaxing in the garden of Kurodorian, that conversation she had with grandfather, were the truth? Yes, it is the truth. In the past, the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place. Thanks a lot. I'll ask for some more red. Said she was born from a homunculus, but does that kind of unscientific and magical thing actually exist? Battler sees the world in subtitles, right? I'm unable to answer that question. After all, doing so would cause a stalemate. A stalemate? What does that mean? It's a chess term referring to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check, any further progress in a game becomes impossible. This would be the opposite of an endless repetition of moves, because all moves would disappear. It would bring about a kind of deadlock. In chess, this would lead to a draw, just as a perpetual check would. However, there can be no draws in the game between you and the lady. Therefore, I'm unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate. You obviously want to confuse me by saying incomprehensible stuff. But simply put, you're trying to dodge the question because you can't use the red to say that something magical like a homunculus exists, right? If I were to say in red that a witch exists, what would you do, Battler-sama? Moo. Whether or not I believe that is what our whole fight's about, right? If I was told that point blank, it'd be game over. If I said a witch exists in red, you would have no room for argument. However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you, Battler-sama, you probably wouldn't accept it. However, after being told that in red, you would have no room for argument and would not have been shown any proof. In this situation, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument and it would become a deadlock. Even though checkmate would not have been reached, there would be no existing moves left. Since you would not be able to play your next hand, it would never become Milady's turn, and the game would stop there for all eternity. As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit. That would be a deadlock situation. In order to avoid that, I am unable to answer questions of this nature in red. So, to say it quickly, you're saying point-blank questions are prohibited? Well, that's true, I guess. If I were told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start. I'm pleased that you understand. I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form. Can you help me with that and that line Beatrice dodged when I told her to repeat it? About the number of people on this island? If Milady held back on repeating it, then of course I cannot respond. As Milady's furniture, I am unable to be too forward. Renova made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy's so shameless. Just when I thought you might actually be useful. I'll give up on that and search for a different question. That's right. I was forgetting to check something important. This is a story about Beato's memories, right? When did it happen? Couldn't be happening right now, right? Correct. This is the world of 1967. 20 years ago? That doesn't work though, because that would have to be longer for the baby. Unless she's like 18 there, or 16? 15? How old is she? Because he built the mansion 10 years ago, right? 10 years from 67. I don't know. The world of 19 years previous. Were you very shocked about 20 years ago? I'm doing work and I just hear 20 years ago? It's just shocking, Stupa. The timeline, it doesn't add up. How does this mystery work? Let's try rearranging the story again. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her. But she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here, and probably committed suicide. And then, her soul was put in a homunculus and... No, if I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. First mistake, never fall in love with the Beatrice. They are, no good. Have I met a Beatrice, IRL? I don't think so. It's not a common name, right? Can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body. And it might have thought that the child was the reincarnation of Beatrice. That means at least 19 years ago, Beato existed on this island as the 19th person. You have a cousin named Beatrice? Nice. Are they a good person? Oh man. We're starting to get confused. Either way, we can't do more than speculate. The only thing we could say for sure in red is that in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokkenjima, Beatrice existed as a human. That's all. She's a little whack. Don't fall in love with her. You won't. That is correct. In 1967, in the hidden mansion on Rokkenjima, Beatrice-sama existed as a human. Oh, thank you. It really helps. Congratulations. With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person. 19th human for you to blame, just as you long for. Sacrificial sheep upon which you can shift the blame of any crime. How amusing that it happens to be Milady. Pooh, coo, coo, coo. But that means she dies, like, in 1967, or somewhere along the line, by Rosa. Renove laughed indiscreetly. Somehow I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him. That's right. There's that thing on Rosa's head. Beatrice is dead? I killed her? What did that mean? As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you. Let us advance the clock a little more. Renove pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Okay, good. Was it Beato? Quickly realized that it was someone else. Oh, I think it's Lucifer. It was her, that oldest sister of the Seven Stakes, who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day. If I don't consider myself lucky to see that sexy ass, I won't be able to keep up with their torture game. Jesus. Renove-sama, so you're still here. This is an urgent call from Beatrice-sama. My. What kind of urgent business could it be? It seems my chat with Battler-sama has run a tad long. Well then, Battler-sama, if you'll excuse me, please continue to enjoy your game with Milady. Yeah, I'll enjoy it as best I can. Because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when they're with you as opposed to her. You're more gracious with the red too. Come talk again anytime you like. Seems a bit inappropriate. Okay, I'm going back to work. Gonna be quiet again. Oh, with the sexy ass talk. Yeah. thanks for stopping by, Supa. Cheers for the alert. Sama. Despite how I look, I'm Milady's furniture. I can do nothing that Milady does not desire. What I said and read was something that normally should have come from Milady's mouth. I did nothing more than announce the red truth in Milady's place as she sulked. So she really was sulking then. Hee 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 hee. Coo. Seeing me and Renaud incomprehensibly hitting it off, that steak Ni-chan cocked her head curiously. Renaud-sama, we are keeping Beatrice-sama waiting. Let us hurry. Yes, I shall go immediately. Well, Hato-sama, I will see you later. It appears that we have finally started getting along. As I thought, I have the feeling we'll manage to become good friends. Sure, if you mean partners at gossiping behind Beatrice's back. Renaud-sama. Yes, if you will excuse me. Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me, or maybe she really had been told to hurry. And the steak Ni-chan let out a thunderous cry, Renaud laughed frivolously and disappeared, as if running away. Humph. Why am I, the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory, being summoned for menial tasks like this? Even though Beato-sama could have told one of the younger sisters who looks like they've got nothing better to do. Sheesh. Why so grumpy, Ni-chan? If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something. Why don't I give you the last one? Hehehe. How thoughtful. Then, shall I take one? Casually pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie over to her. Thank you. Oh. Just killed Battler again. As though coming as a period at the end of the sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. It had happened in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the table a hair's breadth away from the back of my hand and my fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble, and by now, all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down. Whoa, Ni-chan, isn't it about time you cut your nails? It's Lucifer. That is my glorious name, the honored furniture who serves Beatrice-sama, and the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Not like my disgraceful young sisters. If you don't show proper respect, you will regret it. And why would I regret it, exactly? Can't really think of a reason. Stupid kid. Do you really want to play with me that much? Was it that unforgettable? I'll thrust my stake deep into you, let you enjoy being gouged to the fullest, okay? Damn it. Someday I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing. Oh, really? Wow, I can't wait. Ha 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 ha. Oh? Did she go Battler again? Or no? I guess so. That's fine, you can come back. Oh. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kirie intervened. If something like that really had happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk. How old was I then, I wonder? Middle school, probably, but I don't remember well. Anyway, I think I was about that age. Which means maybe about 20 years ago. Back then, my grades weren't very good. Mother was always angry at me. I tried to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't match up to Mother's expectations at all. Mother was always very strict with Rosa. I sympathized with her at the time. Oh, you say that, even though you were always talking behind her back. Would you give it a rest, Ava? And then, where did you meet Beatrice, Rosa-san? Hideyoshi-san, you mustn't rush her now. It's okay, Rosa-san. Tell us at your own pace. Thank you. It was a day I'd been harshly scolded by Mother. Do we get a flashback? Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ushirimiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could, but I had none of Kraus Nissan's dignity, couldn't get excellent grades like Ava Nissan, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolf Nissan. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything. I found myself asking why I'd even been born into the Ushirimiya family. I began to question more and more why I've even been born at all. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rakanjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion, and my own self at the time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, maybe a passive sort of suicide. I wanted to disappear. Maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing. I childishly thought that if I went into the center of the forest, escaped from the Ushirimiya house, and maybe became lost, then I'd make them worry and teach them a lesson. And then went to the forest that you were told never to enter? Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. I didn't have any particular reason, but I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place there that no one knew about, which might become a hidden house just for me. I mean, these people are like, what, 30 years old, and they never, like, check the rest of the island? If I go around by the beach, that'd be impossible. It becomes a cliff partway, right? There's no way you could pass that way. Of course. So I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland. It's a horrible forest without any paths, but that was comforting to me then. If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be that much further away from the Ushirimiya family. How shameful. If you were scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder. Mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talent as a designer instead? Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa. But everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable. Quit it. This is no time for sarcasm. So, managed to end up there by coincidence? At Beatrice's hidden mansion? Rosa nodded weakly. About how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map? Natsuki-san, do you have a map of this island? No, there isn't one here now. It wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Even if he gave me a map, I wouldn't know. And 20 years have passed since then. Probably couldn't reach it again, even if I went into the forest. So people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste, they thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph. Maybe even the gold itself might be resting there. In Rakanjima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on. The rest is completely uncultivated. It would probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island. But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful. It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate, or asked the businessman who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time, we could probably find some way to search for it. That's right. At least we have more options now, as opposed to when we weren't sure it existed. Indeed. Maybe worth investigating right away. The siblings will do that investigation together. We won't leave you on your own, Isa. It wasn't yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the sparks seemed to have started flying between Kraus and Ava already. Give it a rest for now, you two. Rosa, please continue. Yes. Get comfortable. Oh? What is this track? And then the credits roll. Okay. Blindly, randomly, I kept running on and on. Suddenly, I came across something I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and I had no idea how far I had walked. So at the time, I naturally took the easiest path. As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I'd gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest. But this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. Probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed in the legend of the witch of the forest, Beatrice. I'd been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be safe was by receiving her help. That's why I thought what I did. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonged to Beatrice, the witch of the forest. Thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me. So I decided to try going in. But the fence was very, very tall. It didn't look like I'd be able to go over it. So I chose to walk around it. Thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate. But it wasn't that easy. The fence had an incredible length to match its incredible height. No matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. Might have encircled a massive area. Maybe I just had that impression because my child's legs made it difficult to walk into the forest. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while. I started to feel sad, so the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree, whose twisted root had bent the fence. I might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in. And there you found the hidden mansion? I don't know if it was the hidden mansion we've been talking about. So at the very least, it wasn't a place that we know of. It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. Had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up. What appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Rakajima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. There's a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we know so well. It was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than ours, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair, positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from that portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage musicals. For a person to be wearing it as their normal clothes, That in itself seemed quite fantastical. That mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. I had forgotten to hide myself in my shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, considering that a guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her, and apologized for entering without permission. It's a middle school, so 11 through 14? 12 through 14? Who are you? The new gardener? Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other, because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes, like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission. Who are you? Name yourself. I am Ushiromiya Rosa. Ushiromiya. Oh, one of Kinzo's family. Huh? Yes. I'm Kinzo's daughter. Good afternoon. I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone. And yet, she had spoken of him without using honorifics. So, I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she might really turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman in her dress and the flower garden and the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. Probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And I really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, stock still, she motioned into an open chair and urged me to sit down. Have a seat. Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my sole pleasure. It's good art. Of course, I have no pleasure other than that. As she said this, she let an unhappy smile show for just an instant, because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement. I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden. Are you the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice? Indeed, I am Beatrice. As I thought, Beatrice actually existed. Did she really look like the portrait? Yes, really, just like the portrait. So, she wasn't just the witch from Father's imagination? Well, what did you talk with her about? As she prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of things about myself. First, she was surprised that I had come through the forest. It seemed she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence. So when I told her I'd come through the forest to reach this place, she was shocked. She asked how I had managed to escape from the wolves. Did I give them a biscuit and they let me go? Or did I cover myself in the magic cloak? That kind of thing. Wow, that sure sounds like a witch. What an interesting person. Quiet, dear. This goes way back. But didn't Father threaten us, saying we should never get near the forest because of the wolves that live there? Yeah, he did say something of the sort. Ridiculous. Even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago. Truly a trick to fool children. I don't remember, though. Did Dad really tell us something like that? Wasn't the Witch of the Forest, right? It was the Witch of the Forest, right? I don't think I've ever heard about wolves. This was when you were still in elementary school. Don't you remember? Back then, you actually said you thought it'd be cool to try petting the wolves. Father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to the story about the witch. Seriously, what transparent lies they were. At the time, the witch story had a much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the wolves. I remember it well. Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back? Giggle. I see. So even Rudolph's son used to be that cute. Shut up. I was just a kid. Well, at any rate, Father's the one who shut Beatrice up in there. Makes sense that he'd use the same story about wolves. To him, the vast forest of Rakajima was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds. The Ushirimiya family and his mistress's mansion. Considering the height of that fence, it does sound as though Father turned that whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell. Just like a border dividing his two separate worlds. Wolves aside, could there have been some breed of stray dogs there at the time? Perhaps the fence was there to protect against those. There aren't any wolves or stray dogs on Rakajima. That fence is probably a border between us and Beatrice. But if she innocently believed that story about wolves, that's pretty naive. That's nothing like what I'd expect a witch to do. You're right. I sense that too. She was very pompous, just like my image of a witch. But she was somehow very childish. She was, how should I put it, too straightforward. She gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world. It was as though she'd come from some fairy tale land. She really was a strange person. What happened after that? Did you end up talking about Dad at all? Yes. Once every few days, usually on an arranged day, but sometimes suddenly, Father would casually appear and they'd drink together, or else take a walk together or something. She said she just happened to be alone the day I visited. I see. An obvious mistress, you might say. My. I don't know how much younger she was, but good for Father. You can be sure this was no indecent relationship. Idiot. There's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality. What happened next? What did you talk about after that? I had already introduced myself, so I asked about her. When I did, the atmosphere quickly grew depressing. How should I put it? She seemed to grow listless and lonely. It was that same expression I saw on her face in the beginning. Well, she was his hidden mistress after all. If she just walked around wherever she liked, Mom might have found her. I'll bet she was practically under house arrest. Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped. I'll bet she had it rough. And then? She was definitely worried about something. I remember feeling really sad for myself, and I realized it wasn't something I could do anything about by talking to her. She seemed to forget I was even there. She gazed vaguely off into the distance and was silent for a long, long time. I thought I must have said something wrong, but it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could apologize. So I remained silent too for a long, long time until she remembered I was there. She remembers all this and all happened 20 years ago? Damn. I can barely remember. And then she muttered unexpectedly. Are there really no wolves beyond that fence? Beyond the fence? Huh? Yes, that's right. Never seen wolves, not even in a zoo. What is a zoo? It's a place where they keep all kinds of animals. They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas. So, there aren't any wolves in a zoo? Then, might not be so scary. Even if there were wolves, all the animals are put in cages, so it's safe. That's why you can safely look at them and learn about them. The Mighty Witch of the Forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remember it looked pretty funny to me at the time. How am I any different? Huh? She didn't know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be. but it was very difficult for a person like her, who had never visited one, to understand. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence and seemed to lack for nothing, she couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut up in cages. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice. That does indeed seem to be the name of the Great Witch, as you say. That isn't me. Cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. There was definitely something odd about her. Beyond just being cut off from the world, it seemed she truly believed that magic exists. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was that... What is that glowy? All I thought was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own free will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, didn't even understand who she was. She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. Lens flare? Is that what that is? Oh, okay. I can see. Gotcha. She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. But since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. The soundtrack reminds me of Promised Neverland. I've only seen the first episode, but it's kind of similar. Also, Kinzo has dropped down in popularity points for me after this. Long ago, when I told Nissan that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, she said this. A bird that only knows about the inside of the cage doesn't long for the outside. Grandpa Whack, yeah. He has to have a good reason for having Beatrice, this girl, locked up. But this wasn't a bird. She really was a person. Even if she'd never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her. Do you want to try? Going outside the fence? There really aren't any wolves? What if there is a wolf? There aren't. You'll definitely be safe. I want to leave. But the gate is always closed. There's the place I came in through. It's got a crack you can slip through. If you go through there, will there be a world outside? Yes. There really aren't any wolves? Gable. Right, there aren't any. Maybe she dies to a wolf, right? And then Rosa just runs away. And it's like, well, that'd be so sad, yeah. I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk. But she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion, so she was seriously worrying about the decision. Then, I learned what she was preparing herself for. I've had enough of this place. I want to go outside. I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world, and why I was born. But my gut is telling me that it's gonna be her falling off a cliff. Somehow. Or a hole. Didn't know what her life had been like before then. It's probably something she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she'd stay. For example, it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. And despite that, she had made her decision. She had voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father had decided that she should live here. She was like Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly. I want to see. See what? I want to see the zoo. Ah. I was just a little surprised when she finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been farsightedness brought about by her decision to venture out from her cage? It was a smile so gentle, I couldn't imagine that it had come from that once dark face. When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I don't even know about this thing called school, nor do I know about zoos. I don't know about movie theaters. I don't know about music marks. I feel, from the bottom of my heart, that I want to know about those things. Will you take me to see them? Huh? Yes. I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from Father. But her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. But she seemed not to notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all those places. She was pure and genuine. She's probably never been tricked by anyone. No, maybe it's better to say that she'd never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant and yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her a modest wish. I've had enough of Beatrice. I want to know who I am. I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice. So, I want you to take me away from here. I don't need tea anymore. Don't need this dress. I won't meet with Kinzo again. Please, take me from here, Rosa. However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze, along with that brilliant smile that made it look as though her possessing spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside me. This is definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble, and yet, it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course, I won't be able to talk to Father, not Mother either. Should I talk to Oni-sama or Oni-sama? No, what about that reliable Genji-san? Or, that's right, what about Kumasawa-san, to whom I can always talk when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here. This is already a place she didn't want to be. So, I took her to the crack in the fence and let her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around. And once that fear disappeared, even just walking around in this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it. And they were all really trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound? And that smell? It really was like the inside of that fence had been her entire world. So now that she traveled beyond the limits of her world, it's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch's mansion. But now, it was different. Or actually, complete opposite. She left a world she believed to be finite, and was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she'd never thought of before. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. She was Alice, and I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. To her, it was probably a freely fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. But I was actually at a loss at what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course, I didn't know the way back to our mansion. There were no lights in the forest. I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent. Apparently, she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve the situation. So, I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. Oh. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. Well... However, that was much more a problem than I imagined. Didn't have a map or a compass. There's no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest. And I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I'd come by. I was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. But this was no time to cry. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So I definitely had to lead the way through this forest. For the sake of her smile as well. Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking for trouble. Pushed my way through the woods, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. So Rosa falls, Beatrice saves her, and then Beatrice somehow falls. Then, after going through various troubles, unfortunately managed to reach the ocean. At that time, I still didn't have a clue where I was on the island. But for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though I had reached the ocean, we were at the top of a rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long, so I figured that an open area, even a rocky beach, would probably be much easier to walk in. So I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. However, Beatrice agreed to my plan without any doubts. Even though she was probably older than me, she meekly obeyed, almost as though she were some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. I searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I'd be able to get down. Then I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down using both hands and both legs, like I was crawling, I thought I'd probably be okay. She wants to go down that? Yeah. Let's go down here. It'll be dangerous if we aren't careful. But if we go down to the beach and walk along it, I don't think we'll have to worry about being lost anymore. Indeed. If that's what you're doing, I'll go too. Even getting lost is fun for me. Quite amusing. She really had no sense of danger. There's probably no doubt that she lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it'd get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest could be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her repeatedly to be careful. Well, of course she's not gonna survive because she has the golden pipe in one hand. I cautiously examined her potential route down. It seemed to be quite a long drop. I think I might have been about 10 meters down. If we looked at it from the bottom up, it probably looked shorter than the roof of the mansion. Looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down from the observation room on Tokyo Tower. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never even been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch, that she could fly, so there wasn't any need to worry. Oh, did she just jump? What? Please be careful. We're pretty high up. Indeed. I shall be careful. Looks like we can get to the ocean if we go down. Is there an aquarium there? No, there aren't any aquariums on this island. There should be lots of fish in the sea. I see. So there are fish. Are there whales and dolphins and penguins like you talked about? No, you'd have to go to an aquarium for those. And you have to leave this island to find an aquarium. Is that so? Well, I'm looking forward to it. What kind of fish are whales? They're really big fish. Huh. Aren't they mammals? And they spit seawater into the air. Huh. And dolphins. They're really smart fish, and... oh, aren't they also mammals? They're really smart and can be taught tricks and stuff. And what about penguins? Aren't they birds? What's going on? We're talking about aquariums, but none of these things seem to be fish. Well, there aren't just fish. It's full of all kinds of things that live in the ocean. I really am looking forward to that. Well, well, yeah. She let out what might have been a funny, rushed and short cry. No, it's probably a scream. Came right out of the blue. Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, didn't I tell you to be more careful? It was the thought of a child. So a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course, I said it out loud. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over? Oof. So, she fell from the cliff. And then what? What happened to her? Rosa. Rosa fell silent. Gaze dropped to her feet, as though she were seeing through the floor into some disgusting memory. She died, didn't she? Eva's brutal words were the ones Rosa had most wanted to avoid. And when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation. Yes, she died. It was a rocky beach with lots of sharp, dangerous rocks exposed. Her eyes were still open and an incredible amount of blood kept pouring out, quickly spreading out until it looked like a red carpet. I spoke to her, shook her, but she refused to respond, not even a blink. No, she wouldn't even close her eyelids. It's my fault. She was wearing a dress, remember? Even though I knew her outfit was difficult to move in, I said we should go down the cliff. She was incredibly innocent, so she obeyed what I said without any doubts. Oof. How long do you plan on remaining dead? Open your eyes already. Darn you, turning to a lump of meat all by yourself while I'm gone. I was just flirting with your ass Nichan friends. More importantly, what the heck's going on here? Well, as you can see, I missed my footing, fell down, and died. The hell? Even though you showed up as the 19th person? You were already dead? Don't mess with me, that's impossible. Aunt Rosa was a kid and she was panicked. It's not like a doctor was there. She probably just mistakenly thought you were dead and you were probably, alive and pretending to be dead or something. Isn't that right? Can't be true. She's gotta be alive. Otherwise, how can she be here? The kid-aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. I stared into that face too. But her eyes were still open, and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague like she must be playing dead. But no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. But it did look like she was dead. Battler, maybe she's a witch? Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height. Her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. Yeah, you probably would die after landing on those rocks from that height. But I couldn't accept it. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. Then she wanted to become this damn irritating witch. It makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then, to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead. But she was actually alive. As soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then she somehow lived on until today, and opened the curtain on her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together. Say it in red. Won't let you trick me so easily. Can you repeat it in red? That she's certainly dead? She has to be alive, right? It's obvious. How does that look alive to you? It's definitely dead. Ugh. My theory that the 19th person was Grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. I planned to strike back from a defensive position, but... Then, who are you? You just died, right? Don't tell me you revived yourself with magic. Kako. I've already explained that, have I not? The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul. That body's nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world. This is how that cage of flesh was broken. Do you understand what that means? I don't have a clue anymore. Keep having fun with your witch girl tricks. I'll listen to that in place of a snack. What the? It's empty. Hey, could I get some more black tea? Kako. Renove, our guest would like some tea. When Beato clapped her hands, Renove appeared. Butlers sure are convenient. A refill, you say? Certainly. How much shall I pour you? Well, I've got more than enough snacks. Half would be fine. Even so, filling it to the brim is the English custom. Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top. Turned my back to Beato, sipping it in silence. Hey, open your eyes. Beatrice. Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. So I fell from there and died. For a while, I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse, then watched her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was different. I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me. So, I finally managed to escape from Kinzo's bonds. Eventually, I felt the memory returning. The fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Then, I remembered that I'd been summoned by Kinzo, that I'd been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I've now finally regained myself. Rosa, you probably regret bringing about my death, but I should be thanking you. Kako. I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she go to call a doctor, or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value. And yet, I'm so frail now. Even this glamorous midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form. Then, I changed it into several gold butterflies. Yes, with my magical powers as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of the cliff. It'll probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyway, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my former power, as I ponder how to make Kinzo pay up all he owes me. Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure of what had once been me, the figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I had thrown away, it would probably take more than 100, 200 days. It might require 1,000 days, or perhaps even more. However, I am the Endless Witch, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days would be no problem. Kako. Oh, Kinzo. Forget that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. Kako. And then you changed into gold butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magical power to be restored? Is that what you're saying? That is correct. Take this form to sneer at you. but most of the time it is easier magically for me to keep my form as gold butterflies. Hey, feel free to take a load off and stick to whatever is easiest. I wouldn't mind not having to hear your irritating laugh. Cackle, cackle. When I turned into butterflies and slipped into the forest, it was already no longer possible for Kinzo to find me. However, Kinzo was not dismayed. Still, he was not immediately able to prepare a way to catch me. So he first moved to prevent me from leaving this island, to keep me from regaining my power. My. At any rate, Kinzo's spitefulness was unimaginable. It was pretty tough to be loved by someone like that. Cackle, cackle. He found a way to keep you from leaving after you turned into butterflies? What, did he put a bug net around the entire forest? Indeed. Magical one. Didn't you know? On the sea in front of the harbor is a reef, upon which sits a small shrine of Eastern magic. Ah, that. It was gone by this year, though. It was a small shrine built long ago by Shugenja, right? From the very beginning, Rakanjima has been an island enveloped by a distortion. It attracts things of magical power and other related creatures. The lady herself is one of them. How about some more tea? Cackle, cackle, please. They brought harm to humans and probably left several eerie legends in their wake. That small shrine was built in ancient times by an Eastern magician who heard of them. Long time passed, and that power was lost. By repairing it, Kinzo restored this island's barrier, and once again bound me to the island. Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you? Normally, the affinity would be poor. However, for the purpose of sealing me here, it may have been quite convenient in a way. If it was Western magic, I would have had some knowledge. For any barrier, there would have been some measures I could have taken. But Eastern magic is outside my area of expertise. It was as if I had been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup that I wanted to drink. In a space dominated by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power. Even if she were given 1,000 days to regain her strength, she would have to wait many, many more. So you're saying it took you 20 years to regain your power? Now you've revived, as we can all see? Those were horribly long years. Spent many days in the form of cold butterflies, found Kinzo's mansion, and watched over him every day. Lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself except to ponder how I would get back at him. That period of 20 years was fortunate for me. Kinzo tried to use all sorts of magic to find and capture me, but each failed. There's a limit to how many miracles a single human can bring about. Even simply holding me captive for that long had been a miracle far above his place. It would be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times. Grandfather said something in the previous game. It was something like, magic lies in the miracle of probability. Indeed. As Kinzo was searching for a hidden art to capture me again, he stumbled upon that. Then, he finally worked out the ceremony involving the offering of 13 people as sacrifices to revive me again. 13 people? Sacrifices? That is the witch's epitaph. Song of Sacrifices. 6 people on the first twilight, 2 people on the second, then 5 more people on the 4th through 8th twilights. Forbidden ceremony, involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices. Those sacrifices were able to be chosen randomly, and the one who held the ceremony, Kinzo himself, was no exception. Dumbass, are you saying that all the gruesome murders on this island were a weird ceremony? I had a vague idea that this might be the case. But I couldn't just hear that it was true from a witch and a demon and say, "Oh really?" and accept it. There are 18 people on Rakanjima. 13 are offered as sacrifices. 5 are left alive. And then I revive. In other words, the odds that Kinzo will be able to meet me again are probably around 1 in 3. He bet his own life on those odds, wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life. You're saying you gathered all our family for the sake of that joke of a ceremony? Don't fuck with me. Don't say stuff like that, damn it. It was all set out in our contract from the beginning, when Kinzo's life ended. All the gold I lent him, and all the assets he created would be given to me. Yes, Kinzo did stab me in the back quite brutally, but looking back now, it was a rare and precious time during my 1,000 years of life. After all, boredom is my natural enemy. To Kinzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that for several decades. Yes, you could say I owe him for that. I just had to go along with Kinzo's game. So to start, Kinzo returns the Ushiromiya family head's ring to me. It was my gold that revived the family after all. And then, 13 people are chosen at random to be sacrifices. While that happens, you all run about, showing me all kinds of human interactions as you try to oppose me and entertain me greatly. Yes, I truly have taken a liking to this game of Kinzo's. Kako. I definitely won't believe in that kind of magic story. Then who are you? You fell off a cliff and died, right? Your soul slipped out, became butterflies, and went to the forest? That isn't possible. But you're here. Who are you? Aren't you the 19th person? That is true. I am the 19th person. Kako. But it's useless, right? It's all useless. Oh? There are no more than 18 humans on this Rakanjima. Oh? Well, there you go. What? What did you say? So you're saying that the X in the 18 plus X doesn't exist? Are you saying the piece I took, X, doesn't exist? Poo. That is what this means. My condolences. Still, you do move fast, my lady. I thought you let him flounder about before spinning everything around at the end. Well then, Valor-sama. With some more tea, it'd be agreeable. I don't need it, damn it. I don't believe it. Wait a second. Loophole, though. Loophole... for all time? Is it only 18? Or does someone come on the boat and then start the shenanigans? I don't need it, damn it. I don't believe it. The culprit can't be one of the 18. Then what are you? Why are you here? If the 19th person doesn't exist, then are you saying you're one of the 18 in disguise? Kako. Perhaps you're castling. Though reluctantly, you are doubting one of the 18 people as your last way out. However, it will be difficult for me from here on out. If you choose to stop caring about propriety, you could prepare a culprit freely among 18 people, making you reach checkmate by evading those 18 pieces. It will be truly difficult. Because if I do that, I won't suspect any of the 18. I don't want to suspect people. Have I really been cornered here again? Damn it. Looks like we're finally approaching the end, in the third round of this game of ours. You have nowhere to run anymore, right? Kako. You don't want to suspect any of those beloved people on the 18, do you? Or are you trying to hide that from me? Then why do you refuse me? They say you should play the opening like a book, the middle game like a magician, and the end game like a machine. I'll corner you from here on. Slowly, carefully, surely. Or, on the other hand, it'd be better if I pressed you all at once, which might suit your style more. Yes, that should fit you well. Let's do that. I'm now fully aware of the sorts of attacks you're weak against. Kako. Hehehehe. It's like we gotta do certain combinations for figuring out if someone's alive, someone's gonna die. But I'll wait till after this episode's done before trying to piece that together. Wait, is it showing us the midnight? Oh shit. So George and Shannon are there. Did it show us the siblings? It didn't, right? It just showed us Battler Jessica, Ken and Genji, George Shannon. Huh. Unless, here we go. Kraus, Rudolph, Kirie, Ava, Natsuhi, Hideyoshi Rosa. That's all 7. Goda's in the kitchen. Kenzo's in the study. So it still doesn't show us where Nanjo and Kumasawa are. Or Maria. Well, Maria should be asleep, but there's no way she's the killer. Forgot Goda was a person. 000. I can't forget Goda because he's on my suspect list. I have an idea, but like, I'm gonna wait for this episode in. Then we'll present our idea, and then we just let's see what the game tells us. It's magic. It's witches. Also, what time is it? 2:42. Oh, it's close. Ooh, hey Sawako, how's it going? 2:42. Last break was at 1 p.m., right? Yeah, we should do the 5-minute BRB. So we'll do the 5-minute BRB, and I think that'll be the last one. And then we play until 3 more hours. Yeah. So, un momento. BRB. Alright, and we're back. So if there's only 18 people on the island, that makes me curious about the 5 characters that I've yet to meet, that I got spoiled on. I have no idea how they play into the story, but there's 5 people still missing. So I wonder. Yeah, let's see. Well then, how will this game be resolved? You may submit, or you may resist. Either way, it will truly be an entertaining banquet, worth betting my short remaining life on. In this dimly lit study, occasionally brightened by lightning, Kenzo kept mumbling and laughing to himself. Unless they're all just Tea Party characters, in which case I guess they don't play into the mansion story. On the antique clock with the intricate design that had been sitting on his desk, the 2 overlapping hands tilted to the right and began to slide. The measure of time that counted up to 24 had returned to 0, and had begun to count back again. Measuring time is a brutal thing. It drags itself all the way to 24 over the course of a day, then returns back to 0. It certainly did count to 23:59. However, is it ever able to reach 2400? If you conclude that it returns to 00 again without reaching 24, how futile it must all be. But perhaps a person's life is the same. You live, aiming for a perfect 24, and in the instant you reach it, you return to 0. People will probably praise the departed, saying that he did reach 24, but he most certainly did not. In the end, he's a 0. I am different. I will live and reach 24. That itself is the Golden Land, for that is where Beatrice dwells. I mean, he reaches it and then he dies, though. Kenzo had been following around with some tarot cards for some time. It looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck with a contest. Well, I guess it's like the door before the Golden Land. I don't know. Based off episode 2's ending. Looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck with a contest, doing it over every time he didn't like the result. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is trying to predict the same thing twice. To do so ridicules the results of fortune-telling, and also desecrates those beings higher than humans that give revelations through the tarot cards. However, Kenzo knew tarot cards shouldn't be used twice because, since they're nothing more than a random number generator, reading them twice will naturally cause a different result to appear. Therefore, reading them twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot card's results. However, that didn't mean that Kenzo didn't take tarot reading seriously. Kenzo's interpretation of tarot reading was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading over and over, without giving up in the slightest until he reached the result most favorable to him. The mark he set for this most favorable result would vary, but when he demanded the most favorable result in a strictly literal sense, it was the same as a simple roulette of luck, where he seeked an arithmetic miracle. However, Kenzo used miracles of numbers as the basis of his magical power, so this functioned perfectly as well as a magical ritual. In other words, till the result he desired appeared perfectly, he would strive to repeat the tarot readings over and over, with conviction, turning the feelings of his heart into prayers, so that when they reached the heavens, they would be sublimated into results. This was Kenzo's personal magical interpretation. Therefore, even though Kenzo's tarot cards were no different from those generally used, the way in which they were used was completely different. Tonight will not go as I thought. Kenzo stopped his hands for a second. He seemed not to be getting the results he wanted. On the contrary, bad cards that shouldn't show up so often appeared repeatedly, and continued to interfere with the miracle Kenzo wished for. Humph. Is that how it is? Kenzo seemed to have received some revelation that was different from normal. but judging by the unlucky cards scattered across his desk, it was difficult to imagine that the omen had been a good one. For a while, Kinzo closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as the thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver and dialed. It was I. Is Genji there? The urgent matter has come up. What are you doing, Kinzo? In front of the entrance hall, Shannon's once burning face had been cooled off by the frigid air. She had thought that George's proposal would surely come sooner or later. It wasn't as though she hadn't prepared herself mentally. She had answered by nodding. Had she been reckless because of her youth? Should she have thought about her future more seriously? I wonder if my immediate reply made him think I'm a cheap girl. Wait, did she say yes immediately? Huh. If I'd at least waited until tomorrow morning, would that at least have shown most taking this seriously? Now that she'd already received the ring from George, Shannon kept fidgeting in embarrassment. I should have done this. I should have done that. As she did, she heard the sound of footsteps splashing through puddles. Shannon immediately chased away the emotions welling up inside her. Genji-sama? And Kenny-kun too? I'm sorry, I have to go back soon, She grew stiff, thinking she'd surely be scolded for spending too much time in her secret lover's meeting with George. Shannon, the master told us to come to the study, saying it was urgent. Let us hurry. Huh? Yes, certainly. What in the world? Said he had a premonition of misfortune. How convenient for him, considering he's the one who started the ceremony. We'll enter from the back, so that Goda doesn't notice us. Hide your footsteps. Yes. Nisan, take care. You're so noisy. Cannon was especially good at hiding his footsteps, just like a cat. He was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leaving the same way. For example, even though he stepped in puddles, the sound he made was far smaller than that of the rain hitting them. Genji also had abilities of that kind, or rather, those servants called furniture were supposed to be like that. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family. These servants also held it as a great virtue to just suddenly be there whenever they were needed. But my desk is right here, my closet's back there. What? Compared to that, Shannon's footsteps still strongly asserted themselves. She was also trying to hide her footsteps. But compared to Karen and Genji, well, you could say she was a little more boisterous. Eventually, they reached the back door, the three of them entered the mansion. Immediately, they thought they felt something. It was different from a sense of smell. It seemed to hit the depths of their noses. This hard-to-describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive that something was different than usual. Genji-sama. Indeed, let us hurry. That sensation made it feel as though a tense something was pressing in around them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs, heading for Kinzo's study while still hiding their footsteps. Oh, okay. Shannon with them. Gotcha. Sensation made it feel as though something was pressing in around them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs, heading for Kinzo's study while still hiding their footsteps. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison, particularly at Kinzo's study, reached their noses. What is it, Genji-sama? The barrier is dead. What? Huh? After hearing Cannon's words, she looked at the door to the study. The scorpion pattern was engraved on the doorknob. Powerful ward against magic. Final barrier, which protected Kinzo himself. It had been broken. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see. However, those who could understand things people couldn't perceive, were able to recognize that a dramatic change had occurred. Master. Master. It is Genji. Please, open the door. Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from his study. Shannon, guard our backs. Cannon, search inside the room. Yes. So, what changed? Cannon put his ear against the door, searching for a presence inside the study. To protect the backs of the pair watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, ready for the unexpected. The master must be in here, but it's too quiet. Do you mean to say he's safe? No, it's too quiet. Well, I guess in Higurashi, right, the world's changed without, like nothing, it just happens, right? So I guess this is just one of those things that just happens. Could it possibly be? Master, excuse us about the door. Genji pulled a gold key out of his pocket. It was the only key to the study that existed, other than the one Kenzo held. He stuck it in the keyhole and turned it heavily. At first glance, that seemed to prove that it was a sturdy lock. However, now that the barrier had been destroyed, this door might as well have been left open, from the viewpoint of anyone with magical power. The heavy sound just now meant that the door had now been open even for humans. Excuse me. Genji respectfully bowed his head, and Cannon's sense of tension grew tighter, and Shannon trembled. They entered the study. They immediately discovered Kinzo's figure. He was sitting on the reception sofa so that his back faced them. Genji noticed the person sitting across from him, again bowed deeply. Cannon also noticed that person, but he didn't bow his head. He stood in front of Shannon and spread out his arms, blocking the way to her. So without even seeing that person's face, Shannon already had a good idea who it was. So, you have come, Beatrice-sama. Genji, is it? You came very quickly. Yes, it is always best when furniture answers to their master's call quickly. Unlike this person. So, Renove-sama has come as well. Genji directed his greeting towards the thin darkness behind, and to the right of Beatrice, where there shouldn't have been anything. Even Cannon and Shannon would never have imagined that someone was there. However, the darkness responded immediately and praised Genji's eyesight. As usual, you don't disappoint. It's been quite some time. Still, you've grown old, haven't you? Have so many years truly passed you by? My days have been full and satisfying. It appears you have been living quite a full life yourself, Renove-sama. Yes, thank you. And Shannon, it has been a long time since I last saw you as well. You have grown quite beautiful, and it seems that you have grown quite strong. That is fortunate. Thank you very much. Nissan, who in the world? This will be our first meeting, Cannon-kun. I, Renove, have been entrusted with the position of Beatrice-sama's head furniture. I'm an old friend of Genji-san's, and I'm also furniture, just like you. Although the master I serve is different. The tense color didn't disappear from Cannon's face in the slightest. Depending on the master furniture served, they might be kind or brutal or anything else. This person claimed to be furniture serving the hated Beatrice. Then he must be despicable as well. Cackle, cackle. It seems I'm thoroughly despised. It's as though you hate everything that has anything to do with me. Beatrice openly sneered at Cannon's hate-filled face. Then, Cannon finally realized. Beatrice and Kenzo were having a chess game across the reception table. But Kenzo hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight, as he contemplated his next move. Or was he in anguish? Master, I told Kenzo two things. There was good news and bad news. The good news is that he'll have the good fortune of being reunited with me before the ceremony ends. The bad news is that Kinzo has been selected as the very first sacrifice in the ceremony. Kaku. There was absolutely nothing I could do about it, because it truly was decided by the fickle roulette. Liar! We know you're just a murderer who kills for fun. Stop it, Cancun. So, Kenzo, isn't it about time you decided to accept your loss? Cackle. With this, our long contest is at an end, yes. At a glance, it was hard to make out the situation on that chaotic chessboard. However, judging by Kinzo's anguish and Beatrice's malicious confidence, it seemed to be over already. I gotta get ready for work now. Bye, JP. See you, Nara. Hope you have a good day at work. Thanks for hanging out. It is unavoidable. Perhaps even this could be amusing. It is to me too. Resolving my contest with you may bring a flood of emotions, but it has already surpassed love and hate. It was fun. These past few decades certainly weren't boring. Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move, and that decided it. Checkmate. This is my final tribute to you. Without any reservations, sleep. Fuhahaha. Ha. 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 Kinzo suddenly stood up and laughed, like an opera singer facing a full crowd and spreading his arms, as though he had succeeded in a century-long plan. Oh? That laugh spat crimson. Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting even out of his mouth, ears, and nose, and all at once his body was wrapped in hellfire. But Kenzo kept laughing. The more he laughed, the more the hellfire spewed from his entire body and began to char him. Those flames became a brilliant light, which dazzlingly shone on the various magic tools throughout the room, making their distorted shadows dance across the walls. Those shadows looked like the dead in hell, watching over Kinzo in ecstasy as he burned. And for one who had made a contract with the witch, it was an extremely fitting end. In accordance with those terms, after laughing and howling in the roaring flames for some time, Kinzo flopped to the ground as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared as though it had been completely burned up. And afterwards, nothing remained but a festering and burnt corpse that one could hardly bear to look at. So who are the other 5 then? Horrible. Humph. You should talk. As if you didn't think that was a fitting way for him to die. Why have you shown yourself? Do you have some business with us? Stop it, Cancun. You mustn't provoke Beatrice-sama. It would seem you have them absolutely terrified. Poo-coo-coo-coo. I imagine I'll never get along with Canon. Yeah, it's not as though I dislike you particularly. Beatrice grinned. Canon violently averted his gaze, obviously unhappy. His reaction was so different from what he wanted to do that it made the witch and her butler laugh. Canon, you stand in the presence of Beatrice-sama. Carefully consider your manner of speech. Oh, I care not, Kanji. Let him say what he pleases. I'm gracious. How are you gracious? I am always gracious to those who are about to die. Kaku. Kennen was taken aback by that creepy laughter. Beatrice wasn't here just to take Kinzo's life. The first twilight required 6 sacrifices. Kinzo alone wasn't nearly enough. And they just casually walked in here. Oh? Kaku. Fear not, Kennen. It isn't as though you'll be selected as sacrifices just because you came here. After all, You were called here because you'd been selected already. What? Their instincts were good enough to spot her meaning instantly. 6 sacrifices were required for the first twilight. After Kinzo, how many more would you need to add up to 6? In this mansion, the number 5 instantly made them think of the number of servants here. Oh shit. Is that what you desire? Indeed. Thank me, furniture. Tonight, your days of suffering will finally end. You have to thank me for coming here to tell you this. Certainly. That is your desire. Genji-sama. Genji had agreed to the witch's heartless announcement with his usual demeanor, without raising an eyebrow. Now that the master is dead, Beatrice-sama is our master. Responding to her demands shall be our final duty. Shannon. Canon. You have done well serving until today. That hard work is now over. As I expected of you, Genji. As your fellow furniture, I'm proud to have known you. Shannon, do you have any objections? No. I heard that George-sama gave you a ring. Do you still say that you have no regrets? Yes. That blessing was more than furniture deserves. Just receiving the ring has already satisfied my feelings. Shannon couldn't take quite as much of a philosophical view as Genji. There probably were regrets left in her heart. She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person she cared for, George. But she released herself from that. She took a single deep breath, and a blank expression rose to her face. Very well. It does surprise me a tad to find that you've gained such composure, Shannon. Seems you too have taken a philosophical view as furniture. Won't you at least shed some bitter tears for not being able to spend the night with the man you love? What a boring woman. This feeling cannot be understood by the likes of you, Beatrice-sama. If you desire our lives, please accept them. We will solemnly carry out that duty. Very well. Excellently put. Poo-coo-coo-coo. Just the type of person Beatrice-sama can't handle. She's been taking such a far-sighted view of things lately. Must have tormented her too much last time. Speaking of which, didn't I do the same to Battler? Am I still soft? Or is the way I corner them lacking? In any case, she's just no fun. However, it seems you will still entertain me, right? Canon? Canon-kun? Compared to the two who had taken a far-sighted approach, there was a painful anguish on Canon's face. Canon was still far too young to accept his demise after being told of it by a suddenly appearing witch. Canon, I hate boredom more than anything. The fact that the other two have obediently accepted their deaths isn't amusing at all, so I hope you don't betray my expectations. Are you trying to make me your plaything? Canon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how fiercely anger spurred him on, his opponent was a witch. He was furniture. He hadn't had a chance of victory from the beginning. But the witch was expecting that he'd struggle in vain and writhe around. He was even looking forward to it. Just thinking about that was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. It was disappointing the witch by refusing to resist like the other two. The only way he could strike back at her. Eldest of the 7 sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer, arise. Lucifer pride here, right here. Canon, it would be far too cruel to force furniture to fight a witch. No matter how much anger spurs you on, you would have no hope in a battle without a chance of success. Of course, such a battle would be boring for me as well. So, let it be furniture against furniture. Why not resolve it with a battle between you two? That should be enough to allow you some hope for victory, right? Forgive me, Beatrice-sama, but how could I be inferior to this good-for-nothing furniture? As if this cutie would have any chance against me. Yeah. Prove that you can defeat my furniture. The 7 stakes of Purgatory. If you manage to win, though, through, let us see. I will let you select the 5 who will escape becoming one of the 13 sacrifices. I will welcome the 5 you recommend into the Golden Land without any conditions. How about that? Canon understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's offer was very tempting. By this point, Canon couldn't care less about this evil ceremony the witch and the rest were trying to carry out. On the contrary, it was much more important that he remain alive so that he could be invited to the Golden Land and have his wish granted by Beatrice there. You cried, saying you had enough of being furniture, right? I shall grant you your desire. I shall give you that human body you wanted so much. You cried yourself to sleep. What do you say? That way, you and Jessica could be together, yes? Ooh, just perfect. You may recommend that Jessica and yourself be invited to the Golden Land. If you alone finding happiness isn't a satisfying solution for you, then you can add in Shannon and George, the one she loves. If you're worried about duty, then you can also add Genji. Oh, that's 5 people. Isn't that enough, Kennen? For this much of a reward, Kaku. You won't let me get bored, will you? She's just playing with you. There's no need to listen to her. I don't like it. Are you okay with this, Nissan? Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those words. I don't like it. I want to be happy. I've had enough of being furniture. I want to become human and have normal love. I want to know that the ocean is blue, like you. How young? I'm jealous. That's why I like the young ones. Genji, Shannon, stay back. Kennen, Lucifer, forward. As you command. I don't like it. That way you look down on me. As if Beatrice-sama would be impossible. With me, at least, you'd have a chance. Really don't like it. That's probably humiliating for Lucifer. But at the same time, she was also happy. That she was lucky enough to have this adorable prey all to herself. Come, furniture of the witch. Don't think that you can look down on me forever. No. Did he always have a red blade? I thought he had a purple one. No, I guess that makes sense. Just misremembered. So, Battler, isn't this a fun show? Cackle. Damn it! Another weird thing's happening. If I could ever believe in magic battle. Look! Don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Look! It's magic. It's furniture. No matter how much you try to deny me in magic. Look. If you've got all this happening right in front of you, it'd be a waste to miss it, don't you think? Look. Just stop thinking. Magic exists. This is fantasy. Don't close your eyes. Look closely. Look. Damn it. Won't accept witches. I won't accept magic. But if it's being done right in the open like that, what am I supposed to say? Damn it. Come now, don't turn away. Look closely. Okay. Magic exists. This is fantasy. So stop playing detective. I know your secret. You actually don't really like to think things through, right? Then just stop. Look, it's gotta be fantasy. Shut up! Don't talk to me! Oh? This guy's getting stubborn. Won't you apologize and crawl on the ground right now for being so conceited that you thought you could beat me? If you did, I wouldn't mind forgiving you, okay? Then you wouldn't have to have your skin ripped off while you're still alive. Or get lashed all over your body as you squirm until you die. You're a cutie, so apologize. If you do, I'll finish you off so gently, while it still feels great. Be silent, furniture of the witch. I have no intention of speaking with you. So you're saying you think nothing of me? That disrespectful gaze of yours. It's really ticking me off. Kennen-kun. Isn't he stronger than he was against Satan? This is why humans are so frightening. In fact, sometimes they even become witches and treat demons as butlers. Poo-coo-coo-coo. So which should I cheer on? Are you saying this guy's on par with me? Don't look down on me. As long as you have that pride, you'll never defeat me. You speak of Lucifer, the eldest of the 7 sisters of Purgatory, and say that I cannot win? How conceited! Oh? What? Kennen was desperately trying to stay alive, and he had a strong desire to become human. But Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So, that led to an inevitable result. It was a result that could be reached by the power of humans. The power of the heart. That's as far as you go. You cannot win against me. The glowing red curve extended straight out from Kennen's arm, pointing at Lucifer's throat, just beneath the tip of her chin. What is this? How could I? There must be some mistake. She grounded her teeth in irritation. She tried to deny the truth right before her eyes. But no matter how much she believed in her own superiority, it didn't change the facts right in front of her. Whew. Well done, Kennen. Wonderful. You haven't bored me. How pitiful my furniture is compared to that. Cackle. Lucifer, you are boring, milady. Was disappointment really too much for you to handle? I'm disappointed, eldest of the 7 stakes. Haha, hee. It would have seemed like mere rebuke to an outsider. However, furniture serving the witch knew what kind of severe treatment was promised by that rebuke, and understood what had been left unsaid. Wow, you good-for-nothing furniture! She howled. Abandoning her last bit of pride, she made her body explode, exposing her true form. That form was a demon stake, which bounced off the walls surrounding the room. How could you shame me so much? Kill, you blockhead. Even though you can't even follow my movements anymore. Won't play around anymore. Seriously mad, I'll pierce your heart in one blow. I'll plow right through you. Make a fountain of bright red blood reach the ceiling. Die! Kennen-kun. Did it get him? Flying about wildly for some time, with a speed approaching the limits of what a human eye could follow, Lucifer flew at Kennen's heart. She could tell it was Kennen's blood by the sweet taste of it, but she quickly noticed one thing. She hadn't pierced his heart. Ho! Cackle. This is why humans are frightening. Would you like some black tea? I'm fine for now. This is so amusing. Don't even need any. Kennen-kun. You were arrogant again. Told you that you wouldn't be able to defeat me. The floor was stained with dripping blood. really was Kenan's blood. But it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Kenan had sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. Lucifer was arrogant, even though she'd been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her. In her pride, she had believed him to be worthless. She had gotten careless. So, just as she had announced, she had aimed for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. Because she was arrogant, she hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. No, maybe she had thought about it a little. However, her pride would not allow her to aim for a different spot. After all, she was Lucifer of Pride. Kenan, standing the pain, grasped the demon stake, sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right hand, and pulled it out. When she heard the sound of breaking bones and even more blood dripping down, Shannon looked away reflexively. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand so big you could clearly see through to the other side. Kenan's face was filled with pain. Right now, he had won, without a doubt. The demon stake he was gripping with his right hand would turn back into Lucifer again, so that Kenan was now gripping exactly where her neck was. Get up. Good. It's my victory, Beatrice. Kenan didn't hold back at all with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat. She had challenged him again after their fight had already been decided. Kenan had no obligation to be considerate. But even so, Kenan released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism, his pity for another furniture, or a final bit of respect to the witch? In any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face down on the ground, retching and moaning over the pain in her throat. Spectacular, Kenan. Your great efforts have proven the correctness of some of Kinzo's research. Renov was clapping his hands. To Kenan, who had won at great cost and had a wound on his left hand that wouldn't close, Renov's applause suddenly felt like mockery. All possibilities dwell within the human heart, was it? My, this is why humans are frightening. Well done, Kenan. You're victorious. Spectacular. Are you okay, Kenan-kun? Shannon ran up to him and wrapped a handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood. That was incredible, Kenan. Truly incredible. Even I was hoping at least a little for an upset. That you didn't let me down makes for you truly splendid furniture. Capo. I think better of you now. I honestly think better of you. You haven't forgotten our promise, right? Beatrice? Indeed. Of course I haven't forgotten. Witches and demons may be inhumane. However, we are much more noble than humans when it comes to keeping promises. I will not go back on my word. I guarantee that if you won, I would give you the right to decide the 5 people who will escape becoming the 13 sacrifices. But Beatrice-sama, it's not like I've Oh. When Beatrice waved her pipe, heaven and earth turned over just for Lucifer. So as a horribly natural result, she fell onto the ceiling. The ceiling doesn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fall upside down and head first usually don't agree. Milady, isn't that a little much? Crackle. Perhaps you're alright. I suppose I'll forgive her. Beatrice waved her pipe again. When she did, the magic that had been affecting Lucifer was released. So, as a horribly natural result, this time she fell properly back onto the floor. Beatrice-sama, forgive me. What are you so afraid of? I've already forgiven you, haven't I? Kako. So, Canon, shall we continue? Continue what? You aren't saying you want to finish her, are you? Ah, no. It isn't over yet, right? What isn't? Stop dodging the question. I did promise to you your reward, didn't I? If you could defeat my furniture. The 7 stakes of purgatory, right? Come, arise, the 7 stakes of purgatory. The 6 younger sisters of worthless elder sister. Oh my god, they fit all 6 on the screen! The air split with shrill laughter, and as a golden splash scattered about, the remaining 6 sisters of Purgatory showed themselves. All the 7 sisters of Purgatory were here, after Kennen was able to defeat only one by sacrificing his left arm. By now, Kennen regretted his thoughtlessness in accepting the witch's challenge. He had been foolish to assume that a game against the witch would be on an even footing. Lame. Oni-sama, why are you crawling on the floor? You people. I told you Oni-sama's useless. Even though she acts like she's so great just because she's the oldest, that's only on the outside. Yeah, seriously. Lucifer Oni-sama, your disgraceful behavior will damage the reputation of us all. Know your shame, you novice. Canon-kun, that was totally awesome. But don't get cocky, okay? Lucifer Oni-sama brags all the time, but she's no big deal compared to the rest of us sisters. That's why I'm always saying Lucifer Ni shouldn't do anything. Just let her keep bragging all the time. After all, those of us with talent can handle all the tough jobs. What are you gonna do, Oni-sama? Out of respect for your pride. We're planning to stay out of your way, in the hopes that you'd challenge him again in that beat-up body of yours. Canon-kun sure is strong, right? Right now, no matter how much you struggle, there's no way you could win, right? You people. Cackle. My, you sisters are always so lively. Is this any time to fight amongst yourselves? It's only together that you're the 7 stakes of purgatory, correct? Now, play nice and execute the tasks I give you. And swiftly, okay? Hey, Lucifer Oni-sama, if you want to borrow the power of your little sisters, then say it, okay? We want to hear you ask us for help with your own mouth. Do you plan to mock me even more? I, the foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful. Lucifer, the eldest sister, begged my younger sisters to save me. Come on, let's hear it. If you let us hear that, we'll save you. Okay? Everyone? You bitch. 7 sisters of Purgatory unanimously closed in on their worthless sister, abusing her. Even Canon, who had been fighting for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look at it. As if I could say something like that. Quickly now. Clearly we won't make any progress here with you alone. Hurry up. Let the 7 sisters strike Canon. Pooh, coo. My, what is the matter, Lucifer? This is an order from Milady, is it not? How cruel. After grinding her teeth over and over after hearing her sister's curses, Lucifer trembled all over and answered her sister's request. I, the foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful, and shameful, Lucifer, the eldest sister, beg. What? The girl known as Pride was finally unable to endure the words she was saying. He broke down crying. However, the 6 younger sisters kept giggling cold-heartedly. Wait a sec. Don't try to trick us by crying. You haven't finished saying it. That should be enough. Come, sisters, let us display our power. I won't be satisfied till I hear the whole thing, okay? Come on, Oni-sama. Keep going. That's enough. Come on, the shame affects us all. We won't let them leave here alive. Okay, how should we play with this pitiful furniture? Any wonderful plans? Yes. Beals thinks the 7 of us should get along and split Cannon up between us. Good idea. That way all of the sisters can get along. And I'll take the head. I'll leave the limbs and guts to you all. No. I got the head. There's no way that promise will mean anything, right? First one there wins. Hee. Cannon-kun, if you got any ideas for how she would kill you, just tell us, okay? The 7 sisters will kill you in an awesome way. Damn. Arrgh. You've shamed me so deeply. Slicing you into 8 pieces won't be enough. I'll slice you into 100 pieces. Here we go, everyone. Yes, Oni-sama. 7 of them burst at once. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time they would genuinely follow their master's orders. Order. Take Cannon down, swiftly. 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, examining how they could best kill Cannon. They tortured Cannon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. They kept scraping his arms, shoulders, and cheeks, gradually carving red letters into his body. At that moment, Shannon dashed up behind him, holding onto him so that she blocked the way to his body, at least a little. At the same time, red cylinder wrapped around the 2 of them, like a beam of light sent from heaven. That cylinder repelled the evil ones who tormented Cannon. What? You're mean. This has nothing to do with you. Ah, I see. You must want to play with us. Kyaha. And I'll take it. All mine. Beatrice-sama, we take Shannon as our prey. I don't mind. Do as you like. It seems Cannon alone won't be enough to satisfy your gluttony. You have our deepest gratitude. Come on, I'll make you regret coming out uninvited. I'll turn you to scraps of meat so unrecognizable you won't be able to tell which is which. Mix you and mince you into hamburgers. Idiot. Breaking that barrier should come first, right? Don't let your gluttony get in the way of your job. Yes, Oni-sama. It's a horribly natural first action. The 7 sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was strong. It was powerful enough to impress even Beatrice. With its strength, frail furniture would turn to dust just by touching it. And it was firm, like a tree with deep roots. But no matter how big a tree gets, it will eventually surrender to a saw or hatchet. For the 7 sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier would be annoying, but not impossible. So when did we get to see Genji's ability? A sound like beetles jumping about grew even fiercer and filled the room. The red barrier began to be cut up and eroded away as though with a hatchet, a saw, no, a chainsaw by now. How foolish. Even though you must know that your barrier can't fully protect you from these girls. Why? Because I couldn't overlook it. Shannon covered Cannon, who was already at his limits, sprawled on the floor. She spoke back resolutely. If you hadn't barged in uninvited, I would have given you a death like sleep. Why have you gone to all the trouble of exposing yourself before the Seven Sisters? Not all deaths are the same. A cruel death will cause you far more anguish than merely dying. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Go ahead, do as you like. Just as you always do what you want, I did what I wanted. At any rate, you're not quite amusing at the present moment. Romance is most interesting when you're wondering whether it will succeed or not. Once it does succeed, a woman is like salmon who has finished laying its eggs. I've already tired of you. Thank you. No words from a witch would make me happier. Hee ha ha ha. And at least in the end, let me see you die in a truly entertaining manner. Seven Sisters, can you hear me? Kill Shannon in a way that shows me the limits of brutality. Shannon. My apologies. In the end, I wasn't able to reach your level, Genji-sama. You're an idiot, Nii-san. If you just let me be, then you might not have had to meet a horrible end. No, it's fine. I received a ring from George-sama and lived as a woman. I protected you and lived as a sister. With this, my life is complete. No regrets. Yeah, you're pissing me off. That philosophical take really is irritating. Like I said, you're furniture. You don't even smell like a human. Look at me. I'm a human. Don't spat off philosophical crap like you're more complete than I am, you furniture. How ugly. Those regrets. What you truly are. They aren't regrets. This is called living. What's this about not minding if you die just because you were given a ring? Oh, I can't understand it. It's incomprehensible. Disappointing, outrageous, stunning, and it's all useless. Milady, perhaps you're acting a tad undignified. Shut up, furniture. Shannon, do you think I'll let you die so easily? Now's the time to bite your tongue. How pitiful. If you can see yourself reflected in my eyes, then shudder at your own ugliness. Fear not. Once I've crushed you up, well, you'll be much more ugly even while you still live. Oh, at that time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Perhaps that barrier didn't block those without ill intent. Then, Genji gently held her from behind and covered her eyes with his right hand. Genji-sama, you've already done enough. Go to sleep before me. Yes, thank you very much, Genji-sama. Indeed. After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand near her collarbone. As he did, emanating from that area, a crimson stain gently spread out. Did Genji kill Shannon? Wait, what? When Genji removed his hand, bright red, fresh blood oozed out of there. It only happened for the first instant. It was shaped like a crimson rose. And when he removed his right hand, covering her face, there was a peaceful expression there, as though she was sleeping. Then she fell softly, silently, and slept. Her soul had already been sent to a world where the malicious witch and her furniture could not reach her, no matter how evilly they tortured her. This scene left Beatrice and the Seven Sisters stunned. Only Renove wore a mysterious smile. Then, Genji leaned over Cannon, who was crouching on the floor. You did well. You should sleep now too. Yes. Thank you very much, Genji-sama. Just as he had done with Shannon, he softly covered Karen's eyes with his hand, then gently pressed the area around Karen's collarbone with his other hand. When his hand was removed with the lightness of a feather, there was a crimson rose there. But that rose shape quickly turned into a stain of bright red blood pouring out. What is that? What a boring person, even though it's so fun to poke the balloon of life with a needle so that it forcefully explodes. Spectacular, Genji. You truly are furniture. Thank you very much. Well then, Beatrice-sama, Renault-sama, this is my final task. Allow me to rest. Damn you, snatching away my fun. Why don't I take all the thrashing and mashing I want to do to them? Give it to you instead. Beatrice faced him with an unsatisfied expression, but Renault spoke quietly to Genji with a soothing smile. You have worked hard. You are my greatest servant. As a final gift, I shall bestow upon you a peaceful sleep fitting for all the labors you've performed. What? Wait, it's not your place to... When Renault snapped his fingers, Genji slumped to the floor like a puppet with strings cut. Suddenly, and yet gently, he crumpled, falling to a sleep that no witch could call him back from. It was as filled with kindness as the sleep had given Shannon and Canon. So that means Kumasawa and Goda are gonna die then. What was that, Renault? What a boring anticlimax. You're not a mighty great witch, my lady. What happened here is hardly worthy of your concern. It isn't like you to let the provocation of someone like Shannon get to you. What was it that had Beatrice so irritated? Was she still unable to remove the thorn of Shannon's words? Renault laughed lightly, as though lamenting the complexity of humanity and a woman's heart, and ordered the 7 sisters to go. After all, there were still 2 sacrifices left for the first twilight. The 7 sisters disappeared in ecstasy. Okay. So it was like, what, 1 minute? Still 12, 20. Okay. Goda was doing nighttime rounds. Rakajima had always been empty, except for the Ushirimiya family household, so checking that the doors and windows were all closed had no real purpose. However, ever since the time Natsuhi had condemned such an attitude as being careless, nighttime rounds had become part of the servants' daily routine. In the first place, Natsuhi had ordered this because of the occasional witch disturbances. Everyone who came and left this island knew about the legend of Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. It had become established as this island's characteristic ghost story. Because of that, it was only natural that some people would claim that, when they thought they were alone in the mansion. They would hear a strange sound or see the shadow of a person. However, when that created a little too much of a disturbance and reached Natsuhi's ears, she made a fuss, thinking that some suspicious person might have been entering and leaving. Apparently she had roused all the servants and had them checked throughout the mansion. Because all that panic over the witch had happened before Goda's arrival, he had only heard about it from the more senior servants. Ghost stories like that could be found in any workplace, even at the hotels and restaurants Goda had worked at. There had been plenty of them. So when he heard about that story on this island, he gave a forced smile, thinking, so they have that kind of thing here after all. That forced smile aside, he had figured that when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and had taken it seriously. Goda went along with it on the outside, but in his heart, he assumed it to be a childish trick. At first, that is. This certainly is eerie. Yes, I can see why it was so easy for past servants to get into a panic. You can understand how someone doing the rounds on an eerie night like this might believe they'd seen a ghost if they saw a lace curtain waving in the breeze from a window that hadn't been closed. So, if we make fun of the witch of the portrait, there is a curse. It seems there was even a servant who received a serious injury and quit. Well, I wouldn't want that. Think of my age. Probably wouldn't be granted a workplace this hospitable again. Witch of the portrait. I'm working sincerely, so please, give me some peace. Go to pray to the portrait, his hands together, as though he was at a Shinto shrine. Oh? That time, he thought he heard a sound. The kitchen? Is that the sound of something metal falling on the floor? Maybe a mouse or a cockroach had come out and knocked over some of the dishes. No, how could that be? It was usually cleaned thoroughly. Thinking he'd check out what that noise really had been, Goda entered the kitchen. Turned on the kitchen light. When he did, he heard a strange sound. Clink, clank, clink, clank, clink, clank. To a cook like Goda, the sound felt like the lid on a pressure cooker or something shaking. Surely there wouldn't be a pot on the burner when no one was in the kitchen. Even if someone was using the gas, walking away from it would be quite dangerous. Just in case, Goda decided to inspect the area around the gas range. Something is in that pot. What is this? When he did, in the corner with the gas range, the pressure cooker really had been set out, just as he thought. The flame wasn't on. Yet the lid was clanking. Was something fermenting and leaking gas? How could that be? Was there a mouse or something inside? How could there be? Ridiculous. When people were watching, Goda acted as though he had a bold personality fitting for his build. But he actually had an unexpectedly timid side to him. He was frightened that there might be something inside. He couldn't bring himself to check it carelessly. In his cowardice, he grabbed a nearby wooden pestle, and with a clunk, he tapped it a little forcefully against the side of the pressure cooker. When he did, the clanking sound suddenly stopped. He should have been relieved that it had stopped. The fact that it had stopped when he hit it was even more eerie. It made him even more suspicious about what was inside. Gulp. Mysterious phenomena do not exist in this world. Yes, witches and magic, things like that couldn't possibly exist. All phenomena can be explained with science. As if monsters and witches could exist. He repeated that many times, trying to build up his own confidence. The gap between what he was saying and what he was doing was quite comical. Who would believe in a witch? Who would believe in magic or curses? Come on. Show me what you really are. Take that! He removed the lid of the pressure cooker, lying exposed there. There's a sparkling clean silver bottom of the pot. There was absolutely nothing frightening like he'd imagined. Phew. It's totally natural. There's no way there could have been anything inside. By now, Goda realized that he had been a coward. So while he still had some doubts as to what had caused the lid to make that sound, he figured it wasn't a big problem, decided not to worry about it too much. Then he took the lid he'd grabbed and softly set it back down where it had been. It's fine, it won't make a sound. Of course I won't. As if witches or magic could exist. Clank. Clank, clank, clink, clank. Huh? Clank, clank, clink, clank, clink, clank, clink, clank. Clank, clank, clink, clank. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Clank times 16. Eep! All the pots and dishes in the kitchen started clanking at once. Grew even stronger, so that finally the lids of one of the pots fell off. Inside that pot, a slender white arm reached out. Lids fell off the other pots, one after another, and another, and another. Eep! As if witches could exist. As if I'd believe it. The number of arms grew to 7. A loud, shrill laughter split the air. What a letdown. Too bad that someone who can make such delicious food is such a lightweight. If you don't want him, I'll take him. Sell mine. Wait, I said no. I'll take him. Huh? What? Yeah. Yeah. Come on, let's search. There's only one more. That old hag. Where is she? She isn't in the mansion. What about the guest house? Coo-hee-hee-hee. First one wins. First one wins, right? Come on, search. Search. Find her. Find her. Don't be noticed by the relatives in the dining hall, right? Don't get noticed by the kids in the guest house, right? Search in silence. Kill in silence. After all, it's still just the first twilight. She isn't in the guest house, but she wasn't in the mansion either, right? Hey, I found her. I found her. She's in the rose garden. Why is she standing around there without an umbrella? She's already given up. All mine, all mine, all mine. You blockheads can just sit there and watch. I told you, no, this one's mine. Come on, if we take any longer, we'll be scolded by Beatrice-sama. Let's take care of it all at once. There, found her. Surround her. Come on, let's get along and do it all at once, okay? Die! Of course you would have a barrier. Huh? What? What is this? What naughty girls. You wouldn't happen to be friends of that child, would you? Just what is this? This old hag. There's gotta be some mistake. One more time. Oh? Why can't she defend against us? Move aside. One more time. No matter how often you try, it won't work. This person is good. I'm waiting for that child. Would you mind calling for her? Do you really expect us to run errands for you like that? There's no need. Beatrice-sama. After all, even I had manifested by now. I was certain that you had awakened. Or no, it's been a long time. Yes, truly a long time. This person's talking to remove Sama without it using Sama. And it's been a long time since I've seen you too, Beatrice. She's not even using Sama for Beatrice-sama. Enough. Don't you know who this is? The name Beatrice itself is hers. I only inherited it from her. What? This is my teacher. What? The previous Lady Beatrice. The previous Lady Beatrice? Didn't I say that? But at Beatrice's Kumasawa? Gold butterflies appeared in ones and twos from the garden of roses and began to gather around Kumasawa. Then, after she was wrapped in a golden sparkle, she burst and disappeared, and Kumasawa's form was no longer there. I mean, prior to today. Today I just thought Kumasawa was just the teacher, but didn't think that would be Beatrice as well. Oh, whoops. Her shoe was wrapped in a golden sparkle. She burst and disappeared. Kumasawa's form was no longer there. Oh, hey. Instead, there was another golden witch, the one who once topped the path of an endless witch to Beatrice, and the only person Beatrice ever called teacher. Her hair was long, beautiful, vividly youthful, and the figure in that elegant dress couldn't possibly have been mistaken for an old lady. No, this looked like a completely different person from Kumasawa. Well, teacher. Never even dreamed that we would meet each other again. Yes, neither did I. Certainly never dreamed that my sleep would be disturbed. Such a troublesome time for you to awaken. If you had remained asleep as usual, the first twilight could have ended without much trouble. Or perhaps I should be glad you're here. I was just getting a tad bored. As usual, it seems you're toying with sinless people in a vulgar game. I believe I taught you several times that the power of the endless switch mustn't be used to cause people trouble. Don't say that, teacher. Isn't boredom our natural enemy? This is just a little spice to escape from that. The more the corrosion advances, the stronger my power becomes, and the easier it becomes to summon my minions. But who would have thought it would release the seal on you, teacher, at the same time? It's precisely because I predicted such a thing would happen that I slept so very close to where you were, though I prayed in my sleep that I would not be woken again. Being reunited with you like this is a very sad thing for me. You're as cunning as always, teacher. Kako. Renov, have that young furniture step back. Furniture only serves its master. The master is responsible for all of her crimes. Certainly, Madame Beatrice. I've already passed that name on to this child. Come now, step back. Furniture girls, I may give warnings a second time. If you did not listen to the first, however, do not expect to receive a third. Step back, Seven Sisters of Purgatory. If you get dragged into this, only dust will remain. But back, everyone. Renov and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory retreated. After that, what remained was the Beatrice whose daring expression didn't falter. The teacher, Beatrice, who had given up that name and wore a composed smile. Well then, teacher, what tea shall I prepare for our long-awaited reunion? Let's see. This reunion was longer in coming than the visit of a comet. Perhaps I'll accept your hospitality. And if it seems a mistake has been made, I'll have you return my name and the title of Endless Witch. Kaku. So, even the title of Endless Witch has a license for renewal policy. As you wish, teacher. See how splendid your disciple has become, and see how far she surpassed you so long ago. The air between the two Beatrices seemed to explode with sparks. Just by glaring at each other, they purged all spirits from that space. Oh man. As they watched, the Seven Sisters shivered. After all, if they had retreated just 3 steps less than they had, they would already have been turned to dust by now. So come, Beatrice. Surrendering my name to you is the only regret I have in life. I will now correct that error by my own hands. Kaku. Tis. You've got it wrong, teacher. My only error was becoming your disciple in the hopes of gaining such a puny level of power. Get it? Hey, alright. This is scary. It's a little spooky. It's a battle of witches. What are you calling magic? What are you calling the Endless Witch? All we've got is power that can be gained just by noticing, right? And you act as though that's so great and impressive. Your turn's long over, teacher. Oh? Am I vacuuming or something? No. That's just the sound effects of the game. I think it was supposed to be like a wind. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. What in the world is happening right in front of my eyes? You poor thing. It seems my disciple is causing you trouble. I apologize. But who the heck are you? Why did old Kumisawa turn into a Nichan like this? I mean, seriously, who are you? I don't get it. What kind of special effects are these? My head feels like it's gonna explode. Eurodance? I'm the witch teacher of that child. My old name is Beatrice. When that child succeeded me, I gave up that name, so I have no name of my own. Like you've already said, your disciple's been a real pain to me. Please, take responsibility and do something. No, wait. I don't believe in stuff like this. As if witches and magic could exist. I won't accept this messed up battle. Damn it, what should I believe? Ho 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 ho. That's just like you. Hospitality with a very quick temper. Cackle cackle. I'd expect nothing less from you, teacher. It seems this is so trivial to you, you don't even feel like opening your eyes. But I doubt you'll be able to win unless you're prepared to wreck this whole island. See? Come, arise. Shoulder War Towers. What? What? Excuse me. In response to Beatrice's summons, a terrific earth tremor split the rose garden. And on either side of her shoulders, two massive war towers sprouted and stabbed into the heavens. They stretched up to 100 Narute? I'm guessing it's meters. Tall, and each had over 360 ports. They were war towers of the gods' army corps, which had prevented even groups of ancient heroes from invading their sacred grounds. As Beatrice elegantly floated in the gap between massive two-headed towers, she looked down on her teacher, sneering with a sense of absolute superiority. Let's see. Look for the shore. I'm guessing the key is the corpse of Beatrice. And then we gotta figure out who goes where. Okay. She looked down at her teacher, sneering with a sense of absolute superiority. The two massive towers lined up behind her shoulders, the witch looked very small, like a butterfly dancing between huge trees. Hihihahaha. Don't think you can dodge it by turning into butterflies, okay? The density of the Twin Towers barrage wouldn't just make you a pin bug sample. It'd make you a madly stabbed pincushion, right? Over 720 ports open on the towers, and godly soldiers ready their multi-shot ballistas. What the heck is going on? Is that the end of your turn? Famous last words. Blast away! Jesus. The ballista shots that numbered over 1,000 were all fired at once, drawing a beautiful geometric curtain of death. The boorish sound as the bowstrings are played was probably even deeper than that of a reaper swinging a sickle. Come, arise, fallen tower. Split the single language and let that sin be known. The sky was stained in incandescent red, and from between the clouds, a blazing massive tower fell upside down. That massive falling tower and its rubble sucked in the thousands of ballista shots, so that not one of them approached the body of the witch who had summoned it. That's right, no group of people, no matter how large, could approach the mysteries of heaven. That was the reality of the fallen tower. What did I expect from you, teacher? If you do something, you always do it big. My turn isn't over. Come, arise, sons of Chivalry. Bestow upon me a worthy spear. Smothered what? Smothered mate? As the massive crimson tower that had fallen made a terrible gold-colored explosion, a massive spear appeared from inside those flames, so tall, like a tower, that you had to look up to see all of it. It was too large even for a giant's hand. That divinely beautiful spear of the gods was so massive, it gave the illusion that the fallen tower had turned into a spear of the same size. It was a spear of certain victory that none could escape. Looks like your twin towers won't help you now. How foolish, to block off your means of escape on both sides. Can't defend against even a single spear. She snapped her fingers in command. The massive two-tower-sized spear shot at Beatrice like a lightning bolt. It aimed right for the middle of the center of the Golden Witch's heart with extreme precision. As she danced in the gap between the towers like a butterfly, slicing straight through the air like a flash of lightning. Ha! So you use Gungnir at a moment like this. You really are incredible, teacher. Burst, Mrs. Towers. Arise, giant soldier battle line. Fully block that divine spear with your shields and chests. The shoulder war towers exploded in gold. It became several billion gold butterflies. Those butterflies took the shape of seven massive armored soldiers. Each stretched a full 50 Mirute into the sky. And they lined up in front of Beatrice, protecting their master and holding massive shields that towered like windmills. Seven of them? How tall is that in comparison to the Colossus Titan? They were as massive as a mountain range. The witch behind them was like a small moon hiding behind the mountains. Once in the past, when the massive shields these giants held had been ready by the whole regiment, they protected King Wilhelm's castle, not only from arrows, but from the wind and the rain. For when they had faced upwards and held their shields to the heavens, not a single raindrop had gotten through. Foolish. The shame of a witch who has forgotten to respect things sacred. Did you think mere giants could defend against the spear of the gods? Indeed. No matter how much human metal you are armed with, you cannot block a spear of the gods. A wonderful Paulette mate by Madame. No way! Beatrice-san? Of course I haven't forgotten, teacher. Come, arise, disciples of Hephaestus. Bestow upon me a worthy shield. Golden whirlwind arose at the feet of the giant soldiers. It was a cloud of countless butterflies. They attached themselves to the massive shields like a gold leaf, sparkling like they were a gold mirror. It was the absolute defensive wall given to a goddess by the chief of the gods, the Aegis Shield. And the holy spear, which left a dignified tail behind it like a comet, crashed into the mountain range of that gold shield. There was a terrible thunderous roar. There was the creaking of the pillars that held up the heavens. The divine spear spun round and round, and was sent flying in the direction of the setting sun. Impossible. She defended against the divine spear! No, that is not correct. The divine spear avoided her. It is the law of the gods that an absolute spear and an absolute shield must never fight one another. Although in the end it means the same thing as defending against it. Your skills have improved from engaging in this fight so often. Or rather, it seems you're still as bad as ever at this kind of game, teacher. It's my turn to strike back. I shall follow the code and counter a spear with a spear. Giant soldier battle line should fully block the divine spear, release its holy gold shields. The shields fell to the earth, making the ground shake. When they did, another gold whirlwind arose. The 7 gold shields changed their form to 7 massive spears of lightning lying on the ground. At once, two of the giants lifted one of their legs high and firmly stomped on the tips of the handles. As the earth shook with a thunderous sound, the 7 lightning spears spun beautifully and flew up above the giant soldiers' heads. They scattered into a golden splash and began to fall before the giants. Each of the giants squared off, and with the force of their whole body, they kicked and smashed them. The broken pieces, numbered exactly 30, became lightning spears of exactly the same size as the originals, which made 210 for the 7 giants. And all of those burst at once, with each splitting into 30 thorns for a total of 6,300. It became a barrage of thunderclouds throwing a beautiful geometric pattern. Then each changed into 3 bolts of lightning, so that 18,900 thunderbolts shot at the predecessor Beatrice. Jeez. It's over! Beatrice-sama, I would expect nothing less from them. That bundle of almost 20,000 thunderbolts must have reduced the teacher's body to dust, but there had been no persistence. Beatrice knew immediately that she had been fooled. At that time, from the direction that the sun had supposedly set, she felt the impossible rays of sunlight. A brilliant ray of light shone on her profile. It was the figure of her teacher, holding aloft the spear of the gods that had supposedly been repelled a short while ago. She bore a sparkle like the sun on her back, and made it shine on the incarnation of darkness. As Beatrice watched, she was trapped like a mouse in a cage, cornered in the dead end formed by the giant soldier battle line. By now, the predecessor Beatrice had seized position directly alongside that line. Playtime is over, Beatrice. Have I? Exposed my flank? The bold expression hadn't faltered even once, now it twisted for the first time. Faster than Beatrice could click her tongue, predecessor Beatrice released the holy spear. As it leapt through the air, it changed form once more. Come, arise, Devargar brothers. Bestow upon me the giant-smashing iron hammer of heaven. Giant soldiers, protect me. What are you doing, you blockheads? By now, it was no longer a spear, but the whirlwind of a massive hammer that raised a sound like a windstorm as it flew through the air. It was a legendary hammer that had shaken even the king of the frost giants, so the giant soldiers couldn't escape from that fear. So regardless of how strongly their master ordered them, they couldn't get in the path of that hammer. Back rank mate, rest in peace. Damn it! Before the whirlwind of that massive chunk of metal, Beatrice was nothing more than a mere speck. The instant the whirlwind started to suck Beatrice in, she appeared to change into a massive war tower. The iron hammer smashed the war tower, scattering tremendous amounts of rubble, but it did not reach she who had escaped behind it. Furthermore, when the smoke started to settle, the war tower sucked in the massive iron hammer without crumbling and blocked the way. Even the giant smashing iron hammer couldn't break through the final tower, protecting the witch. However, this war tower was actually the witch's last trump card. It was a war tower for dodging that could only save her from danger once. But this tower was impregnable. No weapon could break through it. At that time, the moon disappeared. As Beatrice hid in the shadows of the giant soldier battle line and the war tower, she looked up at the sky. When she did, inside the moon was the figure of a massive horse ridden by the god of war and death. The predecessor Beatrice rode the horse with him. Odin? His cloak had blocked the moon and swallowed it in an eerie shadow. And the spear of the gods was in his hand once more. In other words, it was a godly knight who had jumped over the ramparts formed with the giant soldiers and the war tower, attacking from the heavens. Smothered me? Is that what it says? Cackle. You got me. Smothered mate. It was fun, Beatrice. The struggle to the death between the two witches with the same name was over. But there's no way Beatrice loses. Teacher's gotta lose. The spear that had been launched from the heavens pierced the ground. The giant soldier battle line and the war tower split up into countless gold butterflies, wrapping the area in a gold-colored stone. Then came the sound of thunder, the sound of the falling rain and wind. If you looked around, the rose garden was empty. The butler and the rest were watching the two witches confronting each other. But Beatrice alone had changed. She'd been pierced straight through by the spear from the base of her neck and her right shoulder to her left buttocks. Unable to even reach the ground with her feet, horribly exposed like a pitiful pinned butterfly, tormented by the wind and rain. Beatrice-sama. As expected, a truly fearsome person. That settles it, Beatrice. Hehehehe. Ouch. Beatrice wore a bitter smile and false courage, but a strand of blood dangled from her mouth, making her look even more pitiful. The title and power of the Endless Witch. You will return them to me now, along with the name Beatrice. You are too immature to call herself an Endless Witch. Stop. Forgive me, teacher. I was just fooling around, okay? I will take my name back from you. I shall return you to your original form. Perhaps you should relinquish this power which is beyond you, and live a life suitable for yourself. Oh? Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Predecessor Beatrice began to recite the words of power. When she did, small gold butterflies gathered near the skewered Beatrice began to swarm about her. Like butterflies sucking the nectar out of flowers, began to suck the magical power out of Beatrice. It seemed to cause her intense pain. A cry of anguish issued from Beatrice's mouth. She no longer had any power to resist it. Come, try closing your eyes. Try to remember. What form did you have? Come, Beatrice, repeat it with me. Let us sing a song together. Then it will be over soon. Let us end your pain as fast as possible. You're right. How long has it been? Since I've sung with you, teacher. Come, together now. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Come, try to remember. What form did you have? And the two of them began to recite the same song. More and more gold butterflies danced around, soaring around Beatrice. It will be all right, milady. You will lose your place as my disciple. But that will not change the fact that you are the lady I'd serve. After that, I shall read a book for you again. I shall bake you apple pies once more, just like it was long ago. Come, try to remember. Yes, try to remember. Are you finally starting to remember? Hey, teacher. Did you remember? That thing behind you? Oh? What is this? When the predecessor of Beatrice looked behind her, there was an eerie hedgehog curled up there. Hedgehog? No. It was herself. There was another predecessor of Beatrice, whose whole body had been packed with ballista shots, lying there like a pincushion doll. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Maybe that's not right. Come, try to remember. How were you killed? Kuhihihi. Kuhihahaha. Yahaha. Predecessor Beatrice was stunned. Her form gradually began to fade away. This is... When did you... At the beginning, I did not summon a pair of shoulder towers. There were 4 towers. Teacher, you carelessly stepped across the 7th rank rook boundary of death, created by the 2 hidden towers, which were lurking in the distance on either side of you. It was bad manners of me to say check this late. I simply must apologize. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The battle had been decided at the very beginning. It had been over since the time the predecessor had leaned forward, readying her holy spirit to attack Beatrice, who had been wedged between her shoulder towers. The hidden towers, lurking on either side, had bathed her in a windstorm of ballista shots from 720 ports on both sides, pinning and killing her. However, Beatrice hadn't wanted it to be resolved like that. She had wanted to let her teacher take her next move, and had continued acting as though the game was still on. She had immediately revived her with this power. It had made her continue the game as though nothing had happened. Then the predecessor slowly remembered that she had already been killed, and began to vanish completely. When she did, the spear that had pierced Beatrice also vanished. Beatrice finally landed on the ground. There wasn't even a trace of a scar. It was fun. Teacher, if you want to play again, I'll revive you anytime. And once we've had some fun, I'll make you remember that you're a corpse again. See? I did everything you told me to, right? Didn't you tell me to always put my toys back in their box when I'm done playing with them? Cackle, cackle. Ha 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 ha. Was it an easy victory? You fool, it was a tough one. If I hadn't tricked her with the 4 towers, I would have been the one dead. As I'd expect from a teacher. But now, I can stand proud. Now, I have completely surpassed teacher. Renove, clean up teacher's remains a bit. I haven't lost my respect for her that much. Certainly. Tonight's first twilight became a little too riotous. A little cleanup will be necessary. I shall see to it immediately. Goats, it is time to clean up. When Renove snapped his fingers, blazing, sparkling eyes began to blink open in the shadows and darkness, becoming goat-headed attendants that appeared one after another. One by one, they wordlessly stood at attention in a line behind Renove's back. This time, what shall be done about the 6 corpses? Another closed room pattern? I'm in no mood to think now. I'll leave it to you, Renove. Extraordinary closed room to torment Battler, if you would. Certainly. Then it shall be extraordinary. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Ha 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 ha. Okay, where's Battler? Battler, did you see my big moment? Damn it. After being shown that screwed up magical storm, what could I deny? Forget just witches existing. After being shown that tremendous flashy fantasy, what can I deny now? I don't get it anymore. It was like that last time too, but how can I deny these awesome, wonderful magical battles? Isn't that right? After watching this, you can't talk your way out of it, right? Okay, Battler, let me hear some ridiculous reasoning. Milady, your laugh is becoming undignified. Oh, my apologies. But that isn't my fault. After all, if Battler tightly closes his eyes, grinds his teeth, and shows me that ever so bitter expression, it just automatically slips out of my mouth, you see? So, Battler-sama, why don't you return to the table without losing heart? Sandhapper, thank you for the host. How's it going? The lady's expecting your counterattack, you see? Quit messing with me. How the hell can I make a counter-argument? In the first place, everything was already screwed up when that tower sprouted out of the earth. Sprouted up out of the earth. Should I say that under the ground in Rakujima, there's a secret laboratory for building super alloy combining robots or something? That pushing a button can make these strange towers sprout up? Right, and then those huge giants must be the robots. Maybe an evil secret association's mecha monsters. I don't get it. Don't talk to me. Wah. Look. Don't cry, okay? Bang bang, it's magic. If you want, I'll crush the moon and make comets fall like rain. I can even bury the whole island in those massive-breasted Nichans you like so much. See? Come on. Look. My turn's over. See? Show me your response. Launch your counterattack. You can't, can you? Except that there's a quadrillion things you can't do. You're useless against this, right? You actually like this kind of fantasy, don't you? I get it. That's been going around on the streets lately, hasn't it? In manga and light novels and anime and movies. Some teenage brats get a whole bunch of strange special abilities and they blow up all sorts of stuff with the fate of the world on the line. You love that too, don't you? I know, don't hide it. You love it, right? Hasn't the thing you love just been displayed before your very eyes? Why do you believe it in manga and anime, but you won't believe me in me? Believe it. Can't argue back. Not after you've been shown something like this, right? Look. Answer. You don't need to think. You just obediently say, I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Look. Try saying it. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Try saying it. Say it. Don't be embarrassed. Cookie ha 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 ha. Yeah, she's so wild. Are we going to 6 a.m.? 6 a.m. Let's go. I guess we'll see what's a good stopping point. But we're still continuing for now. Oh, okay. It's the same text as before. Okay. That hasn't flashed on screen since the first episode, I think. There would have been no way to tell that morning had come without opening a window, looking up at the cloudy sky, which had become a tiny bit lighter. Less than 3. How's it going, Sandhapper? It wasn't a refreshing morning. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which hadn't stopped falling since last night, and the howl of the wind. It's hard to imagine that it's morning. This horrible weather speaks for our hearts. So I guess now the question becomes, if the servants are dead, who in the group is the murderer? I'm gonna say Natsuhi and Rosa, maybe. I'm alright just laying in bed. That's good. It's hard to imagine that it's morning. This horrible weather speaks for our hearts. Hey, it could be worse. At least it's just rain and not spears falling from the sky. Wahaha. Whether it's rain or spears, it's coming down with a bang. Is it already 6? Fwah. Isn't this enough? After this, we got no measures we can take till the mystery 19th person Beatrice makes her move. True. However, I believe we have anticipated every trick they might use against us. That's right. As long as the traitor doesn't appear among the siblings, we should be able to deal with most situations. Haven't we talked about this enough? We stayed up all night. I'm tired. You're right. How about taking a little rest after eating breakfast? A good plan. Staying up all night is trying at our age. As they all stretched, they enjoyed this refreshing morning as best they could. So now the question becomes, if all the siblings stayed in that one room, then my guess is George and Dr. Nanjo. How about yourself? I'm doing well. Just enjoying Umineko, When They Cry, the spiritual sequel to Higurashi. I'll go wash my face or something. Probably look horrible. Lots of reading, yeah. Should take like 120 hours to finish this whole series, but I think since we're reading, it's going to take longer, which is fine. What is that awful stench? As soon as they exited into the corridor, Kyrie openly made a disgusted expression. What is it? Hey, don't you smell something awful? What is the stench? Can't stand it. After hearing those complaints, everyone stuck their heads out into the corridor. The stench was faint, but once people started commenting on it, it was clearly noticeable. Each of them went to the corridor, relying on their own sense of smell to tell them where the strange odor was coming from. What in the world could it be? Let us have Genji deal with it. I believe he said he should already have arrived in the servant room to begin the morning preparations. Indeed, please do. At the very least, it's difficult to imagine. Go to making a breakfast that would cause such an order. Rudolph and the others searched for the source of the smell and determined that it was coming from underground, from the boiler room. But the door was locked, and they couldn't check inside. At the same time, the Nazis group was on its way to search for someone in the servant room. They noticed something strange near the parlor. What is this? What a horrible prank! Who would do something like this? On the door to the parlor, drawn in a paint that looked like blood, was a strange thing that looked like a magic circle. There's no one in the kitchen yet. What is that? Ava's group thought the smell might be coming from the kitchen, and returned after confirming that no one was there and that preparations for breakfast had not yet begun. Then they noticed the change to the parlor. It's useless. The boiler room's locked. Wouldn't that be bad if something went wrong with the boiler? Has anyone spotted a servant? Is one of those vulgar scribbles here too? There was another one inside of the boiler, on the door to the boiler room. What's that? This creepy scribble isn't just here, but it's in other places too? You don't think this is the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice's declaration of war, do you? Hideyoshi tried to make fun of it, but staring at this creepy magic circle while it listened to the wind and rain really made it seem like a message from a witch. The dripping bright red paint made one think of blood, which made it even creepier. Or, far out theory, it actually is Battler, somehow. I don't know. I can't accept that. Hideyoshi tried to open the door, but it had been locked. As a general rule, the parlor wasn't locked. Someone had gone out of their way to lock it. What does this mean? Could it be that, while we were talking in the dining hall, someone secretly left the scribble? on the doors to the parlor and boiler room. I'm sure the servants are behind this. We were together the whole time. We all have alibis. They probably received some strange order from Father and pulled this prank. There's also the case yesterday with Marie-chan's letter. It's really easy to suspect that the servants are acting on Dad's orders and planning something. Anyway, where is everyone? They can't be playing hide and seek. Let's look for them. But before that, I'm worried about the children. They were safe, right? I'll go and check. While I'm there, I'll see if there aren't any servants there. And let's split up. Well, you go to the guest house to see how the brats are doing. We'll investigate inside the mansion. I don't want to think about it, but maybe these creepy magic circles aren't just in the places we found them already. Might be wrapped up in some bizarre game of Father's. I'll go to him and hear the situation. Though I doubt he'll obediently listen to me. Yeah, this is all strange because all the siblings are alive now. The adults split up. As a result, they confirmed that the 4 children were safe in the so-called cousin's room, on the 2nd floor of the guest house. They had apparently stayed up late last night playing. All of them were snoring loudly, so Rosa decided not to wake them. Furthermore, Nanjo, who had returned early the previous night to rest, was also safe. Seemed to believe in the phrase early to bed, early to rise, and had woken refreshed. During that time, Kirie and Hideyoshi searched for the servants. They didn't find them. The servant room in the guest house was also empty. The children are safe. They all stayed up too late last night. The servant room is empty. I looked at the shift chart, and the morning shift begins at 6. They should have started working by now. The nap room is also empty. There were signs that a futon had been slept in, but it wasn't warm. Hey, isn't everyone's reasoning right on this? This is probably a game Father set up. He must have left those creepy scribbles and hid himself somewhere, trying to make us do something. Are you saying he's trying to see who's fit to succeed his wealth in the headship? Isn't that a bit... No. It might not be strange if Father was behind something like that. After all, Father loves doing things on a big scale. This might have been a finely tuned plan starting as far back as when the epitaph was hung in the wall. In that case, I wonder if they'll give us an announcement of the game or some explanation of it. It certainly would be nice if an envelope with a crest like the one handed to Maria-chan were to appear. That's right. Maybe Nissan and the rest have found something like that in the mansion. Dr. Nanjo, have you heard anything about this? My apologies, I have no idea what's going on. And yet, yes, certainly, I could easily imagine Kinzo-san planning something on a big scale. Shouldn't we go back to the mansion for now? Maybe they found something over there. If I won't be in the way, I shall go too. I'll stay here. The children are sleeping upstairs. We don't know what's happening. Cannot leave them alone. That's right. I'll stay with Rosa-san and watch over the place. Would you tell that to my husband? Rosa and Kirie remained in the guest house. Hideyoshi went with Nanjo and returned again to the mansion. At the same time in the mansion, in a way that was hard to believe, maybe we should say in a way that gave him a bad feeling. Rudolph's prediction was spot on. The same magic circle graffiti that had been drawn on the doors to the boiler room and the parlor had been found in multiple places throughout the mansion. Aniki, how's Dad? It was no use. I received no response. I tried putting my ear against the door, but I couldn't sense anyone. There's no sign of any of the servants. Where in the world did they disappear to? This isn't funny! Father and the servants are hiding and there are strange magic circles all over the mansion. What in the world is happening? There weren't only magic circles on the door to the boiler room and the door to the parlor. There were 2 on the 2nd floor, and 1 on the 3rd floor, for a total of 5. They were all the same magic circle, and all the doors had been locked, so they couldn't check inside their rooms. Anyway, let's do something about the boiler room first. It'd be bad if something broke down and caught fire or exploded. So we need the key. It should be in the key box in the servant room. They fished through that key box. Because each of the servants carried their master keys around, those weren't kept there. However, all the individual keys should have been there. Can't believe they managed to fit so many keys in there. It isn't here. No matter how much we look, the key to the boiler room isn't here. Look, Umineko. Only the keys to the rooms with those magic circles drawn on them are totally missing. It's true. How bothersome. It's as though someone didn't want us to go into the rooms with the magic circles. No, they went to all the trouble of making those magic circles obvious, so maybe they wanted us to enter. I think it's the latter. This isn't a movie, so breaking down the door is probably impossible. Smashing a window might do the trick, though. For a while, Kraus pondered over whether the situation really called for smashing a window. At that time, Hideyoshi and Nanjo returned. There was nothing strange in the guest house, and the children were safe. He told the others that Rosa and Kirie had stayed to watch over the place. Good morning. I heard that something strange has happened. Good morning, Dr. Nanjo. I apologize for waking you so early in the morning. What is it? Did you find a letter or something? I was sure you'd have found something like that by now. You're right. I also believe this to be a massive joke or game of fathers. But if that's the case, there should be some letter telling us about it. Like the letter that was given to Maria-chan. What if Maria-chan's letter actually was the announcement, telling us that the game is on? The rules of the game, try solving the riddle of the epitaph, have already been made clear. Gonna lurk till I fall asleep? Sounds good, Sandhopper. Cheers for a lurk, and hope you have a good rest. Then what might the 5 magic circles we found in the mansion represent? And the missing servants? Natsuhi-san. How many servants were there today in total? So what is this notification? Okay. Huh? Genji. Goto. 5 of them, but why? So, there are 5 servants. There are also 5 magic circles. It's probably a coincidence, but I don't like it. Isan, let's break a window. We should check and see what's inside. We have no choice. Do it neatly. Cross made his decision and gave permission to smash a window. And decided the first room that it would break into should be the parlor, on the first floor, where the windows would be easiest to reach. They had hoped to peek through the window. The curtains were down, so they couldn't see inside. Rudolph wandered around the garden, trying to find something that would be good for smashing the window. Eventually he found a rock bigger than a fist and came back. You don't have to smash the whole thing. Just open enough so you can reach the lock. Don't get your hopes up, okay? Rudolph raised the rock and hit the glass with it several times. Eventually he succeeded in opening a hole big enough that he could unlock it from the outside. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand through that hole and cautiously unlocked it. We should probably cover it up with packing tape later. The rain will get blown in. When he suddenly opened the window, the wind and rain made the curtain dance around violently. The curtain was blown to the side. They could see into the parlor they knew very well. They were a little relieved. I thought there might be another bizarre magic circle inside the room, and possibly the traces of some creepy ceremony. In any event, they didn't want to hang around out in the rain. So the 6 of them, Kraus, Natsuhi, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Nanjo, entered the parlor as a group. It seems that nothing in particular has changed. What's wrong, Shannon? Wait, are you okay? What happened to you? Blood. Dr. Nanjo, take a look at this. Hey, Shannon-chan. You okay? Answer me. You mustn't shake her. I'll examine her condition now. She had been in the shadow of the sofa, so they hadn't noticed her until they'd entered the room. Shannon was lying on the floor, her chest stained bright red with blood. Hey, Battler, where are you? Look, Shannon's corpse has turned up, see? I won't bully you anymore, so come out. Oh, there you are. What are you doing clutching at your head in a place like that? Battler was crouching under the table, holding his head. His pitiful figure made it plainly clear that he didn't want to see anything, didn't want to hear anything. Had he heard Beatrice's sneering voice? Could he not hear, or was he pretending that he couldn't hear? In any event, it was clear that he closed up his heart like a shell. Coo. Perhaps you tormented him too much, milady. After showing him all that and demanding a counter-argument, I can understand why he'd want to mope around. Hey, Battler. If you can't argue back, then resign, okay? It's your turn. If you don't make some move or pass, or else give up, we won't get anywhere. Huh? What's that? Can't hear you. I said be quiet. Shut up. A witch? Magic? Why don't you just do whatever you want? I don't believe any of it. Damn it. Don't talk to me. Don't show me anything. Disappear. Just disappear. Don't get that annoying face near me. Beatrice winced reflectively at Battler's sudden rage. Even if you say that, even if you don't finish your turn, then my turn won't come. In fact, I'm the one asking you to stop boring me. Who cares? Be quiet. Shut up. Who cares about your game? I won't go along with it. If your turn won't come until mine's finished, then just wait for all eternity. I don't know. I don't get it. I won't accept witches or magic. I won't accept something that's screwed up. Whoa, I said don't talk to me. Huh? What's going on? I don't know what's what anymore. After being shown something that screwed up, how could I resist? I wandered aimlessly through the rose garden. It was rainy and windy, but that didn't mean my body got wet. There was just a feeling of isolation as I wandered amidst the wind and rain without an umbrella. Maybe I lost in that person's game a long time ago. Actually, didn't we already have a clear winner and loser in the last game? After all, I surrendered for a time. That's why the world was tinted with witches and magic. Right now, Rakanjima is a different world, where witches stride around openly and fire off strange spells. It isn't a matter of accepting or denying it. Maybe I mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on an even footing with Beato. Maybe I was already defeated in the last game. This is just the signing ceremony of my surrender. A minute ago, a terrible battle unfolded in this rose garden. I saw it with my own eyes. It kicked the ground. Obviously, the ground was hard. And water from a puddle splashed. Several towers split this ground, sprouting like high-rise buildings. The more I kicked this ground, the more it felt like that couldn't possibly have happened. But for that very reason, I couldn't explain it with anything other than magic anymore. If it was a closed room with a key shut up inside, I'd know it was probably an extension of stuff you often see in detective novels. But that big flashy thing? Damn it. It seems my disciple has caused you much trouble. Huh? It's you. Someone suddenly spoke to me, so I turned around. In the rose garden arbor was the predecessor Beatrice, whom Beatrice had supposedly defeated a short while ago. I was sure you died. So you survived? No, I did die. Now I am nothing more than a defeated chess piece loitering outside the chessboard. You're Beato's teacher, right? So in other words, you're witch too? Yes, that is correct. So basically, that means witches really do exist. And the only one who can defeat her isn't me. That'd be you, since you can use awesome magic, right? I'm just useless now? There's nothing I could do anymore. Oh my. Have we surrendered completely? What do you mean, surrender? How am I supposed to explain that? Towers sprouting and falling? Huge giants holding shields and throwing spears? Just remembering it makes me feel like I'm going insane. We're way past the point of trying to reason this all out, aren't we? We've left a level of tricks and things that can be explained with human culprits. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Calm yourself. I'm nothing more than a piece on that child's game board. After being removed from that board, I am no longer a being capable of doing anything. But you are that child's opponent. As long as you do not give up on your own, you will always have the power to strike back. Shut up! Weren't you also reciting strange spells and summoning towers and spears? What do you mean, strike back? Are you saying you'll teach me magic too? Make me take part in that massive magic battle? If you wish, I could teach you a bit about magic. Oh, just what I wanted. Please, give me some awesome magic to smash through your chest in one blow. Don't screw with me. I hear that in Japanese magic, there's a ceremony used to pray for rain. Do you know of it? A rain ceremony? That thing where you throw stuff into a fire and dance as an offering? That's not magic. They say that the fire causes an updraft, which makes rain clouds gather. That's supposed to be an accepted scientific phenomenon. Oh? I believe it to be a form of Eastern magic. But is that not the case? I believe people offered sacred fire to the heavens, as well as a dance of respect, so that your entreaty for rain would reach the hearts of the gods. Maybe people did that long ago, but most occult things like that have a scientific explanation. Why do things burn? Isn't that because phlogiston is contained in the material? No, things burn because of a chemical reaction. Lavoisier abolished the phlogiston theory. Why does heat transfer through objects? Isn't that because caloric isn't contained in the material? I'm pretty sure that was abolished by Joule. Heat is energy, not a substance. You have studied well. Your knowledge is accurate. It's just some trivia. Phlogiston, caloric, and eventually ether in God's love all are powerless before a scientific explanation. In the past, I was told that an apple falling from a tree was thanks to God's love, so that humans would be given food. So, even gravity is the love of God? Well, that's probably the remnants from the period when religion rather than science was used to explain everything. That is correct. In the past, humans called the limits of their knowledge. No, ignorance itself, magic. Like the rain ceremony we were just talking about. Did the people of ancient times realize that there was a scientific explanation? That fire gave rise to heat to cause updrafts that summoned clouds? Even without understanding these things, they at least knew the result. That probably happened a lot. That's stuff called knowledge of the ancestors. Even without understanding the reason, through long experience, they knew that they'd achieve results. Phenomena whose principles they didn't understand were probably the same as magic to them. Like this person just said, ancient people who didn't understand those principles probably believed that. Through the rain ceremony, their wishes would reach the heavens and make rain fall. To them, that was certainly magic. As long as they didn't understand updrafts. If you push an electrical switch, a light turns on. Children do not know the scientific principles behind why a light bulb lights up. They only know the result when they push the switch. They obtain such a result without knowing the principles. Doesn't that make it magic to them? That's pretty interesting. Biologically, that's true. For example, I don't have a clue why the brawn tubes in the TV show picture. Still, I think it's totally normal to see things shown on TV. On a TV. Even if I don't understand the principles behind brawn tubes, I at least know that if I push the switch, I can watch TV. It's exactly the same as having a rain ceremony without understanding updrafts. In other words, if I don't know the principles, even TV is the same as magic. Or even magic itself, I guess. How am I playing this game? It's magic! Do you know the structure of brawn tubes? Have you ever taken one apart and looked inside? Nope. I think I read about it in a book or something once, but it was complicated and I didn't have a clue. I think that when electrons hit a fluorescent material, it creates a luminescence or something like that. That book lied. Actually, there are small people called gremlins shut up inside the brawn tubes, and they do their work with magic. Huh? Don't be stupid, there's no way that's true. How can you deny it if you have never looked inside a brawn tube? I've never looked inside, but I can say for sure that small people like that definitely don't exist. Since there are no brawn tubes here, that is impossible to prove. Yeah, it's impossible to prove right now. But later I can take apart a TV somewhere and show you, and instantly win the argument. So, put another way, my magical theory that gremlins are shut up inside the brawn tubes and display the picture with magic is impossible to disprove until we can verify the contents of the brawn tube, correct? What the hell? Is this one of those? You trying to say it's a devil's proof? That's a favorite trick of you witches. Devil's proof is a bit of sophistry, one that takes advantage of the fact that negative facts are impossible to prove. However, it's different from my brawn tubes metaphor. That could be resolved simply by taking apart a single television. You're right. It isn't really a devil's proof. You have proposed a scientific theory, and I propose a magical one. One of those is the truth, and which one it is can be ascertained the moment you look inside a brawn tube. However, until the instant that happens, we cannot deny each other's theories. So, even though only one truth exists, until you look into the brawn tube, you can have two configuring truths existing at the same time. You have a realm in which two truths can exist simultaneously, even though there must be only one truth in existence. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you'll learn the answer. You will learn the truth. However, until you open the box, you can claim that the cat is alive, and you can also claim that it is dead. Both claims are the correct truth, according to the people making them. And even though the two sides are in conflict, neither can win the argument as long as the box remains unopened. In other words, two truths can exist at the same time. Even though there can only be one cat in the box, it is packed with a living cat and a dead cat, forming a strange, separate world. That is what Rakajima is now. This island is now a different world, where a scientific theory and a magical one can exist at the same time. To a resident of the world of science, such as yourself, at a glance, it may feel as though this island had been sucked into a world of magic. That might not be wrong, but it is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it has been moved from the world of science to the gap between that world and the world of magic. So at a glance, it appears to you as though the world is tilted towards the magical side. But in reality, this island is now a perfectly impartial position with relation to those two opposing worlds. So magic exists. I don't really get it. The gap between reality and magic? Perfectly impartial world? How's that? Hasn't pretty much everything that's happened between been totally not in my favor? Then perhaps you could think of it this way. This is a trial. Think of it as a court where you and Beatrice are laying out opposing claims. Call it a bronze tube trial. Your opponent claims that there are tiny people inside the bronze tubes, explaining one thing after another, talking about the lives of these tiny people, what they look like, what type of magical power they have. And what do? Well, I study in a library and argue back by explaining how bronze tubes are constructed. At this moment, both your claim and that child's claim exist in the court at the same time. If you find your opponent's claim convincing, it might sound like truth to you, it might look like truth to you. That is exactly what you saw. At this moment, Makujima, witches and magic certainly may exist as truth. However, until the moment that the cat's box is open, that world is an uncertain wave function. The entire situation can be explained by both sides at the same time. However, there is one truth. That set of truths shrinks with observation, and countless truths are weeded out to become one truth. It is like when, in court, the judge hands down in his judgment. The two truths from the prosecutor's and the defense's claims are reduced in number by the judgment and become one. To say it in your words, this island right now is the world right before looking into a bronze tube, right? Therefore, the science theory and the magic theory cannot be denied. And since they cannot be denied, both can exist as truth. Therefore, both witches and magic can exist. However, at the same time, your opinion of denial also exists as truth. It is a world where two conflicting things can exist at once. And it is a world where conflicting truths cannot disprove each other. Have you managed to understand? In other words, no matter how much awesome magic Beato shows me, it's only a claim of a magical theory, and it doesn't disprove my position. So, no matter what kind of magic Beato shows me in this world, it cannot become proof that magic exists. That's right. That child might even try to explain an apple falling from a tree with magic. Perhaps by shaking her staff and magically plucking the apple, then claiming to be the thing that made it drop down to the earth. However, that would be nothing more than another claim. None of your opponent's claims can prevent you from making yours. In that sense, this world is quite impartial to both sides. I get it. Still, by that argument, if I show a sound argument with my science theory, and it collides head-on with her magic theory, I also can't win against her. On top of that, the final judgment won't come until we peek into the bronze tube. Where is the bronze tube in this world? Because it exists, there should be no reason for us to argue. Why don't we just get along and peek into the bronze tube? There really is a tiny person in there. It's my complete loss. Otherwise, it's my victory. Why do we have to hold this debate without looking into the bronze tube? That itself is the game you are being challenged to. Maybe instead of a court, I should use chess as an example. There, victory and loss are not determined by a judge. You who fight will decide it yourselves. Can you win an argument with an opponent in a screwed up world where multiple truths can exist at the same time? In actual fact, didn't you lose an argument and surrender like this? That is all the advice I can give you now. If you wish, I can occasionally offer you counsel. Sure. Thanks, that really helps. I'll avenge you. Thank you. I look forward to it. What's your name? Beatrice used to be my name, but now that I have surrendered it, I do not have a name. So, I shall take a temporary name. Virgilius? No. How about Virgilia? Virgilia. Now a retired Endless Witch and Beatrice's teacher, she used the Endless Magic properly and devoted her life to the smiles and happiness of many people. She taught Beatrice the Endless Magic, believing that Beatrice would also devote herself to the people and retire. Though she was Beatrice's teacher, she was also a magician employed by Beatrice's family. For that reason, she interacted with Beatrice in a manner fitting for a servant. Some point to this as the source of Beatrice's arrogance and recklessness. Okay. Virgilia. Like Valkyria? Was that a name for goddesses that show up in myths? No. It means the guide who leads the way to Beatrice. I will guide you to that child who waits at the summit of Mount Purgatory. It ought to be a fitting name for such a guide. Who would have guessed I'd accept help from a witch when I'm trying to deny witches? I see. If this is a contradictory world where different claims can exist at the same time, I guess that's cool. Hehehe, it's almost funny. I'm borrowing that child's words, but you truly are like a phoenix. Your will to fight has already been revived. Come, if your heart is prepared, return to your opponent. Return to the chessboard where that child is seated. I look forward to seeing how far you can fight for my disciple. Yeah, watch it. Won't listen to her babbling anymore. I'll coolly fight to the end. Definitely won't get provoked by her any longer. Then let us return to the seat of the battle. Oh, Battler, where did you run off to? Cackle. I thought those losers never come back for more. And I thought losers never come back for more. Right. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've cooled my head a little. And did you think of a response to that pleasant, thrilling, refreshing, highly acclaimed, wonderful fantasy battle between teacher and me? Isn't that impossible to explain without fantasy? Lady, didn't you just promise to be kind and act more gracefully? Oh no. I just got in such a good mood when I saw Battler's face, you see. Look. How are you gonna respond to that battle just now, Battler? Battle? What battle? What? In this rose garden, where do you see those spears? In the towers you made lying around. They aren't here, are they? In other words, it's just like the inside of a bronze tube. The inside of a bronze tube. Cackle, what in the world are you talking about now? At this very moment, there's nothing at all in the rose garden. Towers may have been sprouting with magic until a short while ago. However, that's only the case until we see what's inside the bronze tube. That magical battle is nothing more than your interpretation, your claim. The fact that there's absolutely nothing to see here now proves it. This is how I argue back about that witch's battle just now. Right now, there isn't anything here, which proves that nothing happened. Come now, of course I can't make a huge mess when it's only the first twilight. And I'm rather fond of that rose garden, you see. To prevent any damage, I had the fight occur inside a barrier, so it's only natural that it wouldn't have any influence on reality. That's your claim? Well, I guess that works. However, at this point in time, there is nothing in the rose garden, so nothing stands in the way of my claim that there was no magic done here. Wait, can you deny my magic with a mess like that? It's impossible to prove that magic does not exist. It's a devil's proof. At this point in time, this garden is the truth. The instant you look inside, tiny people inside the bronze tube will vanish. There are no traces of magic here at all. So that battle between you witches did not take place. What that counter? That power? Could it be? Have you forgotten, milady? It is the multi-layered worlds reduction technique. The power of a finite witch, a counter to the power of an endless witch. Only an endless witch can perceive it, and it is most effective against such a witch. Schrodinger's cat box? That old hag of a witch? What an uncalled-for hint. The last sign. Including the 5 servants and grandfather, there are 6 corpses. Let me check the scene. I've been trudging along, wasting time. From now on, I'll speed things up, okay? Take a seat, Beatrice. It's finally the first twilight, isn't it? Let's start the real thing. Show me what you got! Time is up. 5:14. Yeah, I think we should take a break there. 7 a.m. Okay. Yeah, that should be the stopping point. 8.5 hours. It's not bad. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. It's been a fun episode. Very different. Okay, yeah, let's save. Page 3. There we go. And then go to the title screen. There we go. Yeah, thanks again to Santa Happer for the host. I don't think there was any other shoutouts, right? Nah. Wait, yes? No, never mind. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'll catch you all later. Have a good one. I'll be back in the morning. Definitely not another late night stream. Should be back to regular schedule. But yeah, I'll catch you all later. Have a good one. Bye. Whoops.